Chapter 1166. Pill Formation. This is the smelting immortal U cauldron? Refining an immortal U cauldron can have such strong laws of pill? It seems like even the profound nether pill cauldron can't compare. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. The cultivators who were well versed in alchemy, or those who were alchemists themselves, were shocked beyond words. This pill cauldron's alchemy laws are more than 2 times thicker than the profound nether pill cauldron. Even when compared to the azure dragon continent's top furnace pill cauldron, it isn't much inferior. Jiang Tai muttered to himself as he looked at the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron in front of Ning Qi. At the same time, a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. To be able to refine a Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill and have such a pill cauldron, this fellow's alchemy Dao legacy is not simple. Lan Qinsong stared at the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron as a thought flashed through his mind. That lass from Xianling's sect seems to have found herself an incredible pill master. Why would a pill master as such be willing to become a tribute to Xianling's sect? Yun Qingqi sighed. His reaction to the pill cauldron was not very strong. After all, his alchemy skills were very ordinary, and he was not even a Dan King. A pill cauldron with 2,000 Dao pill laws was at most comparable to a low-grade magic tool. It was only extremely expensive for alchemists. Autumn Cicada, you knew from the start that he had such a pill cauldron? Meng Tianshu looked at Sunset Autumn Cicada and asked. Twilight Autumn Cicada herself was stunned and shook her head blankly. Why would Master Bei Xian participate in the alchemist selection competition when he already had such a cauldron? What was he doing this for? Could it be? Twilight Autumn Cicada's face suddenly turned slightly red. Thinking of Ning Qi's previous performance, a bold idea arose in her mind. Master Bei Xian, don't tell me you like me? A hint of embarrassment flashed through Sunset Autumn Cicada's eyes. Other than Yun Qingqi and the other Transcendence realm cultivators and a few Eternal Living realm cultivators, most of the other cultivators assumed that the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron was the immortal U cauldron. In their hearts, they were shocked at the price that Xianling's sect had paid for this duel. However, if someone had clearly researched the implications of this competition, they would know that this wasn't just an ordinary competition between 2 juniors. No matter which side lost, it would greatly affect their reputation. Some clues could be seen from the fact that Meng Tianshu had personally come here. Is this the Yu Immortal Refinement Cauldron? Xian Yu's voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi glanced at Xian Yu with a faint smile. He did not say anything, but the expression on his face seemed to indicate that he had already admitted it. Damn it! Why would the Xianling sect bring out such a pill cauldron? Why didn't they make it clear? If I had known that Xianling's sect would bring out such a pill cauldron, this kid wouldn't even have a chance. Xian Yu let out a furious roar in his heart. As one of the 10 great pill grandmasters, his pill cauldron had been defeated by the other party. This was a complete humiliation. If he had known that Xianling's sect would bring out such a cauldron to hire a pill refinement master, he would definitely have swallowed his pride and run over. So what if pill crucible is strong? I'd like to see if the pill you cultivate can surpass my level 6-phase congregation pill. Xian Yu calmed himself down and turned his anger into motivation as he focused on cultivating pills. The further he went into cultivating pills, the more focus he had to put in. If he were to be distracted for even a moment, the pills could easily be destroyed. The crowd watched as Ning Qi tossed a few spiritual herbs into the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron, along with some unknown medicinal ingredients. He then started cultivating pills. The process of cultivating pills took a long time. Days passed by, and before long, 3 to 4 months had passed. At this moment, the top of the pill cauldron in front of Xian Yu was already covered with a layer of faint red mist. Occasionally, a wisp of mist would drift out, causing one's spirits to rise. The red mist seemed to have a life of its own, as it turned into small dragons that swam within it. The crowd believed that on the day the pill was formed, Xian, you would definitely cultivate a dragon. The disciples of the mystic abyss were extremely excited. There were cultivators from the deer-seeking, sacred land who asked them about the progress of the pill refinement. They proudly explained which stage the pill refinement of the mystic abyss was currently at, what would happen next, and what would happen next. On the other hand, Ning Qi's side seemed to be very calm. There was white smoke rising from the 3 exits of the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron. Other than that, there was no other phenomenon. The white smoke did not seem to have any fragrance, but instead had a faint stench. This time, Xian, you should be able to cultivate the level 6 phase congregation pill. Yun Qingqi looked at Xianyu with a smile. Feng Yunwudo nodded. Uncle Yin, I've heard about it before. The Xianyu pill sect only needs to maintain the level 6 phase congregation pill for 3 months without being destroyed. After that, they will be able to form a cauldron of pills in a short 3 years. Indeed, it seems like Wu Dao is quite knowledgeable about the Dao of alchemy. Yun Qingqi said with a smile, You're too kind. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Yin. Feng Yunwudo smiled faintly. Behind Lan Qinsong, Lan Dai looked at the faint smile on Feng Yunwudo's face. She was deeply captivated by it. Lan Qinsong glanced at her, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Time passed day by day. It had been a full year since the start of the competition. The phenomenon on the Xian Yu pill cauldron gradually became clearer and more vivid. Looking at Ning Qi's side, the white smoke had turned black, and the stench had turned into a putrid stench. The smell was nauseating, and some cultivators with lower cultivation bases felt dizzy after smelling it. They hurriedly consumed a pill that refreshed their spirit. Only then did they feel better. What's that guy doing? Is he refining an elixir? I think it's poison. Perhaps he's refining a poison pill. Only then can it be compared to the level 6 phase congregation pill. After all, there's a difference in quality between the two, and their effects are not the same. That makes sense, but ordinary poison pills can forget about being better than the level 6 phase congregation pill. A few cultivators who were closer to Ning Qi covered their noses and frowned at Ning Qi. Suddenly, the black smoke in Ning Qi's pill cauldron condensed into a ghostly face. It soared into the sky and disappeared. Following that, 3 black pills jumped out of the 9 Kings' supreme cauldron and landed in Ning Qi's palm. That guy's already done refining the elixir? It's only been a year. What kind of elixir can he refine? I don't think there's any suspense left in this competition. Who did you guys bet on in the dark? Damn it, I bet on the dark horse. It looks like it's all for naught. On the high platform, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Yun Qingqi looked at Ning Qi and smiled faintly. Are you done refining the elixir? Bring it up. Chapter 1167. Yama's Tear. The strange phenomenon when the pills were formed made everyone curious. Even Yun Qingqi's group of knowledgeable transcendence realm cultivators had never seen a ghostly face when refining pills. However, compared to refining a dragon, the ghostly face seemed to be of a lower level, so most people didn't take it seriously. Feng Yunwudo, Jiang Tai, Lan Qinsong, Meng Tianshu, and the others all looked at the 3 pills in Yun Qingqi's hand. Everyone had a strange expression. Yun Qingqi confirmed with Ning Qi that these were the pills he refined to compete with Xianyu, and then he put them away. At this moment, Xianyu was focused on refining pills, but he could occasionally sense Ning Qi's situation. When he found that Ning Qi had formed the pills, Xianyu's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety. Bei Xian, what rank are the pills you refined, and what's their name? Twilight Autumn Cicada transmitted to Ning Qi uneasily. The ears of Lan Qinsong and the others moved slightly, obviously hearing Twilight Autumn Cicada's transmission. Ningqi smiled at Twilight Autumn Cicada, glanced at Lan Qinsong and the others, and didn't answer. You, come sit here. He still needs 1 or 2 years. Meng Tianshu waved at Ningqi. Ningqi was startled, then nodded, flew up to the high platform, and sat next to Meng Tianshu. Have I seen you before? Meng Tianshu looked at Ningqi and smiled. Probably not. Ningqi smiled slightly. Why do I feel a bit familiar? Meng Tianshu smiled and then looked at Ningqi from a distance. He no longer entangled himself in this matter. Ningqi was just a cultivator at the early stage of the eternal life realm. If he had seen him before, he would naturally remember him. That familiar feeling. Perhaps he had seen someone similar to him before. Ningqi's expression didn't change, calmly entered a meditative state, and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. On this day, the cauldron in front of Xian, you suddenly let out a tiger and dragon roar. A tiger and a dragon intertwined and soared into the sky, playing above everyone's heads. Dragon and tiger elephant. This batch of rank 6-phase condensation pills is probably of high quality. Lan Qinsong's eyes flashed with a hint of splendor. The cultivators who had been waiting here for a few years finally awoke from their meditative state. They all looked toward Xianyu, only to see one medicinal pill after another flickering with golden light shooting out from the Xianyu pill cauldron. There was a total of 6 of them, and they all fell into the porcelain bottles that Xianyu had long prepared. Congratulations, Master. The mysterious Dark's disciples cupped their fists and congratulated him, their faces filled with excitement. Congratulations. Yun Qingqi and the rest also cupped their hands in congratulations. Without even looking closely, they knew that this batch of Tier 6-phase congregation pills was not only a success, but the quality was also very good. It was worth congratulating them. Now that both sides had refined their pills, as long as they competed in quality and price, the victor would be clear at a glance. As for speed, Ningqi had already won in this category, being 2 years faster than Xianyu. However, this did not account for much in the overall score. Xian, you looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the quality of the phase congregation pill. Then he looked at Ningqi arrogantly and flew to Yun Qingqi's side. Sacred leader Yun, everyone, please appraise it. The Tier 6-phase congregation pill went around in everyone's hands, and everyone nodded in praise. Even Meng Tianshu could not help but nod and say, These phase congregation pills are of much higher quality than the batch I obtained 300 years ago. Among the Tier 6 pills, they are considered to be of a higher standard. When Xianyu heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Twilight Autumn Cicada's expression became more and more unsightly. Even her master praised the pills refined by Xianyu. She was afraid that she would lose this competition. Lan Dai smiled proudly, and Twilight Autumn Cicada transmitted her voice. Although I did not kill you this time, you have lost to me in both categories. According to the rules, from now on, you are not allowed to stay within a 1,000-mile radius of where I am. Otherwise, you will have to kneel every time you see me. The outcome is not yet decided. Twilight Autumn Cicada's eyes flashed with anger as she retorted. The outcome is not yet decided? Haven't you seen that guy's pills before? They are black and swarthy. You can call them poison pills, but the aura on them is very weak. Even the grade is uncertain. Trying to compare it with the phase congregation pill is simply wishful thinking. Lan Dai laughed coldly. From the looks of it, the results of this competition are about to be revealed. Xianling's sect has lost. Speaking of which, isn't Xianling's sect's disciple asking for trouble by competing with a disciple from the Zhilu sacred grounds? No matter what the result is, I want to know what pill that Xianling's sect's devoted pill master managed to cultivate after spending an entire year's time. If it's really a poison pill, it might be comparable to the phase congregation pill. The phase congregation pill is meant for transcendence, realm cultivators. Although its effects are strong, it is not all-encompassing. Indeed, this is the shortcoming of the phase congregation pill. To us, its value is not even comparable to 100 Tier 2 spirit enhancement pills. These cultivators had been here for a full 3 years. At this moment, their faces were filled with anticipation. The results were about to be revealed. Lan Dai has won this competition, Feng Wudao said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Sunset Autumn Cicada felt a sharp pain in her heart. She looked at Feng Wudao in disbelief. For the past 3 years, this man had treated her like a stranger and had never taken the initiative to speak to her. But now he had opened his mouth impatiently, and the contents of his words were heartbreaking. Young Cave Master, that might not be the case. Sacred Master Yin, please take out the pill of that little brother for everyone to appraise. I'm curious as to what kind of pill a genius alchemist who can cultivate a Tier 2 spirit enhancement pill would be able to create. Xian Yu glanced at Ning Qi with a gleeful expression. Yun Qingqi nodded his head. Ning Qi's 3 black pills appeared on his palm once more. This time around, Xian Yu and Lan Qinsong examined them carefully. The only thing they could confirm was that these 3 pills were poison pills. There was a difference between poison pills and normal pills. It did not increase the cultivation of the person who consumed the pill. Instead, it was harmful to the person who consumed the pill. However, it had all kinds of strange effects. Sometimes a slightly lower-grade poison pill could be sold for a price several times higher than a normal pill. Everyone's gazes fell on Ning Qi. Meng Tanshu said calmly, Bei Xian, I see that they do not have much understanding of your pill. Why don't you explain it to them personally? Ning Qi smiled and stood up. He said, This pill is called Yama's Tear. It is a Tier 6 pill and a poison pill. As the name suggests, even if Yama consumed it, he would be in so much pain that he would cry. Yama's Tear? Tier 6 pill? Chapter 1168. I'll do it. Hee poison pill? Little brother, what's the effect of your Yama's Tear? Can it be compared to my essence gathering pill? A rank 6 essence gathering pill is equivalent to 300 years of cultivation for a transcendence realm cultivator. Xian, you sneered at Ning Qi. 300 years of bitter cultivation is indeed very strong. If these 6 aspect congregation pills were to be consumed together, it would be equivalent to 1,800 years of bitter cultivation. If not for the fact that everyone is here, I would have wanted to finish it all myself. Yun Qingqi smiled. Sacred Lord Yin, you flatter me. Xian Yu smiled and cupped his hands. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Qi, waiting for his answer. Yama's Tear should be able to defeat an early transcendence realm cultivator, right? Ning Qi said calmly. Defeat an early transcendence realm cultivator? Everyone was slightly stunned. Then their eyes turned serious. Could it be that the poison of Yama's Tear could kill an early transcendence realm cultivator? Twilight Autumn Cicada's eyes lit up. If the effect was really that powerful, then the price of Yama's Tear would be similar to a rank 6 essence gathering pill. Coupled with Ning Qi's pill refining speed, there was no doubt that he would win this battle. Lan Dai suddenly became nervous and clenched her fists. Xian Yu's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Yama's Tear suspiciously. You said that an early transcendence realm cultivator will die after consuming it. No, Ning Qi said calmly. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Lan Dai's mocking voice sounded. Won't die? Will it be uncomfortable? Or will it make an early transcendence realm cultivator cry? Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter came from the crowd. This pill isn't for early transcendence realm cultivators. It's for late eternal life realm cultivators. It can give them the ability to fight against early transcendence realm cultivators for a short period of time. Ning Qi's voice, under the power of the laws, spread throughout the audience. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the crowd went silent. After a long while, Yun Qingqi said in disbelief, "Little brother, you said that your Yamas tear can let an eternal life realm cultivator fight against in transcendence realm cultivator." "Yes." Ning Qi nodded. "What about after that? Is it at the cost of life?" Yun Qingqi asked. "After that he will be weak for a month." Ning Qi said indifferently, "Although the process of consuming it is very painful, it is not to the extent where one has to pay the price with one's life. Otherwise, the value of this Yamas tear would naturally not surpass that of the Phase congregation pill." After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Xianyu, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "Is that so? Profound nether pill sect." "Humph." Xian Yu snorted coldly as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. He then immediately retorted, "You can say whatever you want about the effects of the pill. Is there any way to test how strong it is? Which late-stage, eternal life realm cultivator would dare to take this Yamas tear? As long as he can withstand 3 of my moves, I will admit that your Yamas tear is stronger than my Phase congregation pill." "Yes. Who would dare to take it?" Everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Although Ning Qi said that this poisonous pill wouldn't harm people's lives, he couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't harm people's foundation. The most important thing for cultivators was their foundation, which was the source. If the source was damaged, it would be a great hindrance to future cultivation. Think about it, a dark and swarthy pill that didn't seem to have anything special could allow a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator to have the same combat power as an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator for 10 breaths of time. If its effect was really so powerful, would the side effect really be only weakness for a month? Everyone, the value of these 3 Yamas tears far exceeds the value of 3,000 azure dragon crystals. There are a few medicinal catalysts that can't even be found in the azure dragon continent. Which late-stage eternal life realm cultivator is willing to take this pill and exchange 2 or 3 moves with profound nether pill sect? As for the other 2 Yamas tears, I will give them to him. Whether it's to defend against the enemy or to sell it, it won't be a problem to exchange it for a high-quality magic tool." Ning Qi faintly said, his voice faintly resounding in the ears of every cultivator present. Many Do Dan realm cultivators showed envy. They wished they were late-stage eternal life realm cultivators. As long as they took the pill, they would be able to get 2 expensive 6th-rank medicinal pills for free. This was equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of years of savings. However, the late-stage eternal life realm cultivators present were not so impulsive. Their faces showed a trace of doubt and struggle. The value of Yama's tears wasn't too high for them. Every late-stage eternal life realm cultivator had lived for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Each of them was an old monster. The cultivation resources they had accumulated over the years, excluding the ones they had used, were far more than 3,000 azure dragon crystals. However, what made them pay more attention to was the effect of Yama's tears. If it was really as powerful as Ning Qi said, wouldn't it mean that after taking it, they would obtain far more combat power than their peers within 10 breaths of time? If that was the case, then they would have a way to deal with their enemies. "Let me do it." A faint female voice sounded, and then a fragrant wind floated into Ning Qi's nose. In front of him, a female cultivator exuding the aura of late-stage eternal life realm appeared. "Uncle Master Feng Hua." Twilight Autumn Cicada looked at the female cultivator in surprise. "Junior Sister Feng Hua, you're here to join in the fun too?" Meng Tianshu laughed bitterly. Feng Hua smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I saw that Autumn Cicada's competition has yet to end after so long. I'm a little worried, so I came to see what's going on. I've been here for about a month. Haven't you seen me?" Meng Tianshu laughed dryly and rubbed his nose, shaking his head. Xianling sect. It's the palace lord of Fenghua Palace, Meng Tianshu's junior sister. I think Xianling sect is well prepared, other than Xianling sect themselves, who would dare to consume Yama's tears. Wait, if a cultivator from Xianling sect dares to consume it, it means that the effects of Yama's tears should be similar to what that alchemist said. What? Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have agreed to it. What's the big deal about being weak for a month? At most, I'll just hide in the deer-chasing sacred ground for a month. Many of the late-stage eternal life realm cultivators had regretful looks on their faces. All eyes fell on Fenghua. Xian Yu snorted coldly and said, "Hurry up and consume it." "Master Bei Xian, give me the pill." Fenghua smiled at Ningqi. A look of worry flashed in twilight autumn cicada's eyes. She wanted to persuade Fenghua, but when she saw Ningqi smiling at her with unparalleled confidence, she did not speak up. Ningqi handed the 3 Yama's tears to Fenghua and said with a smile, "Palace Lord, you can only consume 1 at a time. If you were to consume 2, your eternal life realm cultivation would not be able to bear it. After consuming it, you will feel very uncomfortable and painful. I hope you can endure it. After that, you will only be weak for a month, and your foundation will not be harmed." "I understand." Chapter 1169. Yiksha Dharma Form. Curious gazes fell on Fenghua. Everyone wanted to see how much pain the Yama's tear would inflict on her. In just a second, 2 streaks of light blue tears flowed down from the corners of Fenghua's eyes. Her expression became incomparably cold, and her aura suddenly increased. In the next moment, her gaze locked onto Xian Yu. In the blink of an eye, her figure had already appeared in the arena and was engaged in an intense battle with Xian Yu. Fenghua's every move emitted a terrifying aura. The arena's restrictive spell, which could originally be used by eternal life realm cultivators, was pierced by this terrifying aura. Yun Qingqi and the rest immediately reacted and reinforced the restrictive spell around the arena to prevent the terrifying aura from affecting the spectating cultivators. Xian Yu's face was filled with shock. Although his battle strength was not considered strong among the early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators, he was still at least a Transcendence realm cultivator. Yet he was actually forced into a fluster by Fenghua in a short period of time. With a hint of anger in his eyes, Xian Yu roared, "Yiksha Dharma Form!" A Dharma idol that was over 100 feet tall suddenly appeared and attacked Fenghua. It was bald, had red hair on both sides of its head, was muscular, and had a ferocious expression. It was holding a trident in its hand. When the Yiksha Dharma Form appeared, all the cultivators below the Transcendence realm felt their chests tighten and their breaths become short. An invisible pressure pressed down on their bodies. Dharma Form. Dharma Form. This was the biggest difference between an eternal life realm cultivator and a Transcendence realm cultivator. Superior grade, yellow level Yiksha Dharma Form. Lan Qinsong's eyes were filled with shock. Feng Wudao looked at the Yiksha Dharma Form and narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect the Xian Yu Pill Sect's Dharma Form to be a superior grade, yellow level Yiksha Dharma Form. The Xian Yu Pill Sect really hit it well. Even the great sage Xuanjin's Dharma Form is only a superior grade, yellow level Dharma Form. It was normal for Feng Yun Widow to have such a reaction. As the young master of the Kunlun Cave, his aptitude was considered top-notch in the Azure Dragon Continent. However, the Dharma power that he first condensed was only at the mid-grade of the yellow rank. Later on, he spent countless treasures to condense his Dharma power. Until now, it had only reached the high grade of the yellow rank. Compared to the Yiksha Dharma power, it was still 1 grade lower. Die. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with ferocity as he roared. Boom! The trident went straight for Fenghua. If this attack hit, it was hard to imagine what would happen to Fenghua. One hand firmly grasped the trident. Yun Qingqi and the rest stood up instinctively and stared at Feng Hua in shock. In the arena, a faint shadow could be seen. It was this shadow's palm that had blocked Xian Yu's attack. This is Dharma? How is this possible? Yun Qingqi cried out. It should be the effect of the tear of Yama. Lan Qinsong mumbled to himself. A temporary Dharma idol? Or is the Dharma idol that she will form in the future this shadow? Feng Wudao frowned and could not help but glance at Ningqi. He was shocked by the effect of the tear of Yama. Impossible! How can this be? Lan Dai looked at the scene in a daze. Her eyes were filled with shock. Interesting. Tear of Yama. Meng Tianshu's expression, which seemed to remain unchanged for thousands of years, finally showed a hint of emotion. He quietly sized up Ningqi. Ningqi seemed to have sensed it, but he only looked at the arena calmly and did not choose to meet Meng Tianshu's gaze. At this moment, a hand grabbed Ningqi's arm. It was the twilight autumn cicada. Her face was flushed and filled with anxiety. Dharma idol. Impossible. Break. Xian Yu was slightly stunned. Then he let out a roar, and the Yiksha Dharma form launched the most ferocious attack on Feng Hua. After blocking the attack, the shadow that appeared behind Feng Hua gradually disappeared. Soon, the aura on Feng Hua's body dropped rapidly. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with joy. Dai, time's up. Meng Tianshu's voice rang out. A green figure appeared in the arena. The figure held a scroll in his hand and lightly swept it at the Yiksha Dharma idol. The Yiksha Dharma idol was sent flying, and the green figure immediately disappeared without a trace. It's really him. How can I be so lucky? Ningqi could not help but curse in his heart. He immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and did not show it on his face. That's the Dharma idol of the Xianling sect leader? He defeated the Xianyu Pill sect leader with a single move. Looks like Meng Tianshu's cultivation is not to be underestimated. He's definitely not an ordinary, early-stage transcendence cultivator. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Yun Qingqi, Lan Qinsong, Feng Wudao, and the others instinctively looked at Meng Tianshu. Meng Tianshu chuckled and said, "The Xianyu Pill sect is a little obsessed. I had no choice but to intervene. Indeed, we agreed to only test the effects of the tear of Yama." Yun Qingqi nodded. Feng Hua stood in the arena in a daze for a while, then flew to Ningqi's side. She looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression. "The pain you're talking about is not physical, but spiritual. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" "Palace Master, your subconscious will deliberately resist the tear of Yama. If you don't feel the most pain, you won't be able to unleash the strongest effect of the tear of Yama." Ningqi smiled. At this time, the Xianyu Pill sect leader also flew back. Feng Hua wanted to say a few more words, but when she saw the Xianyu Pill sect leader, she shut her mouth. The Xianyu Pill sect leader's expression was a little ugly. He glanced at Meng Tianshu and cupped his hands at the crowd. "I was a little obsessed just now. Everyone, please excuse me." It's fine. If it were me, I would have done the same." Lan Qinsong smiled and nodded, giving the Xianyu Pill sect leader a way out. There was a bit of silence in the arena. The results of the competition seemed to have come out. The effect of the tear of Yama was just as Ningqi had said. It could allow a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator to gain the ability to contend against an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator in a short period of 10 breaths. Furthermore, there were no serious side effects. Everyone noticed that Feng Hua looked much weaker than before, but she still had the ability to move. The cultivators at the late stage of the eternal life realm felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Not to mention the high value of the King of Hell's tears. Just the effect it had shown just now was enough to make their hearts itch. Which cultivator in the eternal life realm didn't want to know what kind of Dharma idol they could condense in the future? Then, the effect of the tear of Yama is not much different from what this little brother said. although it is not the same type of pill as the phase-gathering pill, and it is difficult to judge which of the two is more valuable. I personally prefer the tear of Yama. Chapter 1170. Lying with one's eyes wide open. The value of the phase-gathering pill and the tear of Yama was not much different. However, the 300 years of cultivation gained after consuming the phase-gathering pill was definitely not as shocking as the tear of Yama. To a Dharma plane cultivator, only by suppressing his opponent's thousands of years of cultivation could one determine who was stronger. A mere 300 years was at most equivalent to a 1.7 person competing with a 1.73 person. The effect of Yama's tear was equivalent to turning a 1.7 guy into a 1.9 strong man in a short period of time. Although it was only for a short period of 10 breaths, it was enough to make Yama's tear slightly more valuable than the phase congregation elixir. Moreover, before today, no one knew that Yama's tear had additional points. In addition to the speed of refining the elixir, Ning Qi's overall points were enough to crush Xian Yu. Xian Yu's expression was a little ugly. His group of disciples all revealed looks of unwillingness. If the person who spoke was not Yun Qingqi, they would definitely jump out to argue. After Yun Qingqi expressed his stance, Xian Yu and the rest immediately looked at Feng Yanwudo. Feng Yanwudo glanced at Ning Qi and smiled at the crowd. I feel that the rank 6 phase gathering elixir is stronger than Yama's tear. No matter what, the rank 6 phase gathering elixir can increase the cultivation of a transcendence realm cultivator by 300 years. Yama's tear can't even compare to it. Phew! Xian Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Feng Yanwudo with a hint of gratitude. As expected of the young cave master, he won people's hearts with just one sentence. I'm afraid the relationship between Xian Yu and Kunlun Grotto will be much better in the future. The crowd looked at Feng Yanwudo with admiration. Twilight Autumn Cicada looked at Feng Yanwudo in disbelief. How could he say such a thing? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that in terms of overall points, Yama's tear was definitely better than a rank 6 phase congregation elixir. Was there any elixir in the Azure Dragon continent that could allow a Transcendence Realm Advanced Stage cultivator to gain the strength of a Transcendence Realm Early Stage cultivator within 10 breaths? Autumn Cicada, did you make a bet with Londai for the sky? It's not worth it. Feng Hua glanced at Feng Yanwudo coldly and patted Twilight Autumn Cicada's shoulder. Marshal Aunt Feng Hua. Sunset Autumn Cicada's eyes reddened slightly, as if she could see something sparkling and translucent in her eyes. Senior Lan, what do you think? Fearless Wind Cloud looked at Lan Qinsong with a smile. Lan Qinsong's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. Lan Dai looked nervously at her grandfather. After a few breaths of time, Lan Qinsong said, The value of the two is indeed very close. My opinion is the same as young cave masters. A 6th-tier phase gathering pill is better. After saying that, his face turned slightly red. He had not done this kind of lying with his eyes open a few times. This time, one of the main characters was his granddaughter. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was covering up for Lan Dai. But so what? The difference in value between the 6th-level phase congregation pill and Yama's tear was indeed not large enough in a short period of time. His words were understandable. Seems like Xianling sect is still going to lose this time around. What a pity. The cultivators nearby thought with a strange look in their eyes. You're lying through your teeth. Ning Qi laughed bitterly. All he could do was refine Yama's tear, but he had no control over the evaluation of these people. Of course, if the dragon-slaying mall had not closed, he would have chosen to refine a 7th-tier pill. At that time, even if Feng Wudao, Lan Qinsong, and the rest were all blind, they would not dare to speak carelessly. Seems like I've won. Xian Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Ning Qi. Congratulations, master. The disciples of Xian Yu shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Xian Yu Pill sect. You're indeed better in this alchemy battle. Feng Wudao smiled. Congratulations, congratulations. Lan Qinsong forced a smile. Lan Dai's gaze landed on Sunset Autumn Cicada, proudly. Sunset Autumn Cicada, you've lost. Sunset Autumn Cicada's face was a little pale. What are you congratulating me for? Treating me as if I'm not here? Meng Tianshu said lightly. Everyone only reacted when they heard his voice. There was still an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator in the field. Brother Meng, the Divine Lord will host this battle, and the young cave master and I will be the judges. This was decided beforehand. I'm afraid you. Lan Qinsong laughed dryly at Meng Tianshu. Yun Qingqi, who was standing on Yama's Tier's side, also said, Indeed, since the rules have been set beforehand, it is not appropriate to change them. Otherwise, wouldn't all the Transcendence realm cultivators of the Azure Dragon continent be the judges? The rules were set beforehand. It seems that the alchemy battle had not started before I came. No matter what, I have the right to judge. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Lan Qinsong and Xian Yu exchanged glances. Finally, Lan Qinsong said with a faint smile, That makes sense. Then, Brother Meng, please judge. Of course, Yama's Tier is better. Meng Tianshu said lightly. The alchemy battle is considered a draw. However, my granddaughter defeated your disciple in the previous competition. My granddaughter should have won this bet. Lan Qinsong smiled slightly. Sly old fox. Everyone finally understood why Lan Qinsong would compromise so quickly. It turned out that he did not want to win the alchemy battle. As long as it was a draw, he would have achieved his goal. A draw? A battle of alchemy is a battle of alchemy. How can there be a draw? Since it's a draw, both sides should refine another batch of elixirs and compete again. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Compete again? Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at Meng Tianshu with a trace of shock in their eyes. They didn't expect Meng Tianshu to have such an idea. Lan Qinsong was startled, then said angrily, There is no such rule, right? Why not? If a victor isn't decided, this competition won't count. Meng Tianshu smiled lightly. Does not count. Lan Qinsong's eyes were filled with anger. Lan Dai's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. She hurriedly looked at Feng Wudao, only to see Feng Wudao glancing at Meng Tianshu indifferently. Sect leader Meng, the outcome has already been decided. There's no need to pester endlessly, right? Young master, that's not right. If there is no way to redo the alchemy battle, then the battle between my disciple and that lady will naturally not count. Otherwise, if word of this spreads, I'm afraid it will bring shame to everyone's reputation. Meng Tianshu brought his fists together at Feng Wudao and said, Reputation. The crowd frowned and glanced at the cultivators at the scene, feeling troubled. Finally, it was Yun Qingqi who spoke. He sighed and said, Then let's redo the competition. Everyone, I no longer have any spiritual materials to refine the phase condensation pill. Xian Yu's expression turned ugly. Doesn't that mean Senior Xian Yu will lose for sure? I can still refine another batch of Yama's Tier. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Chapter 1171. Complete Domination. I'm afraid this is not fair. Lan Qinsong frowned. Since the Xian Yu pill sect does not have the spiritual materials to refine the phase gathering pill, then this pill battle will be counted as a draw. Hee, there is no need to refine the phase gathering pill. Just refine any kind of elixir and use the quality and speed to determine the winner. Meng Tianshu said plainly. Xian Yu's eyes brightened. He was unwilling to let him, an alchemy ancestor, have a draw with a junior. Since Meng Tianshu wanted the two of them to compete again, it might be a chance for him. If that's the case, Lan Qinsong glanced at Xian Yu and saw him nod slightly. Lan Qinsong smiled. That's good. Sacred Master Yin, young cave master. Do the two of you have any objections? Meng Tianshu smiled and looked at the two of them. The two of them waved their hands, indicating that they had no objections. How about this? Other than the cultivation increasing pill, the Azure Dragon continent has the most bone-forging pills. Little brother, how about we compete on the bone-forging pills? Xian Yu smiled at Ning Qi and said, the bone-forging elixir was similar to the magic increasing elixir. Many alchemists could refine it, and it was also the best-selling elixir among the Tier 1 elixirs. It had the effect of strengthening one's physical body and allowing one to be reborn. Many Do Dan realm cultivators would buy it for themselves or for their clan's descendants to consume so that their qualifications could be improved. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Xian Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If Ning Qi showed a trace of a smile, he would immediately change to another elixir. All right, let's refine the bone-forging pill. Ning Qi nodded plainly. His heart was already blooming with joy. Any elixir below 5th tier would be upgraded by 1 tier. Competing with him on the quality of elixir? Even 10 Xian you combined might not be enough. Senior Mu, have you prepared the spiritual herbs for the bone-forging pill? Ning Qi asked Twilight Autumn Cicada. He knew that the Sunset Autumn Cicada had prepared a lot of spirit herbs for this competition in the deer-chasing Holy Land, just in case. The Sunset Autumn Cicada nodded immediately. An interspatial ring fell into Ning Qi's hand. He used his spiritual force to take a look and found that there were a lot of spirit herbs inside. The value of the spirit herbs alone was probably far more than 1,000 Azure Dragon crystals. How about this? Each of you prepare 10 portions of spirit grass to refine the bone-forging Dan. We'll use quality, success rate, and speed to determine the winner. Yun Qingqi said. Xian Yu and Ning Qi both agreed. For the sake of fairness, both of them put the spirit grass aside. Xian Yu had already started concocting pills. As for Ning Qi, he had just melted the spirit grass into liquid. In less than 10 minutes, his 9 Kings Supreme cauldron emitted black smoke. Failed? He failed to refine the first bone-forging pill? From the looks of it, he's not proficient in refining bone-forging pills and can't compare to the profound Nether Pill sect. Everyone was a little surprised. Twilight Autumn Cicada was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. Seeing Ning Qi fail to open the door, her heart was in her throat. Hee, Twilight Autumn Cicada, aren't you going to lose for sure this time? Lan Dai's lips curled into a cold smile. She had not expected Ning Qi to fail to refine the bone-forging pill. It looked like it was his first time. That's his weakness. Jiang Tai laughed coldly. Be it any pill master, pill ancestor, or pill lord, they all had pills that they were not proficient in, or pills that they had never refined before. This was known as the weakness of a pill master. Sometimes, if one could find the opponent's weakness in a pill duel, they would gain the upper hand. Xian, you noticed Ning Qi's failure as well. He heaved a sigh of relief. To be able to force a pill ancestor like him into such a state, Xian Yu had already acknowledged Ning Qi's pill refinement skills. Before long, Ning Qi's second bone-forging pill failed as well. TSK, looks like Xianling sect is going to lose for sure. Both of them failed right at the start. They're not even as good as me. That's right. If I were to refine the bone-forging pill, I'd at least be able to last until the pill is formed. I'd have at least a 30 to 40% success rate. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads, especially those who were proficient in pill refinement. They felt that their attainments in bone-forging pills were much higher than Ning Qi's. No one knew that Ning Qi's 2 failures were actually because he was already at the stage of pill formation. The third bone-forging pill was also a failure. When everyone thought that Ning Qi would lose without a doubt, and the gossip entered his ears, Ning Qi's expression was still very calm. At this time, Xian Yu had already formed a bone-forging pill. From afar, one could tell that it was 30 to 40% better than the bone-forging pills on the market. As expected of the Xian Yu pill sect, the effects of one bone-forging pill should be equivalent to 1.5 in the market. To be able to refine such a high-quality bone-forging pill with the same spiritual materials, the title of Grandmaster is not for nothing. Jiang Tai, how about you refine it? Feng Yanwudo looked at Jiang Tai. A little worse than the Xian Yu pill sect, but it's at least 20 to 30% better than the bone-forging pills on the market. Jiang Tai said proudly. His gaze landed on Ning Qi, and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. He couldn't even refine a mere bone-forging pill. If not for his alchemy Dao legacy, how could such a fellow be his match? Jiang Tai thought that if he knew how to refine the eternal pill, Yama's tear, and alchemy Dao, it would be enough to crush Ning Qi. Feng Yanwudo nodded, his eyes revealing a trace of satisfaction. With Jiang Tai as his personal alchemy master, he wouldn't have to worry about medicinal pills for cultivation in the future. He believed that the other 11 Grotto Heaven young masters would be very jealous, right? Thinking of this, the corners of Feng Yanwudo's mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, Ning Qi finally formed pill. The fragrance instantly filled the entire place. A pill formed? How is this possible? Why is the speed so fast? You guys quickly look that bone-forging pill's quality. Why can't I really understand it? It looks like a tier 2 bone-forging pill. Right. It's a tier 2 bone-forging pill. The crowd of cultivators revealed looks of shock as they looked at the scene in disbelief. This alchemy master of Xianling sect clearly didn't know how to refine bone-forging pills, and had already failed 3 times in a row. How did he manage to refine a tier 2 bone-forging pill in such a short period of time? Up on the stage, Yun Qingqi and the rest revealed looks of shock as well. Lan Qinsong and Lan Dai stared at the scene with their mouths agape. When Lan Qinsong regained his senses, he looked at Ning Qi with fear in his eyes. Master Beixian, Autumn Cicada, stared at Ning Qi in a daze. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with joy. Feng Hua laughed. Autumn Cicada, you've really picked up a treasure this time. Another strange fragrance soared into the sky. The second bone-forging pill was formed. At this moment, even Xian Yu could not help but look at Ning Qi in shock and anger. He had not even finished refining his second pill. The disciples of Xian Yu glared at Ning Qi. Many of them suspected that Ning Qi was cheating. 3rd pill, 4th pill, 7th pill. In the blink of an eye, other than the first 3 failures, the remaining 7 pills were all formed. Chapter 1172. Do you dare to leave? 7 level 2 bone-forging pills. Meng Tianchu's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at Ning Qi's pill. He glanced at Yun Qingqi and the rest and said, "Isn't it obvious who will win and who will lose this time?" On the mysterious abyss side, there were only 2 pitiful level 1 bone-forging pills. Although they were of high quality, when placed together with Ning Qi's bone-forging pills, they were like homeless people in the slums who had seen the emperor. Xian Yu's face was ashen. His disciples hung their heads dejectedly, like roosters that had lost a fight. This time, Feng Wudao and Lan Qinsong could no longer lie through their teeth, even if they wanted to. Yun Qingqi nodded. Be it speed, quality, or success rate, Beixian Pill Master is superior to Xian Yu Pill Master. Feng Wudao nodded. Lan Qinsong looked at Xian Yu apologetically, then nodded and said, "Indeed, Beixian Alchemist is better. Xianling Sect won?" SSSSS. The crowd gasped. To think that Xian Yu Pill Master would lose to a junior today. Shock, excitement, schadenfreude, all sorts of expressions appeared on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. However, they quickly concealed their expressions in case Xian Yu bore a grudge against them. Jiang Tai's gaze was fixed on the level 2 bone-forging pills in the hands of the crowd. When Feng Wudao handed it over to him, he almost buried his head in it as he examined it carefully. Ningqi smiled. You wouldn't be able to refine it even if I let you look at it for a year. Jiang Tai's face was filled with embarrassment as he returned the bone-forging pills to Ningqi. An embarrassed expression appeared on Lan Qinsong's face. He had just wanted to open his mouth to probe Ningqi's second-tier bone-forging pill. But after hearing Ningqi's words, he naturally shut his mouth. All right, this competition has 1 win and 1 loss. It's a draw. Yun Qingqi smiled. Meng Tianchu's face revealed a smile. Twilight Autumn Cicada was satisfied with this result as well. While she did not win against Lan Dai, she had managed to force a draw despite being at a disadvantage. That was already a win. A draw. Lan Dai unwillingly clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Twilight Autumn Cicada as if she wanted to kill her with her gaze. Brother Lan, I hope that the grudges between the younger generation will not affect our friendship. Meng Tianshu smiled at Lan Qinsong. Lan Qinsong smiled. Of course, of course. I'll take my leave first. Xian Yu coldly cupped his hands towards the crowd and left with his disciples. It was as if he did not want to stay a moment longer. He did not even leave behind the 6th-tier phase gathering pills that he had promised to give to the crowd. Before leaving, Xian Yu took a deep look at Ningqi, as if to remember him in his heart. In that case, we'll be leaving as well. Meng Tianshu stood up and smiled. Wait. Feng Yanwudo smiled slightly and stood up. Sunset Autumn Cicada was taken aback. She thought he wanted to speak to her, but his gaze swept past her and landed on Ningqi. I've taken a liking to that smelting immortal you cauldron of yours. Name your price. Refining immortal you cauldron. Ningqi was slightly taken aback. He then smiled. Not selling. How about this? I wonder if you're willing to become a consecrated alchemist of my Kunlun Grotto Heaven? Feng Yanwudo's tone changed. Jiang Tai was taken aback. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. But because of Feng Yanwudo's identity, he did not dare to speak. Recruiting Ningqi in front of him? Wasn't this a disgrace to him? If Ningqi agreed, wouldn't he, Jiang Tai, have to look at Ningqi's face in the Kunlun Grotto Heaven? Meng Tianshu frowned slightly. He did not speak and just looked at Feng Yanwudo indifferently. Many thanks for the young Grotto Heaven's recruitment. I'm very happy in the Great Desert region. I won't be going to the Kunlun Grotto Heaven. Ningqi smiled and said. Feng Yanwudo's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He suddenly took out a round shield and patted it lightly on his body. This item instantly turned into an armor, covering Feng Yanwudo's entire body. An incomparably dense aura of the law of earth was emitted from it. There were about 120,000 laws. The limit of a low-grade immortal weapon was 3,000 laws. Based on the different grades, every 300 laws was considered a threshold. The limit of a middle-grade immortal weapon was 90,000 laws. Every 9,000 laws was considered a threshold. And this defensive immortal weapon that Feng Yanwudo took out had a total of 120,000 laws. It was already in the range of a high-grade immortal weapon. Keeping his offer, Feng Yanwudo took out the round shield and said to Ningqi, this high-grade immortal weapon, Vajra Saint Robe. It can withstand 3 strikes from an early Transcendence Realm Cultivator without being destroyed. I'll trade it for your smelting immortal you cauldron. SSS. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. High-grade immortal weapon. In the Azure Dragon continent, only Transcendence Realm cultivators could possess high-grade immortal weapons. Even geniuses like the Twilight Autumn Cicada, Lan Dai, and even Xianling Sec's Wu Wei did not possess high-grade immortal weapons. This showed how valuable high-grade immortal weapons were. Even Lan Qinsong's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. The high-grade magic tool that he possessed was only slightly stronger than the Vajra Saint garment that wind cloud Wu Dao had taken out. Furthermore, it was an attack-type magic tool. Moreover, the defensive magic artifact that he possessed was only a mid-grade magic artifact that contained over 80,000 nomological powers. Vajra, Saint Robe? Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Tai and smiled. The smelting immortal Yu cauldron is a godly weapon for us alchemists. I have no intention of exchanging it. Thank you for your kind intentions, young cave master. You're not exchanging. Feng Yenwudo's eyes flashed with anger. A mere eternal life, realm, early stage cultivator dared to reject him? And I'm not exchanging. Ning Qi smiled. Do you know that with your cultivation, the moment you leave the grand desert region with the smelting immortal Yu cauldron, it will be snatched away by other cultivators? Feng Yenwudo said calmly. There was a hint of threat in his words. If not for Meng Tianchu's presence, he would have said that even if Ning Qi was in the grand desert region, he would not be able to keep the smelting immortal Yu cauldron. There's no need for young cave master to worry about that. Ning Qi laughed coldly. He naturally understood the other party's threat. To be honest, if you weren't a consecrated alchemist of Xianling sect, I wouldn't have said so much to you, because you're not qualified. Feng Yenwudo said calmly. Then let's not talk anymore. Ning Qi smiled. I'm preparing to leave as well. I didn't ask you to leave. Do you dare to leave? Feng Yenwudo laughed coldly. Yun Qingqi and the rest exchanged glances. They understood that Feng Yenwudo was determined to get his hands on the smelting immortal Yu cauldron today. Even if Meng Tianshu was present, he wouldn't care. Chapter 1173. Dharma Idol, Young Master, what do you want? Ning Qi asked calmly. How about this? Take a strike from me. If you survive, this Vajra Saint Robe will be yours. If you die, the Yu immortal refining cauldron will naturally be mine. Feng Yenwudo said calmly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, You cannot consume Hades' tear. You want to kill me, and now you want to refine the Yu immortal refining cauldron. What a good plan. And you're still not allowing me to consume Hades' tear? Ning Qi laughed coldly in his heart. Seeing this, Sunset Autumn Cicada hurriedly turned to Meng Tianshu. Master Beishian is a pill refiner of our Xianling sect. He has even helped me out so much. We can't just watch as Feng Yenwudo humiliates him. Feng Yenwudo has a strong background. He might very well become the personal disciple of the great sage Xuanjin in the future. I cannot afford to offend him. Meng Tianshu shook his head at Sunset Autumn Cicada. Sunset Autumn Cicada was taken aback. Her eyes filled with confusion. Big brother Wu Dao must be taking revenge for me. Lan Dai looked at Feng Yenwudo with adoration in her eyes. Yun Qingqi and Lan Qinsong clearly had no intention of getting involved. They only looked at Ning Qi calmly. Seems like this pill refiner of Xianling sect is going to die in the hands of the young master, who asked him to reject the young master's offer. The young master even took out a high-grade weapon to exchange for the Yu immortal refining cauldron. To think that he refused. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Given the young master's cultivation base and status, it's rare for him to be willing to exchange a weapon for an eternal life realm primary stage cultivator. If it were me, I would just snatch it away. The surrounding cultivators discussed in hushed voices. Many of them purposely raised their volume to suck up to Feng Yenwudo. Ning Qi looked at Feng Yenwudo coldly and nodded his head. All right, since the young master wishes to gift me the Vajra Saint Robe, I shall accept it reluctantly. What an arrogant fella. Is he really an eternal life realm primary stage cultivator? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Ning Qi's reply had exceeded their expectations. This guy is interesting. Yun Qingqi looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. When he was an early-stage eternal life realm cultivator, he did not dare to provoke a transcendence realm cultivator. But this kid did something that even he did not dare to do. Meng Tianshu stared at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. His gaze caused Ning Qi to feel a chill down his spine. He forcibly resisted the urge to look at Meng Tianshu and instead stared straight at Windless Cloud. "All right, if you have the ability, I'll give you the Vajra Saint Robe." Instead of getting angry, Feng Yunwudo laughed. Ning Qi came to the arena and stood opposite to Feng Yunwudo. Everyone held their breath and looked at this scene with some anticipation. They felt that these few years in Zulu Holy Land had not been in vain. Not only had they seen the legendary dark artifact, but they had also seen the mysterious Nether Pill Sect's alchemy and lost to Ning Qi. Now they would be able to see one of the top geniuses of the Azure Dragon Continent, Feng Yunwudo. It was really worth it. Twilight Autumn Cicada was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have admitted defeat. It was really not worth risking Ning Qi's life for this matter. However, Twilight Autumn Cicada never thought that if she had not experienced the next few things, she would not even consider Ning Qi a friend. Naturally, she would not be worried about him. Nervous? I think this guy is your little lover, right? You bitch. You like Big Brother Wu Dao in your heart, but you've already fallen in love with someone else? Lan Dai's voice exploded in Twilight Autumn Cicada's ears. Don't talk nonsense. When did I like him? Twilight Autumn Cicada's expression slightly changed as she coldly looked at Lan Dai. You know what you're doing. I'm just telling you that you are not qualified to like Big Brother Wu Dao. Big Brother Wu Dao is mine, and in the future I will become the wife of Kunlun Grotto Heaven's young master. Even if we fight to a draw today, you will still have to kneel and salute me when you see me in the future. Lan Dai sneered. What happens to you in the future is none of my business. Twilight Autumn Cicada coldly transmitted her voice. After speaking, she no longer paid attention to Lan Dai and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Are you ready? Feng Wudao looked at Ning Qi indifferently with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could kill 10,000 of such existences with a single palm strike. In the eyes of Law Phase Realm cultivators, Eternal Life Realm cultivators were just like ants. In front of everyone, Ning Qi's figure suddenly underwent a great change. His body kept growing, and in the blink of an eye, a giant of 7 or 8 feet tall appeared in front of everyone. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like lightning. He looked at Feng Wudao indifferently and said, "Make your move." A mysterious aura spread out from Ning Qi's body, causing the crowd of cultivators to raise their eyebrows. He has the bloodline of the ancient demon race? But why is his aura so strange? This aura even makes a dignified late-stage eternal life realm cultivator like me feel suppressed. The origin of his bloodline is extraordinary. Sacred Lord Lan Qinsong looked Yun Qingqi in shock, only to see Yun Qingqi nodding his head slightly with a trace of shock in his eyes. Why is this kid's aura so similar to Feng Jiuxian's? Meng Tianshu's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as he looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. No, it looks the same, but it's not. It's probably not Feng Jiuxian's immortal bloodline, but it's very similar. It seems like his bloodline is not simple. It must be the bloodline left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Apart from Feng Wudao, who was too young to notice the uniqueness of Ning Qi's bloodline, Yun Qingqi, Lan Qinsong, and Meng Tianshu all had the same thought. In the end, they shook their heads. They had experienced the earth-shattering battle and had seen Feng Jiuxian's attack from afar. The aura from her body at that time was extremely similar to Ning Qi's current aura. But when they looked closely, there seemed to be a fundamental difference between the two. Your bloodline is not bad. It seems like there was a powerhouse among your ancestors. It's a pity that you rejected my offer. There's only one outcome for you, and that is death. Feng Wudao's voice exploded in Ning Qi's ears. In the next moment, a huge foot suddenly appeared in the sky and landed heavily on Ning Qi. Everyone looked up and their eyes were filled with shock. Upper grade, yellow-level, giant, spirit, Dharma idol. As expected of the Kunlun Grotto's young master, he had only been born for a short 800 years, but he already had an upper grade, yellow-level, Dharma power. How many Transcendence Realm cultivators spent their lifespans in the yellow rank low grade and yellow rank? Chapter 1174. The 3-year promise, Xuanjin Great Sage, is the Wang family's patriarch. Only a few people in the Wang family have achieved a low-grade, mystic class Dharma. One of them was the most famous back then, Xuanjin Great Sage's most beloved granddaughter, Wang Muting. She was much more talented than the young cave master, and in 300 or 400 years, she condensed her Dharma to low-grade, mystic class. Unfortunately, she took the wrong path and was killed by the Wang family patriarch. Rumor has it that Xuanjin Great Sage was trying to make amends to some important figure in the central mainland, and that was why he killed her. Hey, look. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. The foot of the giant spirit Dharma power had already stepped directly on Ning Qi's body. Countless cracks appeared on the restrictive spell of the arena, which had been reinforced by several Dharma plane cultivators. The floor of the arena, which could not be easily broken, sank more than 10 feet. The entire mountain range seemed to shake. Feng Yunwudo said to Jiang Tai, "You can go get the smelting immortal cauldron." Yes. Jiang Tai's face was filled with excitement as he flew towards the arena. No one thought that Ning Qi could survive Feng Yunwudo's attack. Lan Dai had a gloating expression as she looked at Sunset Autumn Cicada mockingly. Sunset Autumn Cicada's face was pale. Seeing this, Feng Hua reached out to grab her arm and comforted her. What a pity. Lan Qinsong slowly shook his head. He didn't feel pity for Ning Qi's death. What he felt pity for was the pill formula for the Yamasteer. If he had been able to interrogate Ning Qi and force him to reveal the pill formula, then Feng Wudao would have killed Ning Qi. Just as Jiang Tai was looking for Ning Qi's corpse, a head appeared in front of him. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the smelting immortal cauldron." "Do you have the right to take the smelting immortal cauldron?" "Scram. Why you?" Jiang Tai looked at Ning Qi in shock, stammering. "What about you?" Ning Qi grinned at him and climbed out of the hole. He extended his hand to Feng Yunwudo. "Young cave master, thank you for your Vajra saint garment." "He didn't die? This? How could this be?" The cultivators, including the elders and disciples of the divine martial sacred area, Yun Qingqi, and the others on the platform stared at Ning Qi with blank faces. Even Feng Wudao was slightly startled, as his eyes flickered with disbelief. He was very clear about the power of his move just now, not to mention eternal life realm cultivators. Even a cultivator in the early stage of law phase realm would suffer a minor injury. This kick was enough to turn 10,000 cultivators in the late stage of eternal life realm into ashes. But he actually didn't trample Ning Qi to death? Was this guy even human? Master Bei Xian is still alive. That's great. Twilight Autumn Cicada was pleasantly surprised. Lan Dai's eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and said, "How can he not be dead? He caused me to tie with that bitch in this competition, so he should die. Why isn't he dead?" Only Ning Qi knew how dangerous it had been. If not for his intermediate world devastator immortal bloodline, the war god technique, and the dragon elephant prajna art, his physical body reaching the immortal realm, his defense reaching an unimaginable level, and his HP of more than 1 billion, that stomp would have shattered his soul. Even though he appeared to be calm and not in a very sorry state, his internal organs were already in a mess. The blood in his body was surging, and he had to forcefully resist the urge to vomit blood. His life points had also fallen to an extremely low level. It was likely that any Do Dan realm cultivator would be able to send him to heaven if he were to come out and give him a final blow. You didn't die? Feng Yanwudo was silent for a while. Like squeezing toothpaste, these words came out of his mouth. That's right, I didn't die. According to the agreement just now, shouldn't young cave master give me the Vajra Saint garment? Ning Qi smiled and said, if young cave master doesn't want to give it, it doesn't matter. It's just a high-grade magic tool. I don't care about it. Crazy. Really crazy. The feeling that Ning Qi gave everyone now was like a peerlessly arrogant guest who looked down on the world. The key was that his cultivation was not high. He was only at the initial stage of eternal life realm. Yet he could withstand a blow from Feng Yanwudo and not die. This already gave him the capital to be arrogant. There were so many cultivators here. Other than the few Transcendence realm cultivators on the high platform, who else could compare to him? Don't worry, I will keep my word. Feng Yanwudo spat out a few words coldly. With a move of his hand, the Vajra Saint garment whizzed towards Ning Qi. F*CKU. This guy is trying to kill again. Ning Qi's eyes widened. In his current state, it was very likely that he would be smashed to death by the Vajra Saint garment. Just as the Vajra Saint garment was about to land on his body, a pale green figure appeared in front of Ning Qi and gently caught it. Meng Tianshu smiled and threw the Vajra Saint garment to Ning Qi. He said, aren't you going to thank young cave master for his generous gift? Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He caught the Vajra Saint garment and threw it into his spatial bag. Then he smiled at Feng Yanwudo and said, thank you for your generous gift, young cave master. No need, Feng Yanwudo said coldly. After speaking, he stood up and cupped his hands towards Yun Qingqi. Uncle Yin, this matter is settled. I will return to Kunlun Cave first. Yun Qingqi hurriedly stood up and smiled. Wu Dao, take care. I will pay a visit to Kunlun Cave Master in a few days. Feng Yanwudo smiled and nodded his head. Thereafter, he swept a cold glance at Ning Qi and was about to leave Zhilu's sacred land with Jiang Tai. At this moment, Ning Qi's voice rang out. Young cave master, wait. What else do you want? Feng Yanwudo looked at Ning Qi coldly. 3 years. 3 years later, I will personally pay a visit to Kunlun Cave Master. I wonder what young cave master thinks. Ning Qi said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Oh, a cold light flashed in Feng Yanwudo's eyes. He had already understood the meaning behind Ning Qi's words. He sneered in his heart and looked down at Ning Qi. Eternal Realm cultivators are not qualified to enter my Kunlun Cave. I hope I can see you at that time. After speaking, he suddenly looked at Lan Dai and smiled. Junior sister Lan Dai, are you willing to follow me to Kunlun Cave? I'm willing. I'm willing. Lan Dai was pleasantly surprised. What do you think, Senior Lan? Feng Yanwudo looked at Lan Qinsong. Lan Qinsong smiled. Then I will have to trouble young cave master to take care of this old man's granddaughter in the future. You're welcome. Feng Yanwudo smiled. After that, he brought Jiang Tai and Lan Dai and turned into a ray of light, disappearing from the crowd's sight. After the 3 of them disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. Thinking back to Ning Qi's words, their eyes revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that he wanted to go to Kunlun Cave 3 years later to take revenge for today's kick? That was simply an idiot's dream. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. This wasn't arrogance, it was stupidity. Just the qualification to enter Kunlun Cave was impossible to achieve in 3 years. Chapter 1175. A man's promise is worth 1,000 gold. When Sunset Autumn Cicada saw Feng Wudao take Blue Butterfly away, the last bit of hope she had for him vanished. She suppressed her grief and looked at Ning Qi worriedly. She transmitted her voice to him. Mysterious North Star, you are too impulsive. How could you be a match for Feng Wudao in 3 years? Is that so? Ning Qi smiled, not explaining to Sunset Autumn Cicada. So what if he wasn't Feng Wudao's match? Today, Feng Yun Wudao wanted to kill him for a refined immortal Yu cauldron, and after the bet he wanted to kill him again. No matter what, Ning Qi had already made up his mind to kill him. 3 years later, Ning Qi would definitely kill Feng Yun Wudao under the dragon slaughtering saber. This agreement of 3 years was not an agreement with Feng Yun Wudao, but a time limit that Ning Qi had given himself. In 3 years, he would break through to the early stage of the Transcendence realm. I have to leave too. Sacred Lord Yin, Pavilion Lord Lan, farewell. Meng Tianshu glanced at Ning Qi and cupped his hands at the two. Take care, sect leader Meng. Yun Qingqi smiled and cupped his hands. If it was an ordinary early Transcendence realm cultivator, he would not be so polite. But Meng Tianshu was someone that even he could not see through. Master Beixian, if you have time, come to my deer chasing sacred ground. I have some alchemy questions that I can discuss with you. Lan Qinsong looked at Ning Qi and smiled. No problem. If I have time, I will come and visit. Ning Qi smiled faintly, but he snorted coldly in his heart. This old man pretended to be sanctimonious. After he lied through his teeth and denied the value of his Yama's tear, Ning Qi had blacklisted him. Moreover, from the greed that flashed in his eyes from time to time, it could be seen that this old man's character was not very good. Master Beixian, your 3-year promise is a little hasty. After 3 years, why don't you let me accompany you to resolve the grudge with the young cave master? Feng Hua advised Ning Qi on the way back to Xianling's sect. Yeah, with your talent and alchemy skills, you might have a chance to break through to the Transcendence realm. If you go to Kunlun Grotto Heaven in 3 years, Feng Wudao will not let you off, Sunset Autumn Cicada said worriedly. This time Ning Qi had caused Feng Wudao to lose face and a high-grade magic artifact. In his heart, Ning Qi had probably hated Ning Qi to death. If Ning Qi were to go to Kunlun Grotto Heaven by himself 3 years later, he would just be sending himself to Feng Wudao to vent his anger. A man's promise is worth its weight in gold. I've said 3 years, so I'll keep it. You two don't have to persuade me otherwise. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Senior brother, are you just going to watch Master Beixian throw his life away? Even the mysterious Nether Elixir sect is not a match for Beixian. Beixian's alchemy skills can be said to be the best in our great desert region, right? Feng Hua said with some dissatisfaction. In the entire Xianling sect, she was the only one who would dare to speak to Meng Tianshu in such a manner. Everything is predestined. Junior sister, even I can't make decisions for others. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Master Beixian, please reconsider. Feng Hua saw that Meng Tianshu was unable to persuade her, so she could only continue to persuade Ning Qi. Palace Master, I appreciate your kind intentions. Perhaps Drifting Cloud Dao doesn't care about me at all? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I hope so. Feng Hua sighed. Master Beixian, come back to Xianling sect with us. Twilight Autumn Cicada said to Ning Qi telepathically. I still have some matters to attend to in the state capital of Qing. Moreover, I'm comfortable in the state capital of Qing, so I won't go back to Xianling sect. If senior sister Mu misses me, you can come to the state capital of Qing to look for me anytime. Ning Qi smiled. When Sunset Autumn Cicada heard the words miss me, her face turned slightly red, and a trace of shock flashed through her heart. Could it be that the mysterious North god really? Thinking of this, Twilight Autumn Cicada did not dare to speak to Ning Qi for the rest of the journey. Oh, Sect Master Meng, Palace Master Feng Hua, Senior Sister Mu, we've arrived at the state capital of Qing. I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi cupped his fists. Take care. Twilight Autumn Cicada said softly. Feng Hua nodded at Ning Qi with a smile and said, Master Bei Xian, the Windflower Palace is very close to the state capital of Qing. Feel free to drop by whenever you're free. Those 2 tiers of Yama are worth a lot of money, and I feel bad for accepting them. I'll waive the tribute for the next 10 years for you. Thank you, Palace Master Feng Hua. Ning Qi smiled faintly and did not decline. He was about to leave when Meng Tianshu said, I haven't been to the state capital of Qing for many years. When I first arrived at the Great Desert region, I hung out in the state capital of Qing. How many years have passed in the blink of an eye? I can't remember. Master Bei Xian, I'll go with you. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Feng Hua and Twilight Autumn Cicada also decided to go with him. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. With the 2 girls around, Meng Tianshu would not attack him easily, right? He stole a glance at Meng Tianshu and saw that he was looking at him with a faint smile. Ning Qi immediately retracted his gaze and tried to guess Meng Tianshu's intentions. If he had already discovered my identity, why didn't he attack me? Was it because of my alchemy skills? But I'm the one who severed his bloodline. What kind of hatred could be more serious than this kind of hatred to end the line of descendants? The state capital of Qing. Prefecture Master. The cultivator guarding the cave abode was a cultivator from the Cold Wind Valley. He recognized Ning Qi at a glance and was pleasantly surprised. Ning Qi had been away from the state capital of Qing for more than 3 years. Many rumors had appeared in the state capital of Qing, saying that Ning Qi had died outside. The old officials that Lin Hua had left behind had already begun to contact each other privately with the intention of rebelling. Now that Ning Qi had returned safely, the cultivators from the Cold Wind Valley were naturally happy. Did anything big happen while I was away? Ning Qi asked casually. The cultivator from the Cold Wind Valley immediately told him everything that had happened in the past 3 years, including the fact that Lin Hua's subordinates had been very close to Elder Duan recently. This Elder Duan was the messenger that had been punished by the palace master of the Windflower Palace and thrown to Ning Qi. All right, I got it. Ning Qi nodded lightly. He had already made up his mind. In the next few days, Meng Tianshu often went out alone. The Sunset Autumn Cicada and the Windflower stayed for a while before they both left. About a month later, when Ning Qi thought that Meng Tianshu had also left, Meng Tianshu suddenly appeared in the small courtyard in front of Ning Qi's cave abode one morning. I've already said that I remember your aura. Meng Tianshu looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, he had found out. Then Ning Qi smiled and said, Sect leader Meng, so you plan to kill me now to avenge Meng Tianlin? I did plan to kill you. Meng Tianshu nodded and did not deny it. Chapter 1176. Meng Tianshu's request, but Meng Tianshu's eyes fell on Ning Qi. Here it comes. Ning Qi said in his heart, for the sake of you helping Autumn Cicada win this competition, I won't kill you for the time being. However, the 10,000 azure dragon crystals she owes you will be written off. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, but he still looked at Meng Tianshu calmly. He did not believe that Meng Tianshu would let him go so easily. There is one more thing. If you help me complete it, the hatred between us will be forgotten. Meng Tianshu smiled slightly, his bright eyes looking at Ning Qi indifferently. What is it? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Meng Tianshu was an early-stage law phase cultivator. What he wanted him to do was obviously not that simple. Go to the Wang family and help me get something. Meng Tianshu narrowed his eyes. Wang family? Xuanjin great sages Wang family? Ning Qi's face showed a dignified expression. Yes, it's this Wang family. Meng Tianshu nodded. Sect Master Meng, I am just an early-stage, eternal life, realm cultivator. How can I go to the Wang family to get something for you? Ning Qi smiled bitterly. With your alchemy skills, it is not a problem to enter the Wang family as an alchemist. However, because your cultivation is low, it is not easy to attract attention. It is more convenient for you to act than a law phase cultivator. Within 3 years, I want you to give me the thing. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will find you and kill you. Meng Tianshu said lightly. Do I have a choice? Ning Qi smiled. No. Remember, 3 years. Otherwise, even if Feng Wudao does not kill you, I will. When you arrive at the Wang family, I will tell you what you want to get. Meng Tianshu took a deep look at Ning Qi. The next moment, Ning Qi only felt a light pat on his head, and then his figure disappeared in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi immediately closed his eyes and focused on his spiritual sea. He saw a faintly discernible, mysterious energy swimming about in his spiritual sea. Ning Qi tried to use his law energy to chase it away and capture it, but as soon as his law energy came into contact with this energy, it would be immediately devoured. From the looks of it, this should be a forbidden technique that Meng Tianshu had placed on him. 3 years. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with coldness. He then left the cave and entered the War God Hall. It had been more than 4 years since he arrived at the Azure Dragon Continent, but the War God Temple hadn't changed much. The ones who had changed the most were Little Yu, and Little Yu, When Ning Qi saw them again, the 2 little girls had already grown up. They exuded a seductive aura from head to toe. This had a lot to do with the cultivation method they cultivated. When they had just condensed their fighting qi, the 2 women's temperament had changed once. Later, they had the ancient 9-tailed demon fox's bloodline that Ning Qi had bestowed upon them. Their temperament had become even more enchanting. Young master. When Little Yu, and Zhuoling, saw Ning Qi, their eyes were filled with joy. Over the years, there had been many female disciples who had joined them. At this moment, all of them were looking at Ning Qi with excitement. The 2 women did not hang on to Ning Qi like before. Instead, they moved and stood in front of Ning Qi. Intermediate stage, Do Dan realm? Not bad. Looks like you guys didn't slack off in your training. Ning Qi smiled. The 2 women's law power was of a very high grade. Ning Qi was ashamed of his inferiority. They could at least fight against late-stage Do Dan realm cultivators. Even in the Azure Dragon Continent, they had the ability to protect themselves. Young master, of course we didn't slack off. Ling, and I can already enter the 30th floor of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. Little Yu, said happily, your current cultivation is still far from those eternal life realm and even law phase realm cultivators. Don't be so proud. Ning Qi lectured. Little Yu stuck out her tongue and said, Young master, you understands. I have some rank 2 cultivation increasing pills here. Take them and consume them. Ning Qi took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Little Yu. There were 100,000 cultivation increasing pills inside. If there were no accidents, it would definitely be enough for the 2 women to cultivate to eternal life realm. Many thanks, young master. The 2 women smiled and thanked him. Ning Qi said a few words to them and went to find Dongfang Haojie. He also gave him 100,000 cultivation increasing pills. Brother Dongfang, I will place the War God Temple in a secluded place. If there is any danger in the future, you can go to the Windflower Palace to find the Windflower Palace Mistress or Xianling sect to find the Sunset Autumn Cicada. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Haojie retracted his gaze from the interspatial ring. For years had passed. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Do Di realm. He had also comprehended a law power. It wouldn't be long before he could officially break through to the early stage Do Dan realm. Sect leader, is the place you are going this time very dangerous? Dongfang Haojie's eyes flashed with worry. Not very. Ningqi smiled and said a few more words to Dongfang Haojie before leaving the War God Temple. He specially found a desolate place near the Wind Flower Palace and released the War God Temple from the stone tablet in his sea of consciousness. Ningqi originally planned to leave, but he suddenly remembered that he had never been to the Immortal Ascension Pagoda before. He turned into a stream of light and entered the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. The first 30 levels were filled with demonic beasts and dragons below the Eternal Life realm. The demonic beasts and dragons seemed to have very low intelligence, which was different from the outside world. On the 31st level, Ningqi encountered a demonic beast at the early stage of the Eternal Life realm. After killing it, there was no increase in the power of the law. Ningqi patiently found another dragon at the early stage of the Eternal Life realm. After killing it, there was also no increase in the power of the law. It seems that this is purely a training ground. Ningqi shook his head. He lost interest in the Immortal Ascension Pagoda and turned to leave. Qing State Prefecture. I heard that you have been very active recently. Have you won over all of Lin Hua's subordinates? Ningqi looked at the young man in front of him indifferently. He was the elder Duan who was punished by the Windflower Palace. He was at the early stage of the Eternal Life realm. Duan cupped his hands at Ningqi and laughed dryly. Prefecture Master, you have misunderstood me. Many of Lin Hua's subordinates are acquaintances with me. That's why we often chat together. Since the palace master handed you over to me, you are my subordinate. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, you are not pleasing to my eyes. Ningqi said indifferently. A trace of horror flashed in Duanda's eyes. Could it be that Ningqi wanted to? 10 minutes later, Duanda, who had lost his cultivation and was like a pile of mud, was thrown out by Ningqi. Chapter 1177. Annoying update, the Wang clan is here. Ningqi held a jade slip in his hand. He had found this jade slip on his table, and it should have been left behind by Meng Tianshu. He gently activated it with the power of law, and a virtual image suddenly appeared in front of Ningqi. It was densely packed with lines and dots. Lines were roads. The small dot was the city. This should be the map of the Azure Dragon continent. However, it shouldn't be very comprehensive. There was a red dot on it, which represented Ningqi's location. The Great Desert region only occupied 1,000th of the map. There was a path that emitted a faint yellow light. At the end of it was a huge red that was labeled with the words Mystic True, Celestial Realm. Ningqi had been in the Azure Dragon continent for quite some time, so he naturally knew that the place where the Azure Dragon 7 sages resided was called the Celestial Realm. He heard that it was modeled after the way the central continent divided its territories. Even if we don't do anything and just fly there, it will take at least 2 years. Ningqi furrowed his brows slightly. This meant that once he reached the mystic true immortal realm, he would only have 1 year left to find that item for Meng Tianshu. His agreement with Feng Yanwudo would also waste 2 years. Ding! System update complete. A crisp sound rang in Ningqi's mind. There was a hint of joy in Ningqi's eyes. After more than 4 years, the system had finally been updated. He immediately immersed his mind into it, wanting to see what the system had been updated. Prompt: the system's spiritual stones have reached saturation. In the future, you will no longer be able to exchange spiritual stones for Dragon Slayer coins. Also, since the host's cultivation base has reached immortal level, the Dragon Slayer coins have been cancelled. All items required for exchange will be converted to Dragon Slayer crystals. Note: the quota for Dragon Slayer crystals is now open. No more restrictions. Hint: the only way to obtain Dragon Slayer crystals is to kill dragons, humans, demons, and so on that have sin value. The higher the sin value, the more Dragon Slayer crystals you will obtain. It is no longer linked to your cultivation base. Ningqi's expression turned ugly. He immediately looked at his attribute panel. Indeed, there were more than 100 million Dragon Slayer coins, but they had disappeared without a trace. The number of Dragon Slayer crystals was the same as before. Obviously, the system did not automatically exchange the Dragon Slayer coins for Dragon Slayer crystals. System, aren't you going to compensate me for canceling my Dragon Slayer coins? Did you eat my 100 million Dragon Slayer coins? Ning Qi asked angrily. Host's authority is insufficient. Please increase your authority. I'm asking you a question. Do you still not have enough authority? Ning Qi laughed out loud in anger. Please increase your privileges. The system's voice was as cold as ever. Fine. You'll regret it when I have enough authority to capture you in the future. Ning Qi threatened it. He wasn't sure whether the system had its own consciousness or not. The only thing he could be sure of was that the ability of the system was still beyond his understanding. Even if he was now an eternal life realm cultivator, he still couldn't touch the secrets behind the system. Ning Qi sometimes really wanted to know who invented this most powerful Dragon Slayer system. The only good thing about this update was that there was no limit to the amount of dragon slaying crystals, so there was no need to use dragon slaying coins to exchange for the pitiful amount of dragon slaying crystals every month. As for sin value, Ning Qi had never tried it before, so he didn't know if this update was good or bad. Outside the Great Desert, it took Ning Qi 10 days to finally find a demonic beast with a sin value. A giant tortoise the size of a small mountain swaggered past Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at its attributes and saw a big sin value above its head. 3. This giant tortoise's cultivation had not reached the eternal life realm, but its body emitted the aura of a middle-stage battle Dan realm cultivator. Ning Qi directly smashed it into ashes with a palm strike. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 20 law force. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 dragon slaying crystals. 3 sin value represents 3 dragon slaying crystals, which is equivalent to 30 million dragon slaying coins. Oh, this update is not bad, but there are too few people with sin value. What method does the system use to determine the sin value? Ning Qi touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Finally, he decided to hurry to the mystic true immortal realm. If he met someone with sin value on the way, he would just kill them. As long as he gathered 20,000 dragon-slaying crystals, his world devastator immortal tribe bloodline would advance to a higher rank. About 30,000 to 40,000 miles away from the Great Desert region, there was suddenly a flash of lightning that bombarded towards Ning Qi. At the critical moment, the thunder and lightning law in Ning Qi's body instantly erupted, and he moved 100 feet horizontally. At his original position, there was a trident. The person holding the trident was a bald giant with red hair on both sides of his head. He had a ferocious expression. Yiksha Dharma Idol. The dignified, mysterious dark elixir sect is hiding, isn't it a joke? Ning Qi sneered, and a trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Kid, hand over your elixir cauldron and elixir formula, and I will spare your life today. A loud laughter came from the void, and the void not far from Ning Qi turned into fragments. Mysterious dark elixir sect walked out from it and looked at Ning Qi with a sneer. Ning Qi subconsciously glanced at the sin value above his head. 35. How about it? Have you thought it through? I admit that your alchemy skills are extraordinary, but a dead person is like an extinguished lamp. Once you die, there will be nothing left. Xian, you looked at Ning Qi coldly and threatened. Feng Wudao also wants my elixir cauldron. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Xian Yu's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, You gave it to him? Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Since Feng Wudao has spoken, if I don't give him the elixir cauldron, can I still leave Zhilu's sacred land? That's true. What a pity. A trace of pity flashed in Xian Yu's eyes, and then he sneered, It's fine if you don't want the elixir cauldron. How about this, as alchemists, Why don't we find a place to have a good exchange of alchemy skills? Hee, it's not a problem to exchange alchemy skills. The main thing is that mysterious dark elixir sect is willing to let me take a look at your 6th level phase congregation pill formula. And I am naturally willing to let you take a look at Yama's tier formula. I will also give you a 2nd level cultivation increasing pill formula. What do you think? Ningqi smiled. Xian Yu laughed sinisterly. Sure, there is a beautiful place not far away. Let's go. Let's go. Ningqi smiled and nodded. In the next moment, the Yiksha Dharma form launched another attack on Ningqi. Ningqi took out the Dragon Slayer saber and blocked it. With a clang, a huge force struck, and Ningqi was sent flying hundreds of miles away. The trident in the Yiksha Dharma form's hand also had a crack. Old man, I won't play with you anymore. I'll make a move first. His saber can actually hurt my Dharma form. Chapter 1178. Ancient Baron's Forbidden Grounds. No wonder the young master asked me to kill this guy. This guy is only at the early stage of Eternal Life Realm. How could he injure Xian Yu's yellow-level superior grade Dharma form? A silhouette appeared indistinctly in the air, looking in the direction where Xian Yu and Ningqi had disappeared to with a grim gaze. He then moved and chased after them. Brat, don't run. How can you escape from my palm? Xian Yu chased after Ningqi. The anger in his eyes was about to erupt. Damn it, he has 2 types of rule power. Xian Yu had seen Ningqi's rule power before, but he did not expect him to have a 2nd thunder rule. In terms of speed, this rule power was far faster than the Xian Yu fire. If his cultivation was not so much higher than Ningqi's, he might not be able to see Ningqi's, but Xian Yu, old man, I have already arranged to meet sect leader Meng. If you continue to chase after him, be careful that you will be killed by sect leader Meng. Ningqi threatened Xian Yu as he ran. Xian Yu heard this, and his movements slowed down. But he immediately realized that this must be Ningqi's evil plan. He increased his speed in exasperation and chased after Ningqi. A senior once said that speed is the only thing that can't be defeated in the world of martial arts. This sentence makes some sense. If I didn't have the Thunder Rule, I would have fallen into this old man's hands. If my speed was a little faster, I would have long disappeared. I even had the chance to try to kill him. What a pity, Ningqi sighed in his heart. His Thunder Rule was about to be exhausted. Judging by the speed he was going at now, he would probably be caught by Xian Yu after another 7 or 8 days. For days later, Ningqi suddenly realized that Xian Yu's speed was gradually slowing down. At the same time, there seemed to be a mountain range shrouded in thick fog in front of him. What's going on? The closer he got to the mountain range, the more Ningqi felt that his body was becoming sluggish. In the end, he was suppressed to the ground by a mysterious force and could not fly at all. He quickly glanced behind him and found that Xian Yu had landed on the ground like him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Where exactly is this place? The jade slip map flashed in Ningqi's mind. Suddenly, his memory locked onto a certain dot on the map. He seemed to remember seeing this place when he was looking at the map before. Kid, in front of us is the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Do you dare to enter? Xian Yu's voice sounded behind Ningqi. Yes, the mark on the map was indeed the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. Ningqi had heard of this place before. It was said to be the most mysterious place in the Azure Dragon continent. Even the experts of the central mainland did not dare to enter it. There were all kinds of immortal herbs and spirit medicines that had gone extinct long ago. Every year, hundreds of cultivators who wanted to make a meteoric rise entered the ancient, desolate Forbidden Grounds, but no one ever came out. At this very moment, not far in front of Ningqi, there were a few cultivators in 2s and 3s with solemn expressions, as if they were making an important decision. They were attracted by Xian Yu's voice and looked towards the 2 of them. Old geezer Xian Yu, come in with me if you have the guts. I'll wait for you inside. If you don't come in, then you're the son of a tortoise." Ning Qi turned his head and smiled at Xian Yu. His figure rushed into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation like lightning. He had no other choice. If he turned back, he would definitely be caught by Xian Yu. By then, he would definitely die. Instead of that, he might as well risk his life in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. With the system, at least his chances of coming out were higher than others. This kid really rushed in. Does he not want his life anymore? Xian Yu looked at this scene with his mouth agape. Then he recalled the words Ning Qi had scolded him. Anger surged in his heart again. He wanted to burn Ning Qi's bones into ashes. Unfortunately, he could not vent his anger with his own hands now. It's a pity about those elixir recipes. Xian Yu sighed deeply and turned to leave. He was not stupid enough to rush into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation to kill Ning Qi. A few masters of creation had died in there. He was just an early stage transcendence, realm, cultivator. He would definitely die if he went in. That guy is an early stage eternal life, realm, cultivator. I think so. He already rushed in without hesitation. What are we waiting for? Come, let's go in. The group of cultivators had a fiery look on their faces. They rushed into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. Some of them were forced into a dead end by their enemies. Some of them grew up listening to the legends of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. The legends told them that whoever could walk out of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation would be the protagonist of this world. They also wanted to be the protagonist and become the 8th sage of the Azure Dragon Continent. Young cave master's instructions should be completed, right? It's impossible to come out after entering the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. After Xian Yu left, the early stage transcendence realm cultivator who had been following behind the two suddenly appeared. He looked in the direction of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation and touched his chin. The way back is gone. Ning Qi had just rushed into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation when he stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, he found that the way he came had disappeared. There was only heavy fog. Apart from him, a few more black figures walked out of the fog. Their faces were filled with excitement and a hint of confusion. Seeing that it was not Xian Yu, Ning Qi was relieved. Among these 5 people, one was a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator, while the other 4 were middle-stage eternal life realm cultivators. When they saw Ning Qi, their faces showed a hint of joy. "Little brother, you came in here before us. Did you find anything?" The 5 cultivators walked in front of Ning Qi, and the late-stage eternal life realm cultivator asked. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, I came in a few breaths earlier than you. The only thing I found is that the way to come in has disappeared." When everyone heard this, they looked behind them, and their faces suddenly showed a dignified look. A middle-stage eternal life realm cultivator immediately turned around and rushed into the fog. Seeing this, everyone waited in place. After a full hour, the cultivator still hadn't come back. Except for Ning Qi, the other 4 people's faces looked a little ugly. The rumor about the forbidden area of the ancient desolation is true. The late-stage eternal life realm cultivator sighed. It only took them a few breaths to come in, but it took that cultivator a full hour to turn around and go back. Even if he didn't die, he most likely was entangled by something. Everyone, since we chose to enter the forbidden area of the ancient desolation, we must have our own reasons. Either we were forced by our enemies, or we want to get something from the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. However, we all have the same purpose, and that is to leave this place. Why don't we move forward together? If we encounter danger, we can at least help each other. This one is a pure yang immortal realm rogue, cultivator, Bo Shi. May I know your names? Chapter 1179. Ordinary people. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman also introduced themselves. They all came from different immortal realms, and each immortal realm represented one of the 7 saints of Azure Dragon. Little brother, it's your turn. Bo! She looked at Ning Chi with a smile. The other 4 were somewhat disdainful. After all, Ning Chi was just an early-stage, eternal life realm cultivator. Bei Xian, from profound, true immortal realm. Ning Chi smiled. Who was the guy who chased you just now? Bo Shi smiled. Everyone saw that Ning Chi was chased by Xian Yu and escaped into the ancient Desolation Forbidden Area. Xian Yu Pill Sect, one of the top 10 pill sects of the Azure Dragon Continent. Ning Chi smiled. Xian Yu Pill Sect. Bo, she was slightly stunned, and so were the other 3. Then, Bo, she smiled and said, I've heard of the mysterious Nether Elixir Sect. That's only one of the 10 great elixir sects of your mystic true celestial realm, not the 10 great elixir sects of the Azure Dragon Continent. Hee, but the 10 great elixir sects of my Pyryong celestial realm are the same. They call themselves the 10 great elixir sects of the Azure Dragon Continent. Is that so? Ning Chi was stunned. He really thought that Xian Yu was one of the top 10 pill sects of the Azure Dragon Continent. But according to what Bo Shi said, there were 10 pill sects in every immortal realm. Then Xian Yu could only be ranked in the top 70. Xian Yu Pill Sect is an early-stage, law, phase, realm cultivator. Although pill sects are generally not good at fighting, you're just an early-stage, eternal life, realm cultivator. How could you escape from him? You're not bragging, are you? The eternal life, realm middle-stage cultivator who looked at Ning Chi suspiciously was called Li Xiangqi, a cultivator of tyrant immortal realm. A lightning law flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. When everyone saw this, they immediately knew why Ning Chi could escape from an early-stage, law, phase, realm cultivator. So you have the lightning law. The speed of the lightning law is at the top of the upper class. No wonder you can escape from Xian Yu Pill Sect. Li Xiangqi suddenly realized. The other 2 people also looked at Ning Chi with slightly different eyes. An eternal life realm cultivator with the laws of thunder and lightning could not be taken lightly. In their hearts, they had already put Ning Chi on an equal footing with them. Let's go and see what's so special about this ancient Desolation Forbidden Area. Bossy smiled. Everyone glanced at each other, but still stood in the same place without moving. The ancient Desolation Forbidden Land was a very dangerous place. In the Azure Dragon Continent, no one had ever heard of anyone coming out of it. Even if everyone had no other choice but to come here and try their luck, no one dared to take a step forward. That middle stage, eternal life, realm cultivator was a good example. Little brother Beishian, you possess the law of lightning and are faster than us. Why don't you take the lead? Bo, she looked at Ning Chi and smiled. I agree. Li Xiangqi nodded. Very well. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Ning Chi glanced at them with a frown and said indifferently, I've used up a lot of power of laws on the way here. I need to recover here. Why don't you leave first? With that, he sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Everyone looked at each other and Bosi smiled. Brother Beishian is more attentive. Since we're in the remote antiquity forbidden grounds, we need to recover to our peak condition. Everyone, please take a rest. With that, he smiled at everyone and sat down cross-legged. Li Xiangqi and the others followed suit. There was no sun or moon in the ancient Desolation Forbidden Grounds, so no one knew how many days had passed. After Ning Chi recovered to his peak condition, he stood up. Little brother, can we go now? Bosi and the others seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. This group of fellows still didn't give up their evil intentions of letting him lead the way. Just as he was about to speak, a rustling sound came from the front. Everyone immediately looked over in alarm. Not far away, a blood-red wolf appeared. Its eyes were like rubies, shining brightly as it calmly stared at them. Monster beast! Li Xiangqi frowned slightly. If the ancient desolation forbidden grounds were, as the legends said, it should be dead silent. How could there be a monster beast here? What are you looking at? The cultivator standing next to Li Xiangqi seemed to be dissatisfied with the red wolf staring at them. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes, and he directly stabbed it with his sword. "Wait!" Bosi quickly shouted in a low voice. But it was too late. The cultivator had already attacked the red wolf. In the blink of an eye, he was in the red wolf's mouth, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. After the red wolf glanced at everyone coldly, it leisurely turned around and left with the cultivator in its mouth. What's going on? Is that monster beast in the law manifestation realm? Li Xiangqi was dumbfounded. Bosi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then said with a dignified expression, "I can't see what the monster's cultivation is, but it can kill a cultivator in the middle stage of eternal life realm. Even if we join forces, we are definitely not its opponent. However, it doesn't seem to have any malicious intent towards us. If it didn't attack just now, it might not have died." After a pause, Bosi said to everyone, "The ancient desolation forbidden grounds is very dangerous. If we encounter something, we must observe carefully. Don't act impulsively. Even law manifestation, realm, cultivators don't dare to come here. We, who are in the eternal life realm, are just like mortals here. Indeed, we are no different from mortals." Ning Qi's voice sounded. Bosi was slightly startled. "Brother Beixian, what did you find?" "Try to see if you can fly." Ning Qi smiled. "Flying? I could already do it when I was in the Qi refining realm." Li Xiangqi sneered and leaped into the air. But before he could jump 1/2 meter high, he fell directly to the ground. His face showed a stunned expression. "What's going on? What happened to my cultivation?" Bosi and another female cultivator named Zhangqing from the Central Earth Immortal Realm also tried it, and the result was the same as Li Xiangqi. Not to mention flying, they couldn't even jump high. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. They finally understood why that cultivator had been snatched away by a demonic beast that had yet to transform. They became ordinary people. His cultivation of the eternal life realm was completely gone. "But I can clearly feel the power of law in my body," Li Xiangqi muttered to himself. "I'm afraid that the ancient desolation forbidden grounds didn't abolish our cultivation, but there is a kind of mysterious power that suppressed our cultivation to such a degree." Ning Qi said faintly. When no one was paying attention, he stretched out his hand and patted his left leg. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although his cultivation was suppressed and he couldn't use it at all, there seemed to be some remaining strength in his body. It was probably because of the bloodline of the World Devastator Immortal Clan. Everyone, in this situation, I don't recommend you to wander around like headless flies. Let's share what you know about the ancient desolation forbidden grounds and see if we can find some clues. Chapter 1180. The fallen god Lanbo Shi, Li Xiangqi, and Zhangqing agreed with Ning Qi's suggestion, but they had no idea what to do next. The primordial desolation forbidden ground had instilled great fear in their hearts. How many years had it been since they last experienced the feeling of being mortals? Their cultivation at the eternal life form realm had been suppressed to the point that they were no different from mortals. Any beast could easily kill them. Let me tell you what I know about the primordial desolation forbidden ground. Zhangqing, who had been quiet all this while, spoke up. "I can't find out how long the primordial desolation forbidden ground has existed, but I found a few ancient books that contained a few descriptions about it. One of the books said that 3 million years ago, there was a great change in the weather. An ancient city came from the rift and landed on the Qinglong continent. It was the predecessor of the primordial desolation, forbidden ground. There were many powerful beings in the ancient city who could change the world with a wave of their hands. They were all creators. What happened after that?" Li Xiangqi's eyes widened. He had never heard of the rumor. Every one of them was a creator? So terrifying? "There's nothing after that. The ancient books only described it. I'm not sure if it's true. Zhang Qing shook her head. Every one of them was a creator? That's impossible. If they were that powerful, why would this place become the primordial desolation, forbidden ground? Then where did those masters of creation go? Bo, she frowned. The three did not notice that Ning Qi's eyes suddenly flickered. The notification from the system echoed in Ning Qi's heart. Ding! Congratulations! The host has found the fallen god land. Please bury the fallen god heart in the fallen god land, and you will receive the blessing of God, the fallen god heart. Ning Qi's memory was triggered. The fallen god heart that the system mentioned was the orb that could absorb cultivations that he had found in the Draconic Penitentiary in Dongxian. Ning Qi had almost forgotten about the mission. After all, many years had passed. The time limit given by the system was only 10 years. It seemed like it had already exceeded the time limit. System, didn't the time limit for the mission go past? Why is there such a mission? Ning Qi asked. The time limit for the mission has been extended to 20 years. Please check the details, the system said coldly. Ning Qi took a look at the details of the mission. As expected, the time limit was changed to 20 years. What the hell is this system thinking? Is the God-fallen heart really that important to it? Why is it giving me more time? This place is called the Land of Fallen Gods. Could it be that those gods are referring to the group of creators that Zhang Qing mentioned just now, who can change the world with a wave of their hands? A trace of deep doubt flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. Demonic beasts are coming. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned dignified. Even Li Xiangqi's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. A dignified, middle-stage, eternal life realm cultivator unexpectedly fell to the point of being afraid when he heard the footsteps of a monstrous beast. I can't stay here for long, Bossy calmly said. Everyone immediately got up and ran into the distance. In less than 7 or 8 breaths of time, an angry roar came from behind them, and the ground began to shake. Li Xiangqi turned his head to look and was immediately scared out of his wits. It was a huge rhinoceros with a height of 30 to 40 feet. Its whole body was wrapped in iron armor, and its rhinoceros horn was shining with a dark red light. Whether it was its power or its size, it was much more terrifying than the red wolf from a moment ago. If they were to get hit by it, they would probably die on the spot. From the cultivator who was killed by the red wolf just now, it could be seen that the Eternal Life Realm's unique doppelganger ability had lost its effectiveness in this place. Dead. Ning Qi's speed was very fast, leading the other 3 people. The one running at the back was Zhang Qing. Seeing that she was about to die under the horn of this rhinoceros, Ning Qi sighed. His footsteps paused slightly and appeared between Zhang Qing and the rhinoceros monster. This rhinoceros monster should be a rank 4 monstrous beast. Ning Qi had killed many of these monstrous beasts in the past, but now that his cultivation was sealed and his physical strength was greatly weakened, he didn't know whether he was a match for this rhinoceros monster. But if they kept running, it would attract the attention of more powerful monstrous beasts. At that time, all of them would fall into a dangerous situation. Roar! When the rhinoceros monster saw that Ning Qi didn't retreat, it leaped up with its front 2 legs, as if it wanted to trample Ning Qi to death. Bo Shi and the others were stunned at this scene. A trace of gratitude flashed in Zhang Qing's eyes. They had never met before, but Ning Qi stopped to help her. This made Zhang Qing very touched. Rise! Ning Qi roared. He placed both hands on the rhinoceros monster's belly and lifted it up heavily. Then, Ning Qi realized that he overestimated his strength. He was completely crushed by the rhinoceros monster's huge strength. He was heavily stepped on the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from Ning Qi's mouth. He's finished. Let's go. Li Xiangqi quickly shouted and ran without looking back. Bo, she followed closely behind. Zhang Qing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't choose to stay to help Ning Qi. No wonder those Transcendence Realm cultivators and creators don't dare to enter this place. Ningqi rolled and dodged the rhinoceros monster's attack. The incomparably huge rhinoceros horn was deeply inserted into the ground. Ningqi sighed in his heart. Roar! Realizing that Ningqi was still alive, the rhinoceros monster seemed to have been greatly humiliated. Its eyes turned bloodshot. Ignoring Bo Shi and the others, it charged at Ningqi again. I hope you're worth the price for something bought with 1,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Ningqi looked at the rhinoceros monster indifferently. A Gatling gun appeared in his hand. This was not an ordinary Gatling gun. It came from a high-tech plane. According to the system's introduction, it was powerful enough to kill some low-level cosmic beasts. This rhinoceros monster was not as powerful as cosmic beasts, was it? Moreover, it had unlimited bullets. It only had durability. Once the durability reached 0, the gun would automatically be destroyed. Go to hell! Tat 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 tat! Frantic gunshots rang out as blue energy bullets rained down on the rhinoceros monster's body, piercing through its thick armor and causing beautiful blossoms of blood to blossom. Woo! Woo! The rhinoceros monster let out a miserable howl and turned around to run. It would be fine if this rhinoceros monster had no sin value, but above its head was a huge sin value. 5. Of course, Ningqi wouldn't let it go. He continued to attack the rhinoceros monster with a Gatling gun. A few seconds later, the rhinoceros monster's broken body collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 dragon-slaying crystals. The system's notification sounded. Ningqi blew at the green smoke rising from the Gatling gun as a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected, the land of fallen gods could seal the cultivation of cultivators, but it had no effect on these high-tech gadgets. Bo Shi, Li Xiangqi, and Zhang Qing watched this scene with their mouths agape. Do you know what Beishuan's Dharma artifact is? Chapter 1181. Rosefinch grass. 1% of the durability is gone. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ningqi glanced at the demon scorpion Gatling. There were 100 bars on the durability bar, but now 1 bar was gone, and Ningqi's harvest was only 5 dragon-slaying crystals. Brother Beishian, is your cultivation not sealed? Why can you use the Dharma artifact? My Dharma artifact is in the interspatial ring, but I can't take it out. Li Xiangqi and the other 2 carefully walked in front of Ningqi. The one who spoke was Li Xiangqi, and he looked puzzled. Ningqi waved his hand, and the demon scorpion Gatling was put into his spatial bag. The spatial bag was not the interspatial ring, and it didn't need to be activated by cultivation. Naturally, it couldn't be sealed here, and he could use it at any time. When the 3 saw this scene, they were even more shocked. The way they looked at Ningqi changed dramatically. This early-stage, eternal life realm cultivator was becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. I don't know why. Maybe this world likes me? Ningqi smiled. Everyone knew that Ningqi didn't want to talk about it, so they didn't ask anymore. Bo, she smiled and said, then let's go. Brother Beishian can activate the Dharma artifact. If we encounter monsters on the way, you can take care of us. Let's go. Ningqi glanced at Bo, she indifferently. He knew that Bo, she wanted to use him as a shield to block them in times of danger. However, Ningqi did not mind. This primeval forbidden area was the God's Fall land that the system had mentioned. Ningqi wanted to find the correct God's Fall throne and bury the God's Fall heart there. If he had a few more people by his side, they would be able to act as his shield when he was in danger. Seeing that Ningqi didn't want to leave alone, the 3 were relieved. Zhang Qing's eyes were filled with guilt, and she wanted to say something, but stopped. Taoist Zhang Qing, don't worry. If it were me, I would have done the same. Ningqi smiled. Thank you, Taoist Beishian. Zhang Qing heard this, and a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. She bowed to Ningqi and thanked him. With Ning Qi in the lead and the other three at the back, the four of them gradually walked into the depths of the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. Occasionally, they would encounter 2 or 3 demonic beasts, but they were all turned into sieves by Ning Qi's demon scorpion Gatling gun. On the 10th day of entering the ancient desolation forbidden area, Zhang Qing suddenly found a spiritual herb on a cliff. Look, isn't that the vermilion bird grass? Zhang Qing stared at the cliff, dumbfounded. Everyone followed her gaze and saw a vermilion bird on the cliff that was 30 zhang above the ground, trying to spread its wings and fly. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't a vermilion bird at all. Its tail was embedded into the cliff, and it was a stalk of spirit herb that was as lifelike as a vermilion bird. Even its eyeballs and the feathers on its body were extremely lifelike. However, this stalk of vermilion bird grass was very different from the ones they usually saw. Normally, the vermilion bird grass in the outside world matured in 300 years and was about the size of a palm, an extra 100 years, an extra inch. This stalk of vermilion bird grass was already 30 to 40 feet long, and it was more than a few hundred palms wide. As expected, it's just like the legends. There are countless spiritual herbs in the ancient desolation forbidden area, and there's actually a vermilion bird grass that's at least tens of thousands of years old. This stalk of vermilion bird grass can be exchanged for at least a mid-grade magical item in the outside world. Li Xiangqi looked at the vermilion bird grass excitedly. Bo Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Right now, among the four of them, Ning Qi was the strongest. As long as he took out that strange magical item, he would be able to kill Bo Shi, Li Xiangqi, and Zhang Qing. Then he would be able to take this stalk of vermilion bird grass for himself. Vermilion bird grass is one of the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct the rank 6-9 cycles of immortality pill. This stalk of vermilion bird grass is so old, if we take it to the outside world and ask an alchemist to concoct it into 9 cycles of immortality pill, how many 9 cycles of immortality pill would there be? The effect of the pill would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger, right? Zhang Qing murmured to herself. She and Li Xiangqi didn't notice. Bo, she's concerned at the moment. Ning Qi glanced at Bo Shi and smiled at the others. Even if we take this stalk of vermilion bird grass, we can't leave the ancient desolation forbidden ground. Therefore, its value cannot be compared to the outside world. If what Taoist Zhang Qing said in the ancient book is 80 to 90% true, then this ancient desolation forbidden ground has existed for millions of years and no one has ever left it. In here, a 30,000-year-old spiritual herb is probably as valuable as a 100-year-old spiritual herb in the outside world, right? Hearing this, the three of them immediately understood. The worry in Bo Shi's eyes gradually faded away. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Ning Qi was right. They still haven't adjusted their mentality. The value of this stalk of vermilion bird grass might not be as high as they thought in the ancient desolation, forbidden ground. If they wanted to concoct the 9 cycles of immortality pill, they must go to the Alchemist Union and ask an alchemist who is at least a pill emperor to concoct the pill. Where could they find an alchemist in the ancient desolation, forbidden ground? Sigh, we can't even find an alchemist to concoct it. What a pity. This stalk of vermilion bird grass. Li Xiangqi sighed. Have you guys forgotten who is after me? Ning Qi said lightly. Everyone was taken aback. After thinking about it carefully, their eyes were suddenly filled with doubt. Brother Beixian, could it be that you're an alchemist? Bo, she asked carefully. If I wasn't an alchemist, would I have been chased by the Xianyu geezer? He lost to me in concoction and wanted my recipe. That's why he used his early stage Dharma phase cultivation to trap me and interrogate me for the recipe. Ning Qi smiled mockingly. SSS, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xianyu elixir sect was one of the top 10 elixir sects in the mystic true celestial realm. How could Brother Beixian, who was only at the early stage of eternal life state, defeat him in concoction. Did that mean, Li Xiangqi said excitedly, Brother Beixian, can you concoct the 9 cycles of immortality pill? Ning Qi checked the price of the recipe. 100 dragon slaying crystals. He still had more than 800 dragon slaying crystals left. He nodded and said, of course. This time, the 3 of them looked at Ning Qi with a hint of respect. To be able to defeat an alchemy ancestor realm alchemy master, his alchemy skills must have reached the alchemy ancestor realm. Such an alchemy master, even if his cultivation was only in the eternal life realm, Law Fei's realm cultivators had to give him a certain amount of respect, let alone them. Ning Qi immediately bought the recipe of the 9 cycles of immortality pill. This elixir was very similar to the essence gathering elixir. The ordinary quality of the elixir could increase the cultivation of an eternal life state cultivator by 150 years. I still need a dozen other spirit herbs to concoct the 9 cycles of immortality pill. I believe these spirit herbs are not difficult to find in the forbidden ancient lands. Chapter 1182. The Walking Dead after picking the vermilion bird grass. Another 3 to 4 months had passed. In these 3 to 4 months, the 4 of them had already found more than 30 spirit grasses. They had maintained a speed of 1 every 3 to 4 days. This kind of distribution of spirit grasses was simply shocking and delightful at the same time. Each spirit grass was at least 10,000 years old. If they brought these spirit grasses to the Azure Dragon continent, they could exchange them for a superior grade Dharma artifact that was even better than the Diamond Saint garment. Loathing fruit. It's the loathing fruit, at least 50,000 years old. Li Xiangqi said excitedly as he pointed at a small tree not far away that was full of gray fruits. Ning Qi walked over and took the fruits. We've gathered all the materials for the 9 transformations of immortality elixir. Brother Beixian, start making the elixir now. Li Xiangqi looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Bo, Shi, and Zhangqing were also looking forward to it. After all, the spirit grasses they had found this time were too old. The 9 transformations of immortality elixir would be more than 3 times as effective. If 1 pill could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, each of them would get at least 2 to 3 pills. That would be 2 to 3,000 years worth of cultivation. Ning Qi smiled. If we can't use the power of laws, how can we make elixirs with fire? The others immediately realized that the forbidden land of the remote antiquity had sealed their cultivation. If they couldn't use the power of laws, they wouldn't be able to make elixirs at all. The 3 of them were very disappointed. Although there were high-tech furnaces in the dragon-slaying mall that could be used to make elixirs, the quality of the elixirs would be 50 to 60% lower than the elixirs made with the law of hellfire. The price of a furnace was about the same as the demon scorpion Gatling gun. So Ning Qi didn't want to use that method to make elixirs. Don't worry. The cultivators who entered the forbidden land of the remote antiquity should have been killed by those beasts. We just need to be careful and we'll be able to stay alive. When we find the way out, we'll split the elixirs evenly among the 4 of us. Ning Qi smiled. That's the only way. The 3 nodded. By then, the beasts they had encountered were of higher levels. Even with the demon's scorpion Gatling gun, Ning Qi felt a little tired. But it wasn't realistic to turn back. They had to keep moving forward to find the fallen god position. Then they might be able to leave the remote antiquity, forbidden land. Half a year later, it had been almost a year since Ning Qi and the others entered the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. The 4 of them finally found an ancient city in front of them. It was an ancient city without any signs of life. It seemed like even demonic beasts didn't dare to come close. Ancient city? Li Xiangqi stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. He said in a daze, Zhangqing, is this the ancient city you mentioned before? Could it be that what the ancient book said was true? More than 3 million years ago, Was there really an ancient city that broke through the void and eventually became the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? Wouldn't there be the corpses of the masters of creation inside? Zhang Qing was also dumbfounded, and her face was full of disbelief. Bo Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy after he recovered from his shock. He calmly said, "Everyone, perhaps this ancient city hides a way to leave the forbidden area of the primordial desolation. Why don't we go check it out?" "I'm afraid this is the fall-in god position." Ning Qi sensed that the god's fall heart, which had been silent all this time, was beginning to glow with a faint green light, as if it had come to life. "Someone's here!" Zhang Qing suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw a figure slowly walking into the ancient city. This figure seemed to even look back at them. Then everyone saw a horrifying scene. Many figures appeared not far away, walking into the ancient city like walking corpses. These figures were dressed in very different clothes. Some of the figures were wearing robes that only the cultivators of the Green Dragon continent wore tens, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Glass, glass, glass dragon great sage? Bo Shi's gaze stopped on a figure, and then his face revealed a look of horror. The figure was 30 feet tall, with a dragon head and a human body. He was wearing a red robe, and the 2 dragon horns on his head were translucent. There were faint thunder and lightning swimming in them. Glass dragon great sage? Brother Bo Shi, are you talking about? Li Xiangqi and Zhang Qing's eyes were instantly filled with horror. Yes, it's him, the master of the pure yang great sage, the master of the glass dragon wonderland. If it wasn't for his disappearance, there wouldn't be a pure yang wonderland. I didn't expect the glass dragon great sage to come to the ancient desolation forbidden land. Bo Shi's face was full of excitement, and he was about to rush towards the glass dragon great sage. Ning Qi grabbed his arm and said lightly, "Calm down. Don't you think these people are strange?" "Yes, Brother Bo Shi. I'm afraid that's not the real glass dragon great sage anymore. Would a cultivator at the perfected transcendence realm look like a walking corpse?" Li Xiangqi and Zhang Qing hurriedly said. One of them was a cultivator of the domineering celestial realm, and the other was a cultivator of the celestial realm of the central region. They had no feelings for the glass dragon wonderland, so they naturally wouldn't be deceived by the scene in front of them. Bo Shi was so excited because he had seen a legendary figure that he had always heard of since he was a child. That was why he was so brainless. When he calmed down, he also realized that something was wrong. There was a lingering fear in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his back. 98, 107, 230, 605, a total of 605 people, Ning Qi said with a solemn expression. Are these guys all transcendence realm cultivators? Li Xiangqi's palms were sweating. They should be. Otherwise, there would be far more people. Bo Shi nodded. In the past 3 million years, at least more than 1 billion cultivators have been buried there. These 605 people should be cultivators above the transcendence realm. Zhang Qing did some calculations, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She didn't know if she didn't count, but she was shocked when she did the calculations. Every year, there would be 200 to 300 cultivators who entered the forbidden area of the primordial desolation. After more than 3 million years, there would be more than 1 billion cultivators. Are we still going to enter the city? Li Xiangqi asked with a frightened expression. We've been walking for nearly a year before we found this ancient city. This scene just proves that there is a phenomenon in this ancient city, and it's very likely that there are clues to leave the ancient forbidden land. Bo Shi frowned, but Li Xiangqi and Zhang Qing still couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. More than 600 transcendence realm cultivators whose sanity was unknown had entered the ancient city right under their noses. If they entered and were attacked by the other party, they would definitely die. Have you guys forgotten that this place has sealed our cultivation? The cultivation of these transcendence realm cultivators should be sealed as well. I have a way to test it out. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 1183. Body of a deity. This high-tech drone came from the same high-tech plane as the demon Scorpion Gatling gun. Its technology was about 30,000 years ahead of Earth. Not only did it have the ability to fly in space for a short period of time, but it was also equipped with a laser cannon. However, its power was mediocre. In that high-tech plane, it was only the lowest level of equipment in the Army. It couldn't compare to the demon Scorpion Gatling gun at all. Bo Shi and the other two were dumbfounded as they watched the palm-sized drone fly up from Ning Qi's hand and fly towards the ancient city. At the same time, Ning Qi's other hand was holding a remote control from which a faint blue light was emitted, condensing into a virtual image. The image was from the drone's perspective. My friend, your Dharma artifacts are so strange. Can you sell one to me if you can get out? Li Xiangqi said enviously. If they were at the peak of their cultivation, they would not be interested in this kind of celestial device that did not even have a trace of the power of law. However, they had found that in this forbidden area that could seal cultivators' cultivation, this kind of celestial device was not restricted. If they could leave the forbidden area of remote antiquity in the future, they naturally wanted to buy a few from Ning Qi as a backup. Let's talk about it when we get out. I can sell you a few. Ning Qi smiled. By then, the drone had already entered the ancient city. The three of them didn't say anything else and looked at the image carefully. The streets, buildings, and style of the ancient city were different from the cities they usually saw. There was no one on the streets, and there was a trace of desolation. Soon, the drone caught up with a group of Dharma plane cultivators. They were silent and continued to walk forward with lifeless eyes. Ning Qi controlled the drone to follow them from afar. He didn't disturb them without permission. He wanted to see where they were going. Half a day later, the group of Dharma plane cultivators slowed down. Ning Qi pulled the drone up and saw an altar-like building in front of them. There were 3 seats on it. They weren't ordinary seats. They were many times bigger than ordinary chairs, and there were 3 bodies that were 100 feet tall sitting on them. The 3 bodies had black hair and jade-like skin. Their eyes were closed, and there was no sign of life on them. The one in the middle had a big hole where the heart should be, and there was nothing inside. SDTH, Bo Shi and the other 2 gasped as they stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Could it be that these 3 are the masters of the ancient city? Li Xiangqi muttered to himself in a daze. With such a body, could they be Titan descendants? There are Titan descendants in the central continent, and the strongest among them is a creator. Could these 3 be their ancestors? Zhang Qing said blankly. Not just 3. Bossy's eyes were sharp. Sure enough, on both sides of the altar, there were hundreds of people bowing as if they were bowing to the 3 of them. However, there was no sign of life in these people. This aura, even though Ning Qi was separated by a virtual image, he could still feel a strong immortal aura from the 3,000 feet tall giants. They were immortals, dead immortals. If my guess is correct, these 3 people are probably 3 of the immortals who chased after little Six and the others. However, why did they die here? If their lifespans were exhausted, they would not have died in such a way. Could it be that the group of people bowing had maintained this posture for 3 million years? It was as if their lives were taken in an instant. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with horror. How strong were the immortals who chased after little Six? They were probably far stronger than the creators that everyone spoke of. But could such an existence really be taken away in the blink of an eye? The person who did it was definitely not little Six. Who could it be? Did little Six know about the forbidden ancient desolation land? Questions arose in Ning Qi's mind. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Look! Zhang Qing pointed at the image with a face full of fear. The glass dragon sage and the other transcendence realm cultivators who were like walking corpses stopped in front of the altar. Then they slowly knelt on the ground, raised their heads, and opened their mouths. The power of law burst out from their mouths and finally condensed together like a long dragon, entering the black hole in the chest of the celestial in the middle. This scene lasted for a full hour. The faces of the glass dragon sage and the others withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies also became as thin as sticks, as if they had been hollowed out. Then they slowly got up and walked out of the ancient city. After absorbing so much power of the laws, the chest of the dead immortal's body seemed to thump. He is not dead. He is absorbing the power of laws, blood essence, and chi of the glass dragon sage and the others. Bo Shi's body trembled uncontrollably. He thought of a very terrifying thing. The glass dragon sage had been missing for 180,000 years. Could it be that for the past 180,000 years he had been in this forbidden ancient desolation land, acting as nutrients and fertilizer for that terrible existence? Li Xiangqi and Zhang Qing obviously thought of this. Li Xiangqi immediately said, "Let's go. I would rather die here than become like them." "Don't worry. I'm afraid only Dharma characteristic realm cultivators are qualified to be absorbed," Ning Qi said calmly. After a pause, a trace of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. "Did you see the first figure we saw in that group of people just now?" "I don't think so," everyone said with uncertainty. If the glass dragon sage and the others have all lost their minds, why did that figure look at us? Ning Qi frowned. Walking in the front. Has consciousness. Could it be? The horror in the eyes of Li Xiangqi and the others became more and more intense. Even Bo Shi, who advocated entering the ancient city to explore, asked Ning Qi and the others to leave together and escape as far as possible. Ning Qi also sensed the strangeness of the situation. That figure was most likely related to the three immortals. However, he had already seen the four of them, but he ignored them. Was it because he looked down on their level of cultivation, or did he have other plans? Usually, Ning Qi would have left long ago. However, he was different from Bo Shi and the others. In addition to finding clues to leave the forbidden ancient desolation land, he also had to complete the task in the land of fallen gods, because the system not only increased the time limit for him, but also changed the punishment for failing to complete the task. His cultivation would drop by a large level. System, must I personally bury the heart of fallen gods into the fallen god position? Ning Qi asked. This task needs to be completed by the host. The cold voice of the system sounded. You go first. I want to go into the ancient city. Chapter 1184. Inside the city. What? Brother Beixian, you still want to go to the ancient city? Didn't you see what happened to them? Li Xiangqi exclaimed. Bo Shi and Zhang Qing also looked at Ning Qi, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. A normal person, even a transcendence realm cultivator, would be scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Why did Ning Qi still go to the mountain, knowing that there was a tiger? There might be a way to leave the primordial forbidden ground. Don't you want to leave? The spirit grass we get this time can be refined into elixirs that can increase your cultivation by thousands of years. By then, your enemies won't be a match for you, right? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Li Xiangqi stammered. That's enough. You can either leave here first, wait for me outside, or go in with me. Choose one. Ning Qi smiled. I'll wait for you outside. Bo, she said awkwardly. A trace of hesitation flashed through Zhang Qing's eyes, but she ultimately chose to wait for Ning Qi outside. Instead, it was Li Xiangqi, who had always been the most timid, who clenched his teeth and said, I'll go in with you. Why? Ning Qi smiled. Aren't you afraid of death? Yes, of course I'm afraid of death, but my enemies aren't simple. If I don't get more benefits in the primordial forbidden ground, I'll still die even if I get out. Li Xiangqi said honestly. Ning Qi smiled and said, Let's go. Bo, Shi, and Zhongqing watched the two enter the ancient city. Their faces gradually became solemn, and there was a hint of worry in their eyes. In the ancient city, Li Xiangqi carefully followed behind Ningqi, looking around for fear that some kind of existence would come out and kill him. But when the two came to the altar, nothing happened as Li Xiangqi expected. Everything seemed calm and tranquil. However, the 100 people bowing on both sides of the altar and the three immortals' corpses at the center caused Li Xiangqi's heart to palpitate in fear. Brother Beixian, let's not worry about this place. How about going to other places? Li Xiangqi transmitted his voice. Ningqi did not comment on his suggestion. Once he observed the three immortals' corpses at a close distance, he nodded and sent a private message to Li Xiangqi. All right, let's go take a look around first. This is a huge ancient city. Even if everyone died in one night, there should be something left behind. The two spent 3 to 4 days searching most of the ancient city, but in the end, they found nothing. That's impossible. How could there be nothing valuable in such a big city? Li Xiangqi mumbled to himself. Just then, he seemed to have tripped over something and fell flat on his face. When he got up, Ningqi had already picked up the culprit who tripped Li Xiangqi. It was a stick, black and swarthy, as if it was a fire stick. What is this? Li Xiangqi looked at it angrily. This rod did not have the slightest aura of an artifact. How could he trip over such a thing? Do you want this stick? Ningqi laughed. No. Li Xiangqi shook his head. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of the eternal life realm. If people knew that he was picking up trash here, would he still have face? Then I'll take it. Ningqi smiled slightly and put the stick into his spatial bag. This stick was very heavy and did not match its size. Moreover, it appeared in the land of fallen gods, so it might have some value. After searching for a few more days, the two finally found 4 or 5 immortal artifacts. More than 200,000 nomological forces. This is a high-grade immortal artifact. Li Xiangqi excitedly looked at the scattered immortal artifacts on the ground in front of him. His eyes filled with ecstasy. There were a total of 5 immortal artifacts, each of which contained more than 200,000 nomological forces. Even among the high-grade immortal artifacts, the grade was not too low. At least, it was worth more than the diamond saint robe that Feng Yanwudo lost to Ningqi. 3 of them were sword-shaped immortal artifacts. 1 was a seal immortal artifact, and 1 was a boat immortal artifact. Brother Beixian, you take 3 of these 5 immortal artifacts, and I'll take 2. What do you think? Li Xiangqi asked Ningqi, his eyes flashing with expectation. Ningqi smiled and nodded. He stepped forward and put the boat-shaped immortal artifact, seal immortal artifact, and a sword-shaped immortal artifact into his spatial bag. A trace of disappointment flashed in Li Xiangqi's eyes. He also wanted the boat-shaped immortal artifact. Although it was an auxiliary immortal artifact, it was definitely a good tool for traveling. However, since Ningqi had made the first move, he had no choice but to take the 2 sword-shaped celestial devices. Not to mention that after nearly a year of contact, his attitude towards Ningqi had become completely different from the beginning, and there was a trace of comradeship between the two. Moreover, the rare celestial devices that Ningqi had made Li Xiangqi not dare to provoke Ningqi, nor was he willing to provoke Ningqi. This time it was already beyond his expectations that he could get 2 upper-grade celestial devices. Brother Beixian, why don't you help me keep them first? Li Xiangqi tried to use the interspatial ring, but he still could not use it. He reluctantly smiled at Ningqi. All right. Ningqi nodded and put away the 2 sword-shaped immortal artifacts. Li Xiangqi looked at Ningqi eagerly and said, Brother Beixian, if we leave the forbidden ancient desolate land, you have to return them to me. Don't worry. Do you think I'll be greedy for your 2 high-grade immortal artifacts? Ningqi rolled his eyes. Li Xiangqi thought about it and realized that Ningqi was right. Ningqi could even defeat the mysterious Nether Pill sect. Such an alchemist would not lack high-grade immortal artifacts in the Azure Dragon mainland. There's nothing worth exploring here anymore. Do you want to wait for me outside with Bosi and the others? Ning Qi said calmly. Brother Beixian, aren't you going to leave? Li Xiangqi was surprised. Then, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Ning Qi had discovered some secret? Thinking of this, Li Xiangqi quickly said, Brother Beixian, I'll go with you. If there's anything, you can have someone to help you. All right, it's up to you. Ning Qi guessed what Li Xiangqi was thinking at the moment. He smiled casually and walked in the direction of the altar. In front of the altar, Li Xiangqi glanced at the 3 huge celestial corpses in horror, especially the one in the middle. The scene of the glass dragon sage and the others being drained of their essence appeared in Li Xiangqi's mind again. Brother Beixian, what are you doing here? Did you find something? Li Xiangqi whispered. Ning Qi did not answer Li Xiangqi. Instead, he tried to take out the God-fallen heart from the space bag. As expected, he successfully took out the task item, indicating that he had come to the right place. What is this? Chapter 1185. His Descendants. Ning Qi did not answer Li Xiangqi's question. Instead, he held the God-fallen heart and walked towards the hundreds of people who were bowing on both sides. He observed their expressions. These people looked very lifelike, as if they were still alive. However, in reality, there was no sign of life from them. They were already dead, and only their shells remained. Li Xiangqi did not know what Ning Qi was planning to do. He could only follow Ning Qi closely and stare at the bowing people warily. Even though they had been dead for a very long time, the faint pressure on their bodies still made Li Xiangqi's heart palpitate. The God-fallen heart, Ning Qi frowned slightly. In the end, his gaze fell on the 3 celestial corpses. The large hole in the chest of the celestial corpse in the middle gave Ning Qi a flash of inspiration. Could this be the celestial's heart? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Ning Qi's heart began to pound. If his guess was correct, the thing in his hand was most likely the heart of a real celestial. If I swallow it, Ning Qi shook his head with a bitter smile. The system would not allow him to swallow the quest item. If it really was the celestial's heart, Ning Qi's cultivation would increase greatly after he swallowed it. Li Xiangqi did not follow Ning Qi this time as he watched him walk towards the celestial corpse in the middle. Instead, he stood on the spot with a hint of fear in his eyes. He simply did not dare to approach the 3 large corpses. Ning Qi raised his head and glanced at the celestial. He looked exactly like a human. Apart from his enormous body, there was no other difference. His eyes were tightly shut, and the large, pitch-black hole in his chest was like the gaping mouth of a giant beast. It was glaring at Ning Qi like a tiger watching its prey. If I put the God-fallen heart in, will this celestial come back to life? If he does... A hint of hesitation flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. This was a compulsory quest from the system. Unless he was willing to drop a cultivation level or never leave the ancient, desolate, forbidden grounds, he had to complete this quest. Thinking of this, Ning Qi sighed. Like a monkey, he nimbly climbed onto the corpse of the celestial clan. When Li Xiangqi saw this scene, there was a look of horror in his eyes. He never thought that Ning Qi would be so bold. He clearly knew that the other party was not really dead and was still absorbing the essence of the glass dragon sage and the others. Yet he still dared to disturb the other party? If he were to awaken the other party, wouldn't he be buried with him? Brother Beixian, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Li Xiangqi transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. Ning Qi ignored him. With just a few moves, he climbed to the chest of the immortal's corpse and looked up. He could see faint golden bones, meridians, flesh, and blood, but there was no blood. If this is where you belong, then go. Ning Qi looked at the God-fallen heart in his hand and gently threw it. The God-fallen heart seemed to be lifted by an invisible force and floated in the air. Tens of thousands of green rays of light surged out from the God-fallen heart. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chi was covered by this green light. He was afraid that there was something strange about this green light, so he directly returned to the ground and walked to Li Xiangqi's side. The two of them stared blankly at the green light at the chest of the Celestial Clan's corpse. Dong! Dong! A roar that shook the earth sounded in this part of the world. They saw that the chest of the Celestial Clan's corpse began to rise and fall rhythmically. The sound of a heartbeat. Li Xiangqi said in horror, "I heard the sound of a heartbeat. He's going to live. Brother Beixian, what did you just do? Is he really going to live?" Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. At this time, the two of them changed their expressions again. They saw that not far in front of them, there was suddenly an additional figure. "It's that guy." The two of them changed their expressions. This figure was the guy who had just glanced at them when they saw the ancient city. Apart from the two of them, there was really another person in the ancient city. Who are you?" Ning Qi hesitated for a moment and asked. Li Xiangqi quickly pulled Ning Qi's arm and shook his head, a trace of horror in his eyes. The figure slowly turned around. When the two of them saw his face, even Ning Qi was shocked and took a few steps back. Li Xiangqi even fell to his knees with a thud. "Senior, spare me, Senior." This figure's face was exactly the same as that of the Celestial Clan leader. Needless to say, Li Xiangqi knew that he was definitely that existence. A terrifying existence that could enslave hundreds of Dharma-characteristic realm cultivators. It was likely that he was a terrifying existence that was the master of the ancient, desolate, forbidden lands. "Thank you for finding my heart for me." He looked at Ning Qi with a slight smile. "Senior, are you from the Celestial Clan?" Ning Qi quickly cupped his hands. "Celestial Clan? How do you know where I come from?" A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes before he appeared in front of Ning Qi in a flash. Ning Qi had no cultivation and could not resist at all, so he was placed on his shoulder. A moment later, a strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, "So you're his descendant?" Li Xiangqi's expression was blank. He could not hear what the two of them were talking about at all. Even the shape of their lips gradually became blurry in his eyes. Li Xiangqi already knew that this existence obviously had something that he did not want him to know about to Ning Qi. What is Brother Beishuan's background? What was that thing in his hand just now? What is his connection with this place? Li Xiangqi was not a fool. He could already glean a lot of information from these clues. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. His descendant. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He was about to ask a few more questions when he continued with a smile. "Since you and I are of the same race, that's even better. Although your cultivation is very weak. Once my body recovers, I'll nurture you well. I'm afraid we'll be the only two Celestials left in this world." "Two Celestials?" A trace of shock flashed through Ning Qi's eyes before he said in a low voice, "Senior, aren't there two Celestials sitting next to you?" "Them. When the enemy attacked, their immortal hearts could not even escape in time and were completely destroyed. No one in this world can resurrect them," he said indifferently. For some reason, Ning Qi could sense a trace of disdain in his tone. "Senior, what is the background of the enemy who attacked us? Just how strong is he?" Ning Qi asked the question that he wanted to know the most. "It's a cultivator of the netherworld." A trace of hatred seemed to flash through his eyes. Chapter 1186. Divine Grace, you must remember this. We immortals and the cultivators of the abyssal realm are irreconcilable enemies. If we were in the land of the immortals, they wouldn't be able to descend so easily. But in this world, as long as some cultivators of the abyssal realm are willing to pay a certain price, they can descend at any time. However, they can't stay for long, or else my heart would have long since been found by them," he said calmly, as if he was giving advice to a junior. A look of shock flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He had only heard of the underworld cultivators when he was in the Zulu Holy Land and saw the 2 underworld artifacts. Ningqi had always thought that the underworld was just a relatively special land. He did not expect the cultivators here to be strong enough to kill the immortals. Senior, just what sort of enmity does the immortals have with them? Ningqi said respectfully. Grudges? Then there's a lot to talk about. The netherworld cultivators don't just have grudges against us immortals. They have grudges against all the other races. It's just that we immortals have the power to fight against them. He said calmly. After a pause, he continued, Do you know that no matter who you are, there will come a day when your lifespan runs out? Even the Lord Immortal Emperor is no exception. When your lifespan runs out, the cultivators of the underworld will smell it like rabid dogs. When you are at your weakest, they will come to your side and bring you to the underworld. Only we immortals have long lifespans, and we are a thorn in the side of the cultivators of the netherworld. As long as there is a chance, they will ignore the rules. Even if your lifespan is not up, they will descend beside you and take you to the netherworld. This world is too close to the netherworld. In the past, we accidentally leaked a hint of immortal chi, and that's why we attracted the attention of the cultivators of the netherworld. Hiss! Ningqi sucked in a breath of cold air. According to the other party's words, weren't the cultivators of the underworld the same as the legendary king of hell on earth? If the king of hell wants you dead by midnight, he won't let you live till the 5th? At this time, he suddenly smiled at Ningqi. I'll talk to you in detail when I'm reborn. Once he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and charged straight into the immortal's corpse. At that moment, green light instantly swept out in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of miles of territory were covered by the green light. Countless monster beasts knelt on the ground, trembling with fear as they looked at the source of the green light. Outside the ancient city, Bo, Shi, and Zhangqing stared at the scene dumbfounded. What happened? Could it be that Li Xiangqi and the others triggered the restrictions here? In the ancient city, Ningqi and Li Xiangqi watched as the 100 bowing people by their sides gradually disappeared in the green light. They turned into starlight that surged into the immortal's corpse like a galaxy. That was not all. The immortals sitting by his sides also looked as if they were about to melt. From head to toe, they gradually disappeared, and the starlight they turned into was absorbed by the immortal in the middle. My cultivation is back. Li Xiangqi was pleasantly surprised. The power of law in his body surged wildly, and the aura of the middle stage eternal life realm was fully revealed. When Ningqi saw this, he also urged the power of law in his body. Sure enough, just like him, his originally suppressed cultivation had been restored to its original state. From the looks of it, the restrictions here are going to disappear bit by bit. The ancient, desolate, forbidden land will no longer exist. Ningqi said in his heart. Li Xiangqi's face was filled with surprise and fear. He transmitted his voice to Ningqi. Brother Beixian, the restrictions here must have something to do with this senior. Now that the restrictions have disappeared, it means that he is about to break through. We can leave the ancient, desolate, forbidden land now. Brother Beixian, I see that you seem to know this senior. I wonder if you can introduce me to him later? Li Xiangqi was not a fool. He had naturally guessed that the green light must have something to do with the god-slaying heart in Ningqi's hand. This meant that Ningqi most likely did not enter the ancient, desolate, forbidden land because he was being chased by someone. Instead, he came here specifically to help that senior. Needless to say, this senior's cultivation was at least at the creator realm. If he could hug the leg of such an existence, he, Li Xiangqi, would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the Azure Dragon mainland. Even if he went to the central mainland, he would still have a place. Not a problem. Ningqi smiled faintly, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He had more or less guessed the background of the Celestial, but he had no idea what the Celestial's temper was like. It would be fine if the Celestial was grateful to him for saving him. It would be equivalent to him gaining a terrifying backer. However, Ning Qi vaguely felt that the last smile of the Celestial seemed a little strange. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the God-slaying heart mission. Rewarded with innate divine power, God's grace. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi immediately immersed himself in the attribute panel and checked the innate divine power. God's grace, celestial divine power, activated with celestial qi. Grade, level 1. Has the effect of reversing reincarnation. Reversing reincarnation. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. The explanation on the attribute panel was so short. It seemed that he had to find a chance to test it out to find out how powerful this celestial divine power was. Brother Bei Xian, look. Li Xiangqi's eyes were filled with shock. Ning Qi had also noticed that the wound on the Celestial's corpse's chest had completely healed. Not only that, but his body was also disintegrating at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Just when the two of them thought that there might have been an accident that caused the resurrection to fail, a gust of black gas surged in the air and intertwined before the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a young man in a black robe. His eyes were shining with a faint red light, and his lips were slightly black. There was an unconcealable evil charm on his face. Congratulations, Senior. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with fear, but he still bowed respectfully on the surface. Li Xiangqi followed suit, but he could not hide the fear in his eyes. Is this the feeling of having a physical body? It's so comfortable. The young man ignored the two of them. He raised his hand slightly as if he was embracing the world and let out a sigh. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with shock. The law of lightning enveloped his body, and he turned into a bolt of lightning and sped into the distance. When Li Xiangqi saw this, he froze in place. Little brother, where are you going? The young man in the black robe smiled and grabbed. Ning Qi appeared in front of Li Xiangqi in the blink of an eye. However, this time the young man in the black robe grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. What's going on? Li Xiangqi instinctively took a few steps back, terrified by this turn of events. You're not a celestial. Ning Qi smiled bitterly at the young man in the black robe. He was as powerless as a child in the young man's hands. Oh, then who am I? Chapter 1187. Don't run. You're that underworld cultivator. Ning Qi stared at the black-robed young man. So what if I guessed it? I had planned to nurture this immortal body for an epic. When the time comes, I'll be able to use it. As long as I go to the land of immortals and devour you immortals, even the underworld won't be able to do anything to me. I didn't expect you to bring his heart here. You've saved me 80 million years, ha ha ha. The black-robed young man threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with pride. Nurture for an epic? 84,290,000 years? This guy actually planned to use so much time to nurture a corpse, but I saved him so much time. System. Oh, system, you tricked me. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. Aside from that, I didn't expect there to be an immortal like you in this world. The scent of your blood is even more fragrant than those three. I've devoured their blood and memories, but I still can't figure out the origin of your bloodline. Little brother, why don't you clear up my doubts before you die? The black-robed young man looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Didn't you say that I'm his descendant? Are you lying to me too? Ning Qi looked at the black-robed young man indifferently. Death was at hand, but he actually calmed down. Various methods flashed through his mind, but none of them could allow him to break free from the other party's control. This guy's cultivation was too terrifying. Just by grabbing him casually, the power of the laws in his body seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, unable to be mobilized in the slightest. Don't you know that we, the underworld cultivators, love to lie? The black-robed young man smiled. Then devour me now. Devour me and you'll know everything. Ning Qi said, flatly, You don't seem to be afraid of death? The black-robed young man was slightly taken aback. So what if I'm afraid of death? Will you let me go? Ning Qi's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Yes, I really won't let you go. After devouring your bloodline and cultivating for a few million years, I'll be able to go to the land of immortals. With my methods, I'll be able to reach the level of an immortal lord in an ancient era. You have to thank me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had such a chance in this lifetime. Come, fuse with me. The black-robed young man laughed. A faint green light instantly wrapped around Ning Qi, turning him into motes of light. Li Xiangqi watched in horror. At the same time, the black-robed young man also turned into motes of light, as if he was about to fuse with Ning Qi. What the hell is going on? Bo Shi's voice came from behind Li. Li Xiangqi hurriedly turned around to find that Bo Shi and Zhang Qing had already entered the ancient city and were looking at the scene before them with horror. Big brother Bo Si, I don't know what happened either. After brother Beixian and I came in, Li Xiangqi explained everything. Of course, he completely ignored the matter of the 5 superior grade magic tools. After speaking, Li Xiangqi said with some hesitation, Now that our cultivation has recovered, should we stay or leave? You're saying that this senior might be a creator? Bo Shi's eyes flickered with astonishment. Zhang Qing was just as shocked. That's right. Li Xiangqi nodded. All the herbs we found are with brother Beixian. Why did we come here if we were to leave just like that? Bo Shi asked after a slight hesitation. Zhang Qing and Li Xiangqi already knew his decision. They exchanged glances with one another and decided to stay with Bo Shi. Perhaps they would be able to obtain a great fortuitous encounter once everything was over. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. The scene in front of the 3 of them was still the same as the first day. There was no change, but they already had a trace of doubt in their hearts. At the same time, a few more groups of cultivators entered the desolation forbidden grounds. Their cultivation was not sealed, so they could easily kill the demonic beasts they encountered. Just like Bo Shi and the others, it did not take long for these groups of cultivators to find ancient immortal grasses and spirit herbs. Apart from the fact that they couldn't find a way out of the forbidden area, the cultivators were living a much better life than Bo Shi and the others. At least, they wouldn't be killed by the beasts with low cultivation. At this moment, in an incomparably dark void, Ning Qi didn't have a body, nor did he have a divine soul. He only had a consciousness floating around, and another consciousness was chasing after him crazily. Damn it, where the hell am I? That consciousness transmitted a monstrous rage. Idiot, I don't know where this is either. Can you stop chasing me? You can't catch up to me. Ning Qi scolded. The moment the black-robed young man attacked, their consciousnesses were pulled into the space by a mysterious force. Ning Qi initially thought that it was the black-robed young man's trick, but he didn't expect that the black-robed young man was in the same situation as him. Tell me the truth. Are you sent by the underworld? You set me up. The consciousness roared angrily. His level of cultivation might not be that great in the abyssal world, but in this world he was an invincible existence. If it were not for the fact that he could not stay in the world for a long time and could only hide in the forbidden ancient barren lands, the ant who called himself the Celestial Emperor would have long since been killed by him. Someone must have found out about my arrangement and wanted to rob me of the fruit of success. That must be it. Damn it. The black-robed young man's consciousness was extremely angry and regretful. If he hadn't been greedy for Ning Qi's bloodline, he would have left the forbidden area and found a place to hide and cultivate. Then he wouldn't have ended up like this. The 2 consciousnesses chased each other. Ning Qi didn't know how much time had passed, but a trace of impatience appeared in his heart. His consciousness stopped and stared at the other coldly. Boy, you're not running away. I'm going to devour you. No matter who is behind this, I'm going to tear him into pieces and suppress him in the underworld prison forever. The black-robed young man's consciousness let out a wild laugh and directly pounced on Ning Qi. I'll kill you! Ning Chi roared. 3 breaths later, Ning Chi's consciousness was extremely shocked. The black-robed young man's consciousness was not much better, because he found that he couldn't devour Ning Chi at all. Instead, he was at a slight disadvantage. What was going on? Ha ha ha. I see. Ning Chi laughed wildly. He always felt that this situation had something to do with the system. If the system had interfered in this matter, Ning Chi felt that things were not so terrible. You can't devour me. I'm going to devour you. Don't run. Ning Chi laughed wildly and pounced on the other party. Chapter 1188. You're shameless. Why are you running? Don't run. Hold it right there. Still running? Don't you feel ashamed? Aren't you going to devour me? Aren't you going to become an immortal lord in the land of immortals? Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Come on, talk to me about the netherworld. I won't devour you. Ning Chi's consciousness chased after the black-robed young man in a frenzy. As long as he caught up, he would tear him apart. The black-robed young man was no match for Ning Chi at all. He could only give up a bit of his consciousness to escape. Damn it! The black-robed young man's consciousness was furious and humiliated, but he couldn't use any means in this void, and his consciousness was weaker than his opponent's. He had no choice but to run. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his consciousness was devoured completely. Would his cultivation, which had lasted for nearly 4 epochs, be reduced to ashes just like that? After an unknown number of days, Ning Chi's consciousness grew stronger bit by bit, and the black-robed young man's consciousness shrank bit by bit. Finally, the black-robed young man stopped running. Let's make a deal. We'll call a truce for now. When we get out, I'll use the Enlightenment art to raise your cultivation to. Creator, that should be the limit of this world. What do you think? The black-robed young man said. Do you think I'll believe you? Ning Chi smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, I can swear on my inner demons. The black-robed young man said. You'd better keep running. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Even though he was only in his consciousness, the black-robed young man probably couldn't see his smile. I'll fight you to the death. The black-robed young man was furious. He was a dignified netherworld cultivator, but he'd already lowered his voice and begged for mercy from a mere ant, and the other still wouldn't let him go. Evil Azura, then let's fight to the death. I'll devour you bit by bit. Ning Chi laughed loudly. Evil Azura was the black-robed young man's name, something Ning Chi had learned during their chase. After another round of bitter struggle, the Evil Azura's consciousness became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was almost the size of a palm. Ning Chi, on the other hand, was a full 3 meters tall. He chased after the Evil Azura like a giant. His current speed had far surpassed the Evil Azura. Where are you going, little brother? Ning Chi's consciousness grabbed the Evil Azura with a smile. No, don't swallow me. I can give you 4 great eras worth of cultivation. I beg you to spare my life. I'm willing to return to the netherworld and never leave. The malevolent Azura's consciousness begged for mercy in terror. After cultivating for so many years, this was the first time he had felt fear. Even the great enemies that he had encountered over the years had never made him so afraid. In the netherworld, there was no such thing as death. At most, he would be imprisoned in the netherworld prison by a stronger netherworld cultivator, unable to be reincarnated for eternity. But now the evil Shura knew that as long as his consciousness was devoured by the other party, there would no longer be an evil Shura in the underworld or this world. There was no chance for him to come back to life. He had completely disappeared from the heavens. There's no use begging for mercy. Since you want to devour me, I'll naturally devour you. Unfortunately, you're too greedy. If you let me leave earlier, this situation wouldn't have happened. Do you regret it? Ning Chi looked at Evil Azura with a smile. Regret? Fear? Unwillingness? There were too many emotions in the evil Shura's consciousness. Of course he regretted it. After plotting for over 3 million years, he had successfully abandoned his identity as a netherworld cultivator and became an immortal with a mortal bloodline. He could enjoy this wonderful world, and success was right before his eyes. But now he was about to be devoured by an eternal realm cultivator. Everything he had was about to return to nothingness. I regret it. I beg you, please spare my life. I don't want anything. You can have my immortal body, my cultivation. I just want to return to the netherworld. The evil Shura's consciousness suddenly changed. At that moment, what appeared before Ning Chi was a monster the size of a palm. It was as skinny as a stick, with long, thin arms, a pair of legs, and a round body. On its deformed head were 2 eyeballs that took up 3/4 of its head. At that moment, the eyeballs were begging for mercy. This is a netherworld cultivator? Such an ugly thing killed 3 immortals? Ning Chi sized up the evil Shura, curiously. I'll ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. Ning Chi said calmly. Please ask. The evil Shura's eyes flickered with hope. In the netherworld, how many existences like you are there? Ning Chi said calmly. I don't know how many. The evil Shura said. You mentioned that when a cultivator of the netherworld reaches the end of their lifespan, they will be brought to the netherworld. Is that true? Ning Chi's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He then asked, It's true, it's true. The evil Shura blurted out. With his intelligence, he should not be in such a passive position. However, his life was currently in Ning Chi's hands. His only hope was that Ning Chi would keep his promise and spare his life. Don't cultivators of the netherworld have to pay a great price to be able to descend? Ning Chi frowned. The evil Shura could not see the frown on Ning Chi's face, but he could sense that Ning Chi was slightly displeased. He blurted out, They have to pay a great price to descend. But when the lifespan of the netherworld is about to reach the end of their lifespan, we cultivators of the netherworld are forced to descend. Not only do we not have to pay a price, we can even devour them to improve our cultivation. Forced to descend. Ning Chi was slightly shocked. If the evil Shura was not lying, didn't that mean that there was a pair of hands controlling the entire netherworld? Were there also cultivators of the netherworld that he could not see when the people he killed died? Ning Chi felt chills run down his spine as a chill rose in his heart. Perhaps he sensed Ning Chi's emotions. The evil Shura took the initiative to speak. That's why I wanted to escape from the netherworld. No matter how strong one's cultivation is in the netherworld, one will never be able to obtain true freedom. I'd rather give up my eternal life and become an immortal. The evil Shura's eyes flickered with regret as he said that. If he had known that this would happen, he would have stayed in the netherworld obediently. Although his status was not high, he would not have to worry about his life. Why? Why did I spy on the location of those immortals? If I hadn't discovered them, I wouldn't be begging for mercy like an ant today. The evil Shura's consciousness was extremely unstable. I'm not satisfied with your answer, Ning Chi said calmly. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but there were too many and it would take up a lot of time. To avoid any accidents, Ning Chi decisively lunged at the evil Shura's consciousness. You're shameless. Chapter 1189. A blessing in disguise. The evil Shura's consciousness was completely devoured by Ning Chi in no time. He even let out a burp. At the same time, a system notification rang in Ning Chi's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring an underworld cultivator. Ding! The host's intermediate world devastator immortal tribe bloodline has evolved to an advanced level. The system is still here. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. With the system around, his consciousness shouldn't stay in this void for too long. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, Ning Chi felt his consciousness being pulled away by some kind of force. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Li Xiangqi and the other 2 staring at him in shock. Bei, Brother Bei Xian, where's that senior? Li Xiangqi asked blankly. He still didn't know that the evil Shura was planning to devour Ning Qi. He was confused by what had happened. Ning Qi ignored Li Xiangqi and started to inspect his body. At the first moment, he felt that something was wrong with his body. Not long after checking, Ning Qi discovered a pale green spherical object in his sea of consciousness. The green orb was slowly emitting the power of law, constantly fusing with Ning Qi's body. The speed was not fast, nor was it slow. At this rate, Ning Qi would be able to gain more than a dozen laws every day. What shocked Ning Qi was that the power of laws emitted by the green ball was insignificant compared to the green ball itself. The power contained in the green ball was probably beyond Ning Qi's imagination. Could this be the cultivation left behind by the evil Shura? He was originally a cultivator of the netherworld and cultivated for 4 eras. Then he devoured 3 celestials and hundreds of bowing people. If they are considered to be masters of creation, then Glass Dragon Sage and the other Dharma manifestation cultivators must have fed him for many years. Ning Qi gasped at the thought of this. Then his eyes were filled with ecstasy. If this green ball really contained the essence of the evil Shura, what level would his cultivation level reach after absorbing it? Probably far beyond the creator realm, right? A blessing in disguise. That was Ning Qi's first thought. Sly old fox. That was Ning Qi's impression of the system. And he really suspected that the system had already calculated all of this before sending him here to deliver the Godfall Heart, the void that could trap the evil Azura and prevent him from using any techniques. Even Little Six at his peak might not be able to create such a space, right? After all, Little Six was not as powerful as the Immortals. He had been chased by the Immortals, and those Immortals had been instantly killed by the evil Shura. Ning Qi did not dare to imagine how powerful the evil Shura was. In short, Ning Qi really could not think of anyone else other than the system that could trap him in the void. And my high-grade world devastator immortal tribe bloodline. Ning Qi's mind sank into the attribute panel. There was indeed a change on it. There was a new column for the divine sense of the immortal tribe, divine grace. Apart from that, his intermediate world devastator immortal tribe bloodline had indeed advanced to the advanced world devastator immortal tribe bloodline after devouring the evil Azura. Devouring an underworld cultivator shouldn't have anything to do with the bloodline. What allowed me to advance was the bloodline that the evil Azura had devoured from the 3 immortals. He had meticulously planned this for more than 3 million years, and now it has all fallen into my lap. It seems like no matter how the evil Azura planned, he can't outsmart the system. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. The evil Azura was also unlucky. If the system had not sent Ning Qi to deliver the Godfall Heart, he would have only needed to wait for another 80 million years to successfully nurture the immortal corpse and replace it to live a carefree life in the immortal tribe's mainland. In the end, he had been reduced to ashes. According to the system's explanation, the power of the high-grade world devastator immortal tribe bloodline should be equivalent to that of an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator who specialized in body tempering. This type of cultivator had poor aptitude and couldn't walk the normal path. They could only take shortcuts and temper their bodies crazily to reach a terrifying level. In terms of combat power, they could be comparable to an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator, or even stronger, comparable to a perfected transcendence realm cultivator. The Titan clan of the central mainland belonged to this type of existence. However, they didn't have transcendence forms, so they couldn't perform any divine powers, let alone become a creator. The limit of a body-tempering cultivator was at most perfected transcendence realm. However, due to the flaws of the heavenly body, there were very few cultivators of this type. Even if there were, they would only be at the half-baked transcendence realm. At most, their combat power would be comparable to that of an eternal life realm cultivator. Ning Qi had never heard of a human who could fight against an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator with his body. This time, I didn't come to the remote antiquity forbidden land in vain. If I encounter that old fart Xianyu again, I'll be able to fight him. However, the conditions for reversing the origin are too harsh. After using it once, I have to cool down for a year. If I can maintain this state for a long time, I'll be no different from a transcendence realm cultivator. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Brother Bei Xian, Bo Shi, and the other two's voices came again. Ning Qi came back to his senses and looked at the three with a faint smile. Seeing Ning Qi's reaction, Li Xiangqi quickly asked, Brother Bei Xian, what happened just now? Where's that senior? He looked around but couldn't find any trace of evil Shura. That senior? Oh, his cultivation has reached the peak, and this world can no longer trap him. After I helped him escape, he became an immortal and left. Ning Qi smiled. Became an immortal and left? The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. Ever since they were born, they knew very well what the purpose of cultivation was. Immortality and being able to look down on everyone else were nothing. The goal of the masters of creation in the central continent was something they didn't even dare to think about. That was to become immortals, to go to the legendary immortal continent. Now, they had actually personally witnessed a terrifying existence who had reached such a level of cultivation and went to the land of the immortals right under their noses. The three of them were excited. If news of this got out, even the Transcendence Realm cultivators would have to invite them as guests to ask about this. The restrictive spell of the primordial forbidden land should have disappeared along with that senior's immortalhood. Once this news is leaked, there will definitely be a large number of Dharma Plane cultivators swarming over. Even a creator might come. Should we go find more immortal herbs and spirit herbs first, and then leave this place? Ning Qi smiled. Brother Bei Xian is right. Now that our cultivation has recovered, we don't need Brother Bei Xian's help anymore. We can go look for spirit herbs. How about we meet here in a month? Bo, she quickly nodded and said, a month it is. Chapter 1190. 100,000-year-old Xuanya, fruit ancient barrens, forbidden land. Pairs of blank eyes suddenly opened. Where is this place? A hoarse voice sounded. The person who spoke was the glass dragon great sage that Bo Shi worshipped. Near him, a group of Transcendence Realm cultivators with haggard faces stood in place, looking around blankly. I remember this is the ancient Baron's forbidden land. A Transcendence Realm cultivator spoke slowly, stammering as if he was trying to remember how to speak. Ancient Barons, forbidden land? Pairs of blank eyes suddenly became horrified. They finally remembered. Memories of hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, emerged from the depths of their minds. Quick! Run! A group of figures rose into the air, swaying, and slowly fled into the distance. This group of Transcendence Realm cultivators had just been absorbed once, and their cultivation had not yet recovered. At this moment, any Eternal Realm cultivator could easily kill them. They didn't know why they regained their sanity after being controlled by that terrible existence. The only thought in their minds now was to escape from this terrifying place. The spiritual qi here is the strongest, and there is such a strong medicinal fragrance. There must be immortal grasses and spiritual medicines here. Ning Qi came to a canyon. His nose moved slightly, and he smelled an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Originally, there had been no cultivators in the ancient Baron's forbidden land for millions of years. Some immortal grasses and spiritual medicines should be even older. However, along the way, the most immortal grasses and spiritual medicines were 30 to 40,000 years old. Anything older than that was really rare. Ning Qi guessed that they should have been ruined by the monsters here. With so many monsters, there must be a few that are more intelligent. Since they have ruined so many immortal grasses and spiritual medicines, their cultivation should not be weak. This canyon has such a strong medicinal fragrance, but there are no monsters near it. There must be other mysteries inside. There was a hint of hesitation in Ning Chi's eyes. However, he had already spent 2 years in the ancient baron's forbidden land, and his cultivation was almost the same as 2 years ago. Therefore, he would not let go of immortal grasses and spiritual medicines that could exude such a strong fragrance. With this spirit grass, if he could refine it into a pill that could enhance his cultivation, coupled with the essence of the evil Azura in his sea of consciousness, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could at least break through to the late stage of the eternal life realm. At that time, coupled with the high-grade world devastator immortal tribe bloodline true body, he should be able to fight against Feng Wudao. Following the fragrance of the spirit grass, Ning Chi soon saw a palm-sized spirit grass growing on a stone not far away. There were 9 light red fruits hanging on top of it. Xuanya fruit. Ning Chi immediately inquired about the origin of this fruit in the system and found that it was a kind of medicinal catalyst for a variety of medicinal pills. Even if swallowed alive, a 3,000-year-old Xianyi fruit could increase the cultivation of an eternal life realm cultivator by 300 years, which was almost the same effect as the eternal life 9 turns pill. Moreover, the age of these 9 Xianyi fruits was far more than 3,000 years. Judging from their size, they were more than 30 times bigger than the pictures shown in the system. Perhaps each of them was at least 100,000 years old. Swallowing all 9 pills was equivalent to 90,000 years of cultivation. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of passion, but he was not overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. How could there not be a few demonic beasts eyeing such an old Xianyi fruit covetously? Creak! The sound of a branch being stepped on was heard. Ning Chi slowly turned around and saw a demonic beast with a monkey head and a human body standing not far away from him. An unknown beast's skin was draped around its waist. A transcendence, realm demonic, beast cultivator. Ning Chi's eyes instantly turned solemn. What's your relationship with that person over there? The monkey demon did not attack Ning Chi, but asked with some fear in its eyes. It knew evil Azura? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled faintly. I have nothing to do with him. No, impossible. You have the aura of a celestial lord on you. The monkey demon shook its head. Celestial lord? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. How long have you been cultivating here? Almost 30,000 years. The monkey demon rolled its eyes. After the shock, it realized that Ning Chi's cultivation was different from what it imagined. Ning Chi's aura was countless times weaker than its own. Who are you exactly? The monkey demon's voice gradually gained a trace of confidence. Can't you guess who I am? Ning Chi smiled faintly and glanced at the Xianyi fruits. Are you the one guarding these Xianyi fruits? These Xianyi fruits are mine. Don't you dare snatch them from me. The monkey demon's expression became agitated and a faint golden light appeared on its body. Who said these Xianyi fruits are yours? Everything in the forbidden ancient land, including you, belongs to the celestial tribe. Ning Chi shouted coldly. His black hair fell like a waterfall and a trace of celestial chi spread from his body. Seeing this, the monkey demon's eyes were filled with fear again, and it knelt on the ground with a thud. Celestial Lord, please spare me. Celestial Lord, please spare me. Oh, it's really effective. This guy's ancestors were probably the demonic pets of the 3 Celestials, right? A trace of surprise flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. It was only when he heard the words Lord Immortal from the monkey demon's mouth that he had an idea and decided to use it to test the monkey demon. He did not expect that he would really be able to find out the monkey demon's background. It was extremely afraid of the immortal tribe. It was like a slave meeting its master. No, you might be an immortal, but your level of cultivation is lower than mine. Those 3 Lords Immortals are already dead, and I sense that person's presence disappearing just now. The seal in this place must have been removed. That's right. That must be it. The monkey demon suddenly came to a realization, and its eyes grew brighter. If it wasn't for the fact that the word celestial tribe was deeply imprinted in its heart, it might not have knelt in front of Ning Chi in fear. After it carefully thought through the situation, it immediately stood up and looked at Ning Chi with a complicated gaze. Although you're a celestial tribe, the stone monkey tribe has worked hard for you for millions of years. In this generation, I won't be your slave anymore. I won't. The monkey demon suddenly roared. Then, under Ning Chi's dumbfounded gaze, it flew into the sky and disappeared from Ning Chi's sight in the blink of an eye. He doesn't even want the Xian Yi fruits anymore. Just how afraid is he of the celestial tribe? Chapter 1191. Cultivation level increases. Brother Bei Xian, you're finally here. I've seen several groups of cultivators in the past month. The news has been leaked out. They said that there'll be transcendence, realm, cultivators soon, and even the central continent's creator will come here in person. Li Xiangqi said. Then let's leave this place first. Ning Chi nodded and said, Brother Bei Xian, my 2 Dharma artifacts. Li Xiangqi rubbed his hands and smiled. You don't want Bo Shi and Zhangqing to see it, do you? I'll give it to you when we get out. Ning Chi smiled and transmitted his voice. Li Xiangqi quickly nodded. This time, they easily found the way out of the ancient desolation, forbidden ground. However, when they went out, they encountered a few groups of eternal life realm cultivators and were killed by Bo Shi. It seems that we can't let anyone know that we came out of the ancient desolation, forbidden ground. Otherwise, there will be endless cultivators coming for us. We won't be able to live in peace for 100 years. The 4 of them left the ancient desolation, forbidden ground and came to a secluded bamboo forest. Li Xiangqi sighed. Bo Shi and Zhangqing nodded. They had the same feeling, which could be seen from the ambush. Brother Bei Xian, can we start refining the 9 transformations eternal pill? Bo Shi smiled at Ning Chi. Zhangqing and Li Xiangqi both looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Wait here for me for a day. Ning Chi chuckled. Then, with a slight movement of his body, he disappeared without a trace under the watchful eyes of the crowd. What kind of method is this? Bo Shi was shocked. He was a cultivator in the late stage of eternal life realm, but he couldn't see how Ning Chi disappeared. Brother Bei Xian has a lot of secrets. Don't underestimate him. Li Xiangqi sighed. At least, he was sure that Ning Chi had a close relationship with the Almighty in the ancient desolation, forbidden ground. Top cultivation training ground. Originally, one only needed to spend 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins to buy a day here. But now that the Dragon Slayer coins had been removed, one could only buy it with Dragon Slayer crystals. It rose in value and was actually sold for a dragon-slaying crystal. The price had increased by 100 times. The 9 Kings Supreme cauldron appeared in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi threw one immortal grass after another into the cauldron. Finally, he threw in the 30,000-year-old vermilion bird grass. Even with 40 times the speed, Ning Chi still spent 5 or 6 days refining the 9 cycles of eternal life pill. At the most critical moment, there was even the sound of a phoenix and a dragon roar coming from the pill cauldron. This sudden, violent fluctuation almost made the pill cauldron go to waste. Fortunately, Ning Chi stabilized it. The moment the pill was formed, a phoenix and a golden dragon flew out from the pill cauldron and circled in the air for a quarter of an hour. An enchanting fragrance exploded and filled the entire mountain. 1, 2, 3, 19. Ning Chi was quite satisfied as he looked at the round golden dawn in the pill cauldron. For an ordinary alchemist, being able to refine 3 dawn in one go was already very good. This time, Ning Chi had refined 19 dawn in one go. This was related to the age of the spirit grasses. If he did not have these spirit grasses that were at least 10,000 years old, in addition to the more than 30,000 years old vermilion birdgrass as a medicinal catalyst, this furnace of dawn would at most produce 5 or 6 dawn. Ning Chi directly swallowed a 9 cycles of eternal life pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it turned into juice and dispersed in Ning Chi's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The power of law in his cells rose wildly. 3 days later, Ning Chi absorbed all the medicinal effects. His power of law had increased by more than 10,000. On average, each power of law had increased by about 2,000. Li Xiangqi and the others had advanced to the eternal life realm with royal-grade spirit souls. The limit of their power of law was 100,000. Based on this calculation, this 9 cycles of eternal life pill could increase their cultivation by at least 1,000 years. The effect was more than 3 times stronger than the ordinary 9 cycles of eternal life pill in the outside world. Ning Chi continued to take the 9 cycles of eternal life pill. A month later, the 5 kinds of power of law in his body added up to more than 100,000, reaching a total of about 160,000. However, he reached the eternal life realm with his physical body, which was equivalent to a cultivator who reached the eternal life realm with a sacred grade spirit soul. He could accommodate up to 10 million power of law. If he wanted to break through to the middle stage of the eternal life realm, he needed to condense at least 3 million power of law. Therefore, his cultivation did not break through. Compared to ordinary eternal life realm cultivators, he was equivalent to a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator. Next, Ning Chi took out the Xian Yi fruit. Such a Xian Yi fruit could increase his cultivation by at least 10,000 years. If it was refined into a medicinal pill, it was estimated that it could increase his cultivation by even more. However, it would be very troublesome. The spirit grass that could go with the 100,000-year-old Xian Yi fruit was extremely expensive in the dragon-slaying mall. Ning Chi's remaining dragon-slaying crystals could not even gather the spirit grass for a medicinal pill. If he went to look for it by himself, he did not know when he would be able to gather it. He did not have much time left. After spending almost 2 years in the ancient, desolate, forbidden land, he not only had to find something for Meng Tianshu in the Wang family, but he also had to go to the Kunlun Grotto Heaven to fight with Feng Yun Widow. Therefore, taking the Xianyi fruit directly was Ning Chi's best choice now. Ning Chi took a bite and slowly tasted it. Then he frowned slightly and swallowed the rest of the Xianyi fruit. The juice of the Xianyi fruit was very bitter. It was so bitter that even Ning Chi could not help but frown. If a mortal took a bite, it was estimated that he would not die from the medicinal effect, but from the bitterness. It took Ning Chi a full month to digest the Xianyi fruit. After the medicinal effect was absorbed, the power of law in Ning Chi's body had soared by more than 100,000. Sure enough, it's 10,000 years of cultivation, Ning Chi sighed. There were still 8 Xianyi fruits left, which could make his power of law exceed 1 million, and he would be one step closer to the middle stage of the eternal life realm. A day later, Bo Shi and the other 2 suddenly saw Ning Chi's figure appear in front of everyone. However, this time when they saw Ning Chi, the 3 of them felt that his aura had undergone a great change, but they could not pinpoint the specific change. Brother Beixian, can we start refining the medicinal pill? Li Xiangqi asked quickly. The medicinal pill has been refined. Ning Chi smiled faintly and gave each of them a porcelain bottle. The eyes of the 3 flashed with a trace of disbelief. They opened the porcelain bottle suspiciously and immediately closed it again. A strange fragrance drifted out. Ning Chi looked at the 3 of them with a faint smile. These 3 9 cycles of eternal life pills could at least help Li Xiangqi and Zhang Qing break through to the late stage of the eternal life realm. As for Bo Shi, he could reach the peak of the late stage of the eternal life realm. The status of an alchemist was very noble. Brother Beixian, you disappeared for a day, and you finished refining the medicinal pill? This. Li Xiangqi looked at Ning Chi in amazement. Chapter 1192. Picking up a treasure. The effect of these 9 cycles eternal pills is not bad. I have already tried them. You three should leave this place as soon as possible and find a safe place to take them. Ning Chi smiled. Thank you, Brother Beixian. Bo, she cupped his hands. However, he had some doubts in his heart. If each of them got 3 pills, then how many pills did Ning Chi keep? He hid this doubt in his heart and did not say it out loud. Bo, Shi, and Zhang Qing left separately, leaving only Li Xiangqi looking at Ning Chi. Take it. Ning Chi smiled and took out the 2 high-grade magic tools and handed them to Li Xiangqi. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiangqi received them as if he had received a treasure. He was extremely excited. With these 2 celestial artifacts and the 9 cycles of eternal elixir, he could fight with his enemy. At the very least, if he couldn't win, he could escape. I still have something to do. I will leave first. See you in the future. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands, then turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Li Xiangqi's sight. Li Xiangqi's mouth opened, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Ning Chi if he needed an alchemy apprentice. He was also a middle-stage, eternal life realm cultivator. If he followed Ning Chi, he would not have to worry about not having enough pills in the future. The most important thing was that Ning Chi knew the powerful expert of the ancient desolation forbidden land and had a good temper. If he followed him, he might have unexpected benefits. Unfortunately, Ning Chi left so fast that he couldn't react. A battleship was galloping in the void. Ning Chi stood in front of the deck with his hands behind his back. This battleship was the boat-shaped magic tool he obtained from the ancient desolation forbidden land. It had the power of 150,000 laws of the wind attribute. Ning Chi could not tell what kind of laws they were, but they were of a higher quality than the laws of the wind that Ning Chi had. Moreover, there was a special flight restriction on it. Its speed was 4 or 5 times faster than Ning Chi's. As for the other 2 magic tools, Ning Chi did not refine them. The key was that he felt that they were not of much use to him. It was better to keep them in exchange for other cultivation resources in the future. Ning Chi slowly took out the jade slip map that Meng Tianshu had given him and looked at the route. It would take him at least 3 months to reach the mystic true immortal realm where the Wang family was located. A pitch-black iron rod appeared in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi calmly sized up this iron rod. He felt that there was something wrong with this iron rod. When it tripped Li Xiangqi, Ning Chi found it strange because he was sure that there was no rod under Li Xiangqi's feet. It had appeared out of thin air. He squeezed a little harder, but the iron rod didn't change at all. Gradually, Ning Chi used more and more strength. With his current physical strength, he could crush a mountain range, but he couldn't leave a mark on the iron rod. Let's give it a try. Let's see if my dragon-slaying saber is sharper or if you are harder. Ning Chi smiled. The dragon-slayer's saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the iron rod. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out. There was still no trace of a mark on the iron rod. When the dragon slayer's saber struck it, it seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force and slid to the side. Interesting. I picked up a treasure this time. Joy flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. Even the dragon slayer's saber, which had always been so sharp that Ning Chi suspected it would be destroyed if it was hit head-on, couldn't leave a mark on the iron rod. This was enough to show that the iron rod's origin was not simple. Next time, call Little Six out and let him see where this iron rod came from. Ning Chi kept the iron rod because they were in a hurry and the top cultivation training ground could only be changed between fixed spots. Ning Chi had to return to the cabin to cultivate. Because the essence of the evil Azura had turned into a green ball in Ning Chi's consciousness. When he meditated, he only needed to absorb the nomological power in it to increase his cultivation. He improved at lightning speed, absorbing 20 to 30 nomological powers every day. This speed seemed slow, but in reality, even the Transcendence Realm cultivators didn't have such a cultivation speed. It was already extremely fast. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chi's cultivation improved a little. He walked out of the cabin and looked at the map. After confirming that he had reached the arcane true immortal realm and was in the Wang family's territory, he kept the battleship and flew to the ground. After 2 years, Xianyu once again appeared near the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. Unlike before, this place that few people had set foot in was now bustling with activity. In just a few months, many forces had set up a market here to facilitate the purchase of immortal herbs and elixirs brought out from the ancient desolation, forbidden grounds. Eternal life realm cultivators flew into the ancient desolation, forbidden grounds in groups. From time to time, there would be cultivators flying out of the ancient desolation, forbidden grounds with ecstasy on their faces or secretly delighted in their hearts. There were also some transcendence realm cultivators who came and went alone. Seeing this scene, Xianyu's heart suddenly burned with passion. I wonder if that kid is dead or not. If he's not dead, his elixir cauldron and elixir recipe will definitely fall into my hands this time. Thinking of this, Xianyu flew towards the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. There was a long distance between the azure dragon continent and the central mainland, and the news hadn't reached there yet. Otherwise, the ancient desolation forbidden grounds would probably be divided by the masters of creation, and even transcendence realm cultivators wouldn't be able to enter without permission. Many cultivators thought of this, and thus took the opportunity to plunder immortal herbs and spiritual medicine in the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. What exactly happened in the ancient desolation forbidden grounds? A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, and the occasional transcendence realm cultivators nearby didn't seem to be able to see the existence of this figure. Not long after, another 6 figures appeared one after another. Old Monster Wang, shall we go in and take a look together? One of the figures said with a faint smile. The figure that appeared first said indifferently, "The ancient desolation forbidden grounds is in my mystic true celestial realm. I'll take 20%, and you guys can divide the remaining 80% among yourselves." Everyone looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Everyone, there's no need to argue, lest the news spreads to the central mainland. By then, we won't have anything to do with it anymore. In millions of years, this is the first time such a change has occurred in the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. Something must have happened inside. If we can figure out the reason, it might be the greatest value of this place. Let's go in and take a look. After the 7 figures entered the ancient desolation forbidden grounds, a figure that Ning Chi was extremely familiar with appeared in front of the ancient desolation forbidden grounds. The restriction technique I planted on that kid disappeared here previously, but it suddenly appeared again during this period of time. Could it be that the changes in this place have something to do with him? Chapter 1193. Wang family's ancestral city mystic true immortal realm. Wang family's ancestral city. Ning Chi stood far away and watched as the cultivators went in and out of the city gate. Be it entering or exiting, every cultivator would show a jade card. It seems that this jade token is the proof of identity. It's the territory of mystic true great sage. Cultivators of unknown origin naturally can't enter. Ning Chi walked to the city gate and smiled at a cultivator guarding the city. "Fellow Taoist, what procedures do I need to go through if I want to enter the city?" The cultivator glanced at Ning Chi arrogantly and said, 500 azure dragon crystals can be used for a temporary identity jade token. You can stay in the ancestral city for 50 years. 500 azure dragon crystals? This amount of money was not a small amount for an ordinary eternal life cultivator. It was equivalent to 1,500 desert coins. It just so happened that Ning Chi had saved up some azure dragon crystals when he sold the rank 2 cultivation increasing pills in Jilu's sacred land. It wasn't a lot, only about 3,000 to 4,000. It was enough to get a temporary identity jade token. After paying the money, the arrogant cultivator finally began to look at Ningqi. He said lightly, "In addition, you need to have proof of identity. Where are you from? What's your name? What proof do you have?" "I can't enter the city without proof?" Ningqi smiled. "Of course." The cultivator guarding the city gave a slight nod. His cultivation was not very high, almost on the same level as Li Xiangqi. However, when he faced Ningqi, who was also an eternal life realm cultivator, he always showed a trace of a superior attitude. "Can I return the azure dragon crystals?" Ningqi smiled. "Of course not. If you don't have proof, please go back." The cultivator guarding the city showed a trace of impatience in his eyes. When the cultivators nearby saw this, they looked at Ningqi with a trace of schadenfreude. Didn't this guy ask about his identity before coming to the Wang family's ancestral city? I wonder if this jade token can be used as proof? Ningqi smiled and handed the token of the Qingzhou prefecture lord to the other party. When the cultivator saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect this extremely young cultivator to be the lord of a prefecture. He put away the contempt in his eyes and returned the token to Ningqi, saying, "This is the token of the governor of the state prefecture of Qingzhou. You may enter now." They only recognized the token and not the person. With the token, there was proof. If something happened, it had nothing to do with them. Wang family ancestral city. Wanting to enter the Wang family to steal something from Meng Tianshu was not a simple matter. First, Ningqi had to find a way to sneak into the Wang family. If he was an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator, it would be simple. But now it seemed like he had to start with his identity as an alchemist. After finding an inn to stay in for 7 or 8 days, Ningqi had a better understanding of the Wang family's ancestral city. There was a tea stall not far from the inn. After greeting Ningqi with a smile, the stall owner served Ningqi a cup of spirit concentration tea, as usual. The stall owner was an early-stage, eternal life, realm cultivator. The spirit concentration tea was brewed according to his ancestral recipe. After drinking it, the cultivator would have a clear vision. However, the price was not cheap. 1 cup cost 1 azure dragon crystal, which was equivalent to 3 desert coins and 3 rank 1 dharma enhancement pills. The prices were much higher than the outside world. The cultivators who could survive in the Wang family's ancestral city were not poor. "Little Bei, why do you come here every day to drink tea? Don't you need to cultivate? I see that you are still young. Don't tell me you have reached a bottleneck?" Some regulars in the tea stall greeted Ningqi with a smile. These guys could be so idle because they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. They couldn't make any progress for a few years or even decades. That's why they came out to drink tea, chat, and brag to relax. Of course, those who drank tea at such a tea stall were basically low-level cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city. Their family background was not too rich. Otherwise, they would have chosen to go to a bigger restaurant and drink better tea. After Ningqi said a few words to them with a smile, he began to drink tea quietly. When the customers saw this, a trace of dignity flashed in their eyes. Although they were laughing with Ningqi in their hearts, they were curious about Ningqi's background. As far as they knew, Ningqi had not been in the Wang family's ancestral city for a long time. It was only a short 7 or 8 days. During these 7 or 8 days, he spent most of his time strolling around and drinking tea. If it was just this, they wouldn't find it strange. But when Ningqi dealt with people, he gave them a very unusual feeling. From this, they deduced that Ningqi's origin was probably different from their group of rogue cultivators. Did you guys hear? Yesterday, there were 2 disciples of the Wang family fighting in the market on North Street. It was so intense that the cultivators from the law enforcement team came out. I was there at that time. I had my eyes on a pill, but because of their disturbance, the pill was directly smashed. If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I would have been affected too. Later on, the stall owner wouldn't let me go and insisted that I pay for it. Do you guys think that's reasonable? It was clearly the Wang family's disciple who caused the trouble. They really bully the kind and fear the evil. One of the customers said with dissatisfaction, "Everyone, do you know why the Wang family's disciples fought in public?" Ning Qi smiled. "What else could it be? Xiaobei, you've just arrived at the Wang family's ancestral city. You're not familiar with the situation here. You'll naturally understand after staying here for a while. Boss, give old Wang a cup of tea. It's my treat." Ning Qi smiled. "All right," the stall owner replied with a smile. When the cultivator Ning Qi, called Old Wang, saw this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Kid, you're quite tactful. I'll just waste a bit of my saliva and tell you." The other customers instantly regretted it. If they knew that they could get a cup of spirit concentration tea with just a few words, they would have taken the initiative. At the same time, their impression of Ning Qi changed again. An azure dragon crystal was nothing to them, but they didn't know each other and didn't have much interaction. Ning Qi treated them to a cup of spirit concentration tea just to listen to a few words of gossip. This made them reevaluate Ning Qi's wealth. Xiaobei, the Wang family, is the family of the Xuanjin great saint. You must know that. Do you think that the Wang family's disciples have a good life because of this relationship? In fact, it's not the case. We don't need to talk about the direct descendants and the group of talented people. But the collateral descendants and the disciples of the Wang family are not as talented as the geniuses of the 12 paradises. Even the geniuses of the Holy Lands are better off than them. So, the Wang family's disciples have to think of ways to obtain more cultivation resources. Chapter 1194. Fishing among the 10 great alchemy grandmasters of the mystic true celestial realm. 2 of them are under the Wang family. They specialize in refining elixirs for the great sage Xianzhan. Under these 2 alchemy grandmasters, there are hundreds of disciples. Among them, 13 are alchemy emperors and more than 90 are alchemy kings. However, don't underestimate the alchemy kings. The alchemy kings nurtured by the alchemy grandmasters are much stronger than those self-taught alchemy kings in the outside world. Basically, only the direct descendants of the Wang family can invite these alchemists. What about the side branches? Every year, the Wang clan distributes a large batch of medicinal pills, immortal herbs, and spirit medicines. The medicinal pills can be consumed directly. If the immortal herbs and spirit medicines are sold, it's not worth it. It's better to find an alchemist to help you refine them into medicinal pills. That's because the quality of these immortal herbs and spirit medicines is much better than those in the outside world. Ordinary alchemists are not good enough for the Wang clan's side branch disciples. That's why those 2 fellows fought yesterday. I heard that the newly advanced alchemy sovereign is very young and his alchemy skills are quite superb. TSK, if only I knew alchemy too. If I became the Wang clan's alchemy master, I could at least seek guidance from the Wang clan's transcendence realm alchemists when my cultivation is at a bottleneck. Then he wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "I'm not going to chat idly with you guys here. I'm going to the North Street Market to take a look. In any case, my cultivation is stuck here and will not move for decades, or even centuries. I might as well go and see if anyone is selling pill formulas and learn pill refinery. This is also considered skill." After saying that, Old Wang patted his butt and walked towards North Street Market. Is this guy enlightened? You want to learn alchemy? The stall owner looked at Lao Wang's back with a smile, then shook his head. A few years ago, Old Wang wanted to learn how to grow spirit herbs. Someone laughed. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. After Ning Qi finished drinking his tea, he stood up and greeted everyone. He slowly walked towards the North Street Market. He saw Old Wang standing at a stall and whispering something to a stall owner. The stall owner was tightly holding on to a jade slip. Ning Qi smiled and walked to the center of the North Street Market. He found an empty space and sat on the ground. He took out a few porcelain bottles and placed them in front of him. The stall owners nearby glanced at him with disdain in their eyes. They were professional businessmen, and they could tell at a glance that someone like Ning Chi was out of money and wanted to sell some things to make some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Wang ancestral city. These stall owners had seen many people like him. They were brainless and only wanted to enter the Wang ancestral city, thinking that they could earn cultivation resources here that they couldn't earn in the outside world. There were even people who wanted to become subordinates of the various Transcendence Realm Almighties. But most of them left the Wang family's ancestral city dejectedly in the end, wasting decades or even centuries without obtaining anything. Many cultivators passed by Ning Chi, but when they saw the shabby porcelain bottles in front of Ning Chi, they shook their heads and left, not interested in them at all. Ning Chi sat on the ground calmly, took out a bag of potato chips, tore it open, and ate it slowly. "Hey, Xiaobei, what are you doing here?" Old Wang saw Ning Chi when he passed by and walked up to him curiously. "I'm selling some pills." Ning Chi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in Old Wang's eyes. "Xiaobei, you should have said that you were short of money earlier. You shouldn't have invited me to drink that cup of spirit concentration tea just now. Hurry up and put away these pills. If you exchange them for azure dragon crystals, you'll spend them in the end. It's better to use them yourself to improve your cultivation. That's the right way to go." Ning Chi was slightly startled. He then smiled and didn't want to explain. "Old Wang, I know what I'm doing." "Fine." Old Wang shook his head and no longer tried to persuade him. After all, he and Ning Chi were just acquaintances. At most, they were tea buddies. Cultivators came and went. Most of them just looked at the chips in Ning Chi's hand curiously. They had no interest in the porcelain bottles that Ning Chi placed on the ground in front of him. When people wanted to sell something, they would at least shout a few times or write a description to indicate what they were selling. Most cultivators didn't even have the mood to ask about Ning Chi, who had nothing and looked shabby. Old Wang walked around and saw that Ning Chi still had the same number of porcelain bottles. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaobei, what pills are you selling?" "Mana, strengthening pill." Ning Chi said lightly, "Mana, strengthening pill. There are only a few porcelain bottles. How can there be 20 pills? Little brother, you don't need to set up a stall in the North Street Market with such a small amount. How about this? I'll buy it for you." A nearby stall owner said with a smile. His tone was full of sarcasm. Suddenly, a few other stall owners also opened their mouths to mock him. They had no business now, so teasing Ning Chi was a way to relieve their boredom. Old Wang frowned and glanced at those people. He whispered to Ning Chi, "How about this? I'll buy your mana strengthening pill. Let's go." Ning Chi's purpose here was to fish. Naturally, he wouldn't agree to Old Wang's request. He said with a smile, "Old Wang, you should leave first if you have something to do. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll sell some pills that I refined and earn some money for tea for a few days." "What, you're an alchemist?" Old Wang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The nearby stall owners were slightly startled. The way they looked at Ning Chi changed a little. However, they still didn't take Ning Chi seriously. This kind of half-baked alchemist could be seen everywhere. Only alchemists who had inherited alchemy were respected by everyone. To be able to refine a level 1 mana strengthening pill, one could barely be considered a top alchemist among the half-baked alchemists. However, compared to a real alchemist, he was still a few levels lower. "Yes." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. Only then did Old Wang realize that he had misunderstood Ning Chi. He thought that Ning Chi had been extravagant these past few days and had spent all his azure dragon crystals. He didn't expect Ning Chi to be an alchemist. No wonder he was so generous to treat him to concentration tea. "Did you refine this pill?" A beautiful figure appeared in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at her and smiled. Yes. The fish was coming. This lady was wearing the clothes of the Wang family. Ning Chi had seen her from afar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately exposed his identity as an alchemist. Although with Ning Qi's alchemy skills he could find the Wang family and sneak in, he would be at a disadvantage and would be easily targeted. It was better to let nature take its course and let the Wang family invite him back personally. The Wang family's disciple. Chapter 1195. Wang Linwang Shui was a disciple of the Wang family. Her aptitude wasn't first-rate in the Wang family. At most, she was a second-rate genius who had just broken through to the late stage of Eternal Life realm. This time, she came to the North Street Market Square to buy some pills to take back and consolidate her recently broken through realm. She happened to hear that Ning Qi was an alchemist, so she came forward to ask him about it. In her heart, she did not have much hope for Ning Qi's alchemy skills. Otherwise, how could he be so poor as to sell a few bottles of power-enhancing pills here? Is it a rank 1 elixir? Let me see its quality. Wang Shui said lightly, "It's not a rank 1 elixir." Ning Qi smiled. What? Not a rank 1 elixir? Could it be that it wasn't even a rank 1 elixir? At this moment, even Lao Wang's gaze towards Ning Qi became slightly strange. His face revealed a trace of embarrassment as he subconsciously took a few steps back. It's not even a rank 1 elixir. Wang Shui frowned slightly and then sighed in her heart. She turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Ning Qi's voice sounded faintly. A rank 2 elixir for 2 azure dragon crystals. Fair trade. Wang Shui's movements suddenly stiffened. A few stall owners nearby looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Old Wang quickly signaled Ning Qi with his eyes. It's okay to brag, but to brag in front of the Wang family, isn't that courting death? Rank 2 elixir? Even the top 10 alchemy masters of the Xian Tru celestial realm didn't know how to refine a rank 2 elixir. It was a unique elixir in the central mainland. If one wanted to buy it, they had to go to the Alchemist Union's exclusive shop to buy it. This guy dared to say that he knew how to refine a rank 2 elixir? Wasn't he courting death? You're saying that it's a rank 2 elixir inside. Wang Shui turned around and looked at Ning Qi faintly. If Ning Qi dared to change his words, she wouldn't mind punishing him. Yes, it's a rank 2 elixir. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Ning Qi smiled. Then take it out and let me see. Wang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The way she looked at Ning Qi changed. Ning Qi smiled and poured out an elixir from the porcelain bottle. He waved his hand to remove the restriction on it. Suddenly, a charming fragrance exploded and rushed into the tip of everyone's nose. This fragrance, this color, it really is a Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill. Wang Shui took a closer look and muttered to herself. Lao Wang looked at Ning Qi in shock. He remembered that Ning Qi had said that he was free and wanted to sell the pills that he had refined. This was a Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill, right? How could Little North possibly know how to create a Grade 2 spell increasing pill? Are you smuggling pills? After the nearby stall owners revealed shocked expressions, they reacted one after another. The fellow who had first mocked Ning Qi looked at Ning Qi in a strange manner and said, "Little brother, where did you get these second-level Dharma increasing pills from?" Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi calmly. "I made it myself. Do you want to buy it?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "I'll buy it. I'll take all the Tier 2 method increasing pills here." Wang Shui said decisively. After paying, she put all the porcelain bottles into her Qianquan ring and said softly, "Little brother, I'm Wang Shui, a disciple of the Wang family. Since you're an alchemist, I wonder if you're willing to return to the Wang family with me and be the alchemist for my branch?" Lao Wang looked at this scene in bewilderment. How did the junior in his eyes become the Wang family's alchemist in the blink of an eye? Miss Wang, even the top 10 alchemy masters don't know how to refine the second-level Dharma increasing pill. How could this kid know? Don't be deceived by him. Someone kindly reminded her. More and more people surrounded them. Wang Shui's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. How could she not know that she wanted to test Ning Qi's alchemy skills first? However, the North Street Market was a market that the Wang family's disciples frequented. She just saw a few disciples from the side branch in the market. When they came over, they would definitely snatch Ning Qi away from her. To avoid trouble, she didn't care if Ning Qi was bragging or not. She would bring him back first. Sister Wang Shui, it's so lively here. I heard that you're recruiting an alchemist. A voice came over, and the crowd instantly split apart. A young man with an arrogant expression walked over slowly and stopped beside Wang Shui. He glanced at Ning Qi condescendingly. Wang Mu, it's none of your business. Wang Shui glanced at him coldly and then looked at Ning Qi. Her eyes revealed a trace of anxiety as she waited for Ning Qi's reply. Wang Mu's expression instantly changed as he let out a cold snort. At this moment, someone tried to curry favor with him by sending a voice transmission and explaining the situation. Wang Mu's gaze towards Ning Qi changed slightly. He looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. You said that you can refine the second-level Dharma increasing pill? Could it be that you're stronger than the top 10 alchemy masters? Ning Qi ignored Wang Mu and smiled at Wang Shui. Miss Wang Shui, why don't we talk about the treatment? Wang Shui's eyes revealed a look of surprise as she quickly nodded and said, All right, let's go back and talk. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He got up and was about to leave with Wang Shui. At this moment, Wang Mu suddenly interrupted and blocked their path. He coldly looked at Ning Qi and said, You don't need to go back with Wang Shui. Come to my side and be an alchemist. I'm under ancestor Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't recognize Wang Mu, but they had heard of the name Wang Lin. After knowing that Wang Mu was under Wang Lin, their gazes became respectful. Aside from the ancestor, Great Sage Xianzhen, there were 4 more late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators in the Wang family. These 4 were the strongest cultivators in the Wang family aside from Great Sage Xianzhen. Wang Lin was one of them. He was also Great Sage Xianzhen's youngest son and was known as the person with the highest chance of breaking through to the peak of the late stage of Transcendence realm. The other 3 late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators were all inferior to him. The most important thing was that Wang Lin's wife was also one of the 4 late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators. Among the direct descendants of the Wang family, Wang Lin's branch was the strongest. Wang Shui's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Her branch's ancestor was only an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator. Compared to Wang Mu's branch, they were worlds apart. She already felt that Ning Qi would leave with Wang Mu, but she didn't expect Ning Qi to just glance at Wang Mu indifferently. Ning Qi walked past him and smiled at Wang Shui. Miss Wang, let's go. Wang Shui was slightly startled and revealed a hint of joy in her eyes. She looked at Ning Qi with a hint of gratitude. Ning Qi choosing to leave with her in front of so many people was giving her enough face. Wang Mu coldly looked at Ning Qi. Brat, have you thought it through? Leaving with Wang Shui is the same as becoming enemies with me, Wang Mu. Wang Mu, don't go too far. Chapter 1196. Casanova in the Wang clan, other than the main branch, there were a total of 99 branches. Each branch had its own ranking, and countless branches that weren't in the rankings were eyeing the 99 branches covetously. At any moment, they wanted to pull down the last ranked branch and take it for themselves. After all, the cultivation resources that the 99 academies could obtain were more than 10 times more than the unranked branches. This difference was huge. Wang Shui's branch was ranked 99th, and many branches had set their sights on her branch. Because of Ning Qi's trust and support for her just now, Wang Shui calmly told Ning Qi about the crisis that her branch was facing on the road. Wang Mu is a vengeful person. I once offended him, so he often comes looking for trouble with me. If it wasn't for the fact that he is part of the ancestors' bloodline, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so arrogantly. However, young Master Beixian, you have offended him this time, and I'm afraid he will seek revenge. If young Master Beixian is afraid, I can personally send you out of the Wang family's ancestral city. Wang Shui said, He can't kill me in the Wang family, can he? Ningqi laughed. He wouldn't dare. You're the alchemist I invited back, so you're naturally a member of the Wang clan. If he dares to make a move against you in the Wang clan, and people find out, his cultivation base will be crippled. A cold light flashed through Wang Shui's eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a good-for-nothing. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes, he is indeed a good-for-nothing. Wang Shui's eyes revealed a smile. Ning Qi's description was very appropriate. As a disciple of the main branch, the direct descendant of the ancestor, he was older than her but had a lower cultivation level than her. If he wasn't a playboy, then what was he? Your Wang clan is really big. When Ningqi arrived at the branch of Wang Shui's branch, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. How was this a branch? Just the mountain tops alone had 36, and each one was a peak that was tens of thousands of feet high. There were countless buildings on top, and there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 disciples of the Wang family going in and out. For a single super monastery to be so prosperous, it could be imagined just how deep the Wang family's foundation was. A hint of pride flashed in Wang Shui's eyes as she smiled faintly. No matter what, we have the bloodline of the Xianzhen great sage after all. Young miss. The cultivators who passed by saw Wang Shui and bowed respectfully. Ning Qi glanced at their attributes and found that they were also the children of the Wang family. However, it was likely that they were from a branch within a branch. As for Wang Shui, she was the granddaughter of the ancestor of this branch, Wang Hai. That was why they called her Mississippi. While Ning Qi was looking at them, they were also looking at Ning Qi curiously. The power of law on Ning Qi's body was hidden very deeply. Even Wang Shui could not see how deep Ning Qi's cultivation was. Occasionally, he would exude the aura of the early stage of Eternal Life realm. Therefore, this group of Wang clan's juniors were very curious. Why would their eldest miss, the recognized genius of this lineage, the proud son of heaven with the highest chance of reaching the law phase realm, stand together with an early stage Eternal Life realm cultivator? Wang Shui nodded at the crowd, then pulled Ning Qi's arm and said, Mr. Beixian, come with me. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who exactly was this guy? Their incomparably cold and arrogant first miss, who was neither servile nor overbearing even in the face of the main courtyard's disciples, was actually so close to this person? Cousin! A loud shout came, and Wang Shui's figure paused slightly. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes galloping over and landing in front of the two of them. As soon as he landed, he saw Wang Shui pulling Ning Qi's arm. The handsome young man's eyes suddenly flashed fiercely as he stared at Ning Qi. Who are you? Wang Long, don't be rude. Wang Shui frowned slightly. When Wang Long heard this, he was even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Cousin, who is this guy? Why did you bring him back to our branch? A trace of displeasure flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. If Wang Long spoke nicely, she would explain a little. However, Wang Long gave her an unpleasant expression when they met. Naturally, she was too lazy to explain. She directly pulled Ning Qi and broke through the air. When Wang Long saw this, he immediately stepped forward and waved his hand like a knife, slashing at Ning Qi's arm. Wang Long, what the hell are you doing? Wang Shui shouted angrily. She let go of her hand and gently pushed Ning Qi, dodging Wang Long's attack. Cousin, you ask me what I'm doing? Have you forgotten the engagement between you and me? You are my fiancé, but you are pulling and pulling with a strange man. Where do you put me?" Wang Long shouted. The nearby Wang family's children suddenly shrunk their heads. Wang Long was the great elder's grandson. Wang Shui was the old ancestor, Wang Hai's granddaughter. The great elder was Wang Hai's younger brother. Both of them were direct descendants of the branch. They were the branches of the branch, so naturally they didn't dare to get involved in this matter. They subconsciously took a few steps back to avoid being involved. Wang Shui's face suddenly changed. She said coldly, "Wang Long, how many times have I told you? Don't mention this again. Our parents only had a verbal agreement. They even said that it depends on both of our wishes before we can get married. I don't agree, and I don't want to get married so early. Therefore, I'm not your fiancé. Please respect yourself. Cousin Wang Shui, have you forgotten that when we were young, you liked to play behind my butt? You like me, don't you? It's just that you are focused on cultivation now and don't want to get married. I can wait. We cultivators don't lack time. Wait for 100 years. Wait for 1,000 years. I can wait." Wang Long looked at Wang Shui affectionately and said, when Ning Qi saw this scene, he had already guessed that Wang Shui had said this to Wang Long more than once. Otherwise, how could he respond so skillfully? What a Casanova! Thinking of this, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. When Wang Long saw this scene, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He instantly exploded and directly hit Ning Qi's head. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of Eternal Life Realm. In his opinion, Ning Qi was just a cultivator in the early stage of Eternal Life Realm. He could kill him easily. Ning Qi looked at the other party, faintly. When he was about to make a move, Wang Long's arm was stopped by Wang Shui. Wang Shui grabbed Wang Long's arm tightly and said coldly, "Don't mess around anymore. Young Master Bei Xian is the alchemist I invited." Alchemist? This guy? Everyone was slightly stunned. Their eyes looking at Ning Qi were full of suspicion, curiosity, and doubt. Such a young alchemist, his alchemy attainments couldn't be that strong, right? When Wang Long heard the words, he suddenly calmed down. But when he thought of the intimate contact between Wang Shui and Ning Qi, there was a fire in his heart. Chapter 1197. Jiao Kong, Ji Wen Wang Shui heard Wang Long's insulting words. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Even though she had yet to test Ning Qi's alchemy realm, Ning Qi had ignored Wang Mu's recruitment and chosen her. Even if Ning Qi's alchemy wasn't satisfactory, Wang Shui still planned on keeping him in the Wang family. "Wang Long, you don't need to care about young Master Bei Xian's alchemy skills. He is an alchemist that I recruited. I will be responsible for everything. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Shui said coldly. When Wang Long heard that, his heart was even angrier. In his opinion, Wang Shui was probably interested in Ning Qi, so she spoke for him everywhere. If he knew what happened in the North Street Market, maybe there would not be such a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Wang Long's eyes lit up and he said respectfully to a figure in the distance, "Grand Master Jiao." When everyone saw this, they quickly saluted, including Wang Shui. Jiao Kong Ji glanced at everyone and his eyes fell on Ning Qi. "You are an alchemist?" Wang Long was happy. He had some talent in alchemy and was Jiao Kong Ji's outer disciple. Although he did not inherit Jiao Kong Ji's alchemy skills, he was one of the few young people in the branch who could speak to Jiao Kong Ji. This person is Jiao Kong Ji. He is a good friend of Wang Long's grandfather, the great elder of this branch. Although he has not broken through to the Transcendence realm, he is an alchemy king who has been famous for hundreds of years. His status is equivalent to an ordinary Transcendence realm cultivator. Wang Shui's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi gently nodded his head, nodded towards Jiao Kong Ji, and said faintly, "Yes." "Huh, that's it." Everyone looked at Ning Qi in surprise. His attitude towards Grandmaster Jiao was so rude. Had he not heard of Grandmaster Jiao's name? A hint of displeasure flashed through Jiu Kongji's eyes, and he said to Wang Shui, "Wang Shui, although our branch doesn't have many alchemists, no matter what, this place is still the Wang family's branch. We can't just casually find some unknown alchemists to come in. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, where would the Wang family's face go? What about your grandfather and your great-uncle's face? Master Jiu, Child Beixian is not an alchemist of unknown origin." Wang Shui frowned slightly. She wanted to explain, but she was interrupted by Jiu Kongji. He said coldly, "In the past few years, the main courtyard has given us fewer and fewer immortal grasses and elixirs. If you want to recruit an alchemist, you must get the approval of the Great Elder. There's no need to say anything more. Come with me to see the Great Elder." A hint of joy flashed in Wang Long's eyes. He saw Jiu Kongji secretly giving him a look. This was enough to prove that Jiu Kongji had just seen the scene of him quarreling with Wang Shui. Now he was helping him to drive Ning Qi away. That's true. The cultivation resources that we've been allocated are indeed 10 to 20% less than a few years ago. Only Master Jiu Kongji and a few other senior alchemy kings can the immortal grasses and spiritual herbs be used to their fullest potential. Otherwise, if we fail a few more times, wouldn't we get less elixirs? Many disciples of the Wang family nodded in agreement. Some of them were sarcastic, implying that Ning Qi's attainments in alchemy were not good enough. Jiu Kongji was very overbearing. After he finished speaking, he directly flew towards the central peak. Wang Long glanced at Ning Qi coldly and sneered. He then looked at Wang Shui and said affectionately, "Cousin, let's go." "Humph." Wang Shui snorted and ignored Wang Long. In front of him, she once again pulled Ning Qi's arm and flew towards the main peak. Seeing this scene, Wang Long's eyes suddenly became murderous. He stared at the back of Wang Shui and Ning Qi. "Bitch, adulterous couple. Sooner or later, I will make you regret what you've done today. Let's go and have a look. Perhaps eldest lady's eyes are not that bad. However, those who have a little bit of aptitude in alchemy have long been snatched away by the main courtyard and the other courtyards. Why would it be our turn? This alchemist will probably be driven out by the Great Elder. Eldest lady's prestige will be ruined." A group of disciples of the Wang family talked privately while flying towards the main peak. In the main hall of the main peak, Ning Qi and Wang Shui stood side by side. Wang Long stood beside Jiu Kongji. His eyes that occasionally glanced at Ning Qi were full of murderous intent. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Everyone saw it and bowed. Even Jiu Kongji's face showed a trace of respect. It was an old man with white hair and beard. He smiled at Jiu Kongji and then looked at Wang Shui and Ning Qi indifferently. This person was the Great Elder of Courtyard 99 Wangxi. "Grandpa, my cousin brought back an alchemist and is going to hire him as our alchemist. I'm afraid that my cousin might be deceived by a liar, so I asked you to come and see if this alchemist from Beixian is the real deal or if he's just a liar." Wang Long cupped his hands and said. Wang Xi nodded lightly and said, "I understand." He turned to look at Wang Shui and said, "Shui, we don't have enough spiritual herbs. I am afraid that we can't hire another alchemist. Second Grandpa, Child Beixian is different from ordinary alchemists." Wang Shui cupped her hands and said, "Different? How can he be different?" Jiu Kongji sneered. "In the Shenzhen celestial realm, there are a total of alchemists who have inherited the Tao of alchemy. I basically know all of them. Even Jiang Tai, who has recently become a famous alchemist of Kunlun Grotto Heaven, has asked me for advice on alchemy. If this person is really capable, how could I not know him?" Everyone nodded and felt that Jiu Kongji's words were very reasonable. Wang Xi looked at Wang Shui and waited for her answer. If it was another Wang family disciple, he would not even come today. Child Beishian can refine a second-stage Dharma enhancement pill. Grandpa Jiu, can you do it? Wang Shui looked at Jiu Kong Ji coldly. She knew that Jiu Kong Ji was trying to make things difficult for her because of Wang Long. The other reason was his selfishness. Because the share of immortal grasses and spirit medicines in Courtyard 99 had decreased in recent years. Jiu Kong Ji did not want new alchemists to come in. Otherwise, he would have to compete with them for the share of immortal grasses and spirit medicines. Second stage, Dharma enhancement pill? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Wang Xi's eyes instantly locked onto Ning Qi, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Jiu Kong Ji shook his head in disbelief and sneered, impossible. Even the top 10 alchemy masters do not know how to refine a second stage Dharma enhancement pill. How can an unknown alchemist refine a second stage Dharma enhancement pill? Wang Shui, I am afraid that you have been deceived. He looked at Ning Qi and asked, Speak. Did you buy a second stage Dharma enhancement pill to deceive the Wang family disciples? A mere alchemy emperor is so arrogant. What's a second stage Dharma enhancement pill? I can refine it easily. If I succeed, will you kneel down and admit your mistake? Chapter 1198. Apologize. As soon as Ning Qi said this, the hall suddenly became silent. Even Jiu Kong Ji himself revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Without confidence, how could he say such a thing? Wang Shui heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had really picked up a treasure this time. If Ning Qi could refine a rank 2 cultivation increasing pill, he would be able to suppress all the alchemists except for the 2 alchemy grandmasters in the main courtyard. Even the 2 alchemy grandmasters' disciples could not be compared to him. Little brother, is this true? You really know how to refine a rank 2 cultivation increasing pill? Wang Xi looked at Ning Qi with a dignified expression. I'm afraid that Grandmaster Jiu does not dare to bet with me. Ning Qi said lightly. Wang Xi immediately looked at Jiu Kong Ji. Jiu Kong Ji's expression was a bit ugly, but he bit the bullet and said, I don't believe that you can refine a rank 2 cultivation increasing pill. If you can refine it, I will immediately apologize to you. Ning Qi looked at Jiu Kong Ji with a faint smile. His current performance was already a coward, but he wanted to steal something from Meng Tianshu in the Wang family. He did not want to offend too many people if it was not necessary. However, it was necessary to show some skills. Otherwise, with the arrogant character of the Wang family, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the Wang family. All right, since Grandmaster Jiu has said so, if I don't show some skills, everyone will definitely think that I am a liar. Let's see. Ning Qi smiled and took out the smelting immortal Yu cauldron. When the cauldron appeared, Jiu Kong Ji's face became extremely pale. Wang Shui was overjoyed. A cauldron that contained the law of alchemy. Such a cauldron was enough to prove that Ning Qi's alchemy skills were not weak. Wang Xi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He then glanced at Wang Long and shook his head slightly. Wang Long's face was as ugly as Jiu Kong Ji's. After receiving Wang Xi's hint, he clenched his fist unwillingly. This is a cauldron that contains the law of alchemy? Hiss! I didn't expect this alchemist to have such a magical tool. Even Grandmaster Jiu does not have such a cauldron. At that moment, a few more cultivators walked in. They were the other 4 alchemists from Astral 99, and they were all alchemy kings. The moment they entered the hall, their eyes were drawn to the smelting immortal Yu cauldron. Greed, envy, jealousy, and all kinds of complicated expressions flashed across their faces. Ning Qi slowly threw a portion of spirit herbs into the cauldron. Then, with a wave of his hand, the law of hellfire instantly wrapped around the cauldron. A scorching hot aura rushed over, and his law of fire once again shocked everyone. Without exchanging blows with Ning Qi, they were unable to determine what grade of law the law of fire belonged to. However, The faint trace of heat that made their hearts palpitate was enough to prove that the grade of the law of fire that Ning Chi displayed was not low. Originally, he could have refined the Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill very quickly. Ning Chi intentionally delayed some time. 6 hours later, the pill was formed. Because Ning Chi did not deliberately seal off the fragrance instantly filled the hall. Looking at the Dharma increasing pill that Ning Chi took out from the cauldron, Zhu Kongji's body was first shocked. Then his face revealed a look of disbelief. He quickly walked in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and handed the pill to him. After Zhou Kongji checked it, he took a deep breath and bowed to Ning Chi. I have offended you before. Please do not take it to heart. When everyone saw Zhou Kongji's action, they already understood that this pill was indeed a Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill. Everyone's gaze towards Ning Chi and Wang Shui had a slight change. Wang Long's face was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. If it was not for Wang Xi's warning look, he would have lost control of himself. It's all right, no discord, no concord. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. The disciples of the Wang family in the hall suddenly felt that Ning Chi was very magnanimous. After all, every alchemist with alchemy inheritance was arrogant. If it was them with the cauldron and the ability to refine a Tier 2 Dharma increasing pill, they would definitely ridicule Zhu Kongji to the point where he would have no place to hide his face. Wang Shui's face showed a trace of happiness. She was secretly glad that she had really picked up a treasure. Shui, you have made a great contribution to our 99 courtyards this time. Wang Xi laughed at Wang Shui, then walked to Ning Chi's side intimately. After looking at Ning Chi, he said, Little brother, may I know who your alchemy master is? The sect is a secret. It is not convenient to say. Please do not blame me. Ning Chi smiled. Oh, it's all right. Wang Xi laughed heartily and said, Since it is a secret of the sect, then it is fine not to say. How about this? I will let Wang Long take Bei Xian away and arrange it. Wang Shui's face slightly changed. Ning Chi looked at Wang Xi with a faint smile and said, There is no need to trouble young Master Wang Long. After a pause, he looked at Wang Shui and smiled. Miss Wang Shui, shall we go? Second Grandpa, Shui will leave first. Wang Shui's heart was relieved. She nodded with a smile and said goodbye to Wang Xi. Wang Xi's eyes moved slightly and said with a faint smile, All right. Then Ning Chi and Wang Shui left the hall. Looking at the back of the two, Wang Xi's eyes flashed a ray of light. He waved his hand. Except for Wang Long, Zhu Kongji, and the other 4 King Elixir. The rest of the Wang family's disciples left the hall. Grandmaster Zhou, what do you think of this disciple's alchemy skills? Wang Xi said faintly. Zhou Kongji's complexion gradually recovered, and he said, His speed of refining the magic increasing Dan is much faster than mine, but that's all. It's just a mere rank 2 magic increasing Dan. I can't see his level of alchemy. Indeed, this can only mean that his alchemy inheritance is likely to come from the central mainland, but it cannot prove how profound his alchemy skills are. The other 4 King Elixir nodded and agreed. Grandpa, this disciple's relationship with my cousin is very ambiguous. I cannot let him stay in the branch. Otherwise, how can I keep my face in the future? Wang Long clenched his fists and said while gritting his teeth. Wang Xi glanced at him indifferently and said, Find an opportunity to test his alchemy skills again. If he can only refine a 2nd-level Dharma increasing pill, ask for the pill formula. Hearing this, Wang Long's eyes showed a trace of ecstasy. He immediately nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Kongji and the 4 King Elixir looked at each other. A trace of greed flashed through the eyes of the 5 of them. Since Wang Xi had spoken, it meant that he had tacitly agreed to everyone's next actions. If there were any mistakes, naturally, Wang Xi would take responsibility. Chapter 1199. Dharma form? Doppelganger? Bei Xian, revered elder, this is where I cultivate the bright moon peak. Wang Shui brought Ning Qi to a peak a few hundred miles away from the main peak and smiled. There was a huge house on this peak that was made up of a group of buildings. Ning Qi glanced over and saw countless Qi refinement realm cultivators dressed as servants going in and out. Those Dan realm guards, upon seeing Wang Shui, quickly flew over and respectfully saluted. At the same time, they secretly sized up Ning Qi. They were a little curious. Miss Wang Shui, you live in such a big place alone. Ning Qi smiled. This place is nothing. Those disciples of the main courtyard live in luxurious places. Wang Shui smiled self-deprecatingly. Then she brought Ning Qi to a small courtyard and said, Bei Xian, High Priest, you will live in this courtyard from now on. There is a special alchemy room inside. My grandfather personally set up a restrictive spell. As long as you activate it inside, even if a Dharma plane cultivator wants to break through, it will take a few breaths of time. Other than that, I will arrange 100 refinement realm maids and 10 Dodan realm guards for Bei Xian to command. I will be staying in the courtyard, not far away from here. If anything happens, just ask your subordinates to look for me. All right, my grandfather is in seclusion. When he comes out, I will bring Bei Xian to meet him. Wang Shui smiled, and then her lips moved slightly as if she was transmitting her voice to someone. One figure after another rushed over, and not long after, there were 100 beautiful women standing in front of Ning Qi. Their temperaments were so elegant that they almost didn't seem like maids. In addition, there were a dozen Dan realm late-stage cultivators in front of Ning Qi. You will be Bei Xian's servants from now on, Wang Shui said lightly. Greetings, master. Hundreds of maids and 10 guards bowed to Ning Qi in unison. When they bowed, over 100 pairs of eyes were secretly sizing up Ning Qi. Some were expressionless, their hearts like dead water, while others were very excited. Bei Xian's position in our courtyard will not be weaker than Grandmaster Jiu. You must not be rude, or I will expel you from the Wang family, Wang Shui said lightly. What? His status is not lower than Grandmaster Jiu's? Everyone's expression changed slightly, and the way they looked at Ning Qi changed greatly. Some of the people who were already excited became even more excited, while those who had no feelings for Ning Qi felt a slight chill in their hearts. Ning Qi glanced at everyone and nodded faintly. The courtyard that Wang Shui gave him was very big. It did require hundreds of people to operate. Next, Wang Shui and Ning Qi chatted for 2 hours in his new cave house. Then, Wang Shui got up and left. After Wang Shui left, Ning Qi instructed the maids to not disturb him if there was nothing important. Then Ning Qi entered the alchemy room that Wang Shui said was specially built for alchemists. There was a stone statue in the alchemy room. Ning Qi walked in front of the stone statue and slowly pushed it with the power of law. A pale golden light barrier instantly enveloped the entire alchemy room from the outside. After doing all this, Ning Qi covered his forehead with a dignified look. It seemed that there was an energy that was about to break free. When Wang Shui was still there, Ning Qi felt that something was wrong. Could it be Meng Tianshu's restrictive spell? Ning Qi's eyes flashed a hint of sharpness. Suddenly, he found that the vision on his forehead disappeared. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded faintly from behind Ning Qi. This kind of restrictive spell should be from the 99th branch of the Wang family, Wang Hai, right? Ordinary alchemists can't be assigned such an alchemy room. I didn't expect you to be able to enter this place in just 2 years. It is beyond my expectation. Meng Tianshu? No, you're his Fa Xiang? Doppelganger? Ning Qi turned around abruptly and looked coldly at the figure who had suddenly appeared. This person looked exactly the same as Meng Tianshu, but there was something different about his temperament. Meng Tianshu gave Ning Qi the feeling that he was refined but there was also a trace of tyranny. However, this person had a devilish smile on his face. The way he looked at Ning Qi was like a black hole in the cosmos, vaguely tearing at Ning Qi's soul. Fei Xiang? Doppelganger? He, guess. Meng Tianshu laughed. Ning Qi was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to find for you in the Wang family?" He was already sure that this guy didn't know what happened in the forbidden, ancient, desolate land. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm now. After confirming this, Ning Qi was relieved. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about a secret, the better. How boring. Meng Tianshu glanced at Ning Qi with a disdainful smile. "The thing I want you to find is not in the branch, but in the main courtyard." "In the main courtyard? Do you think I can go to the main courtyard?" Ning Qi frowned slightly. "I don't care how you get to the main courtyard. I will come to you on the day you reach the main courtyard." Meng Tianshu's expression turned cold, and his figure gradually faded. "Wait, 3 years is not enough," Ning Qi immediately said. "I know 3 years is not enough. This time limit is for you to enter the Wang family. Don't worry, I will give you more time." Meng Tianshu's voice sounded, but he had already disappeared. Ning Qi immediately closed his eyes and glanced at his sea of consciousness, but he didn't find any clues. The restriction that Meng Tianshu had placed on him seemed to have disappeared. "He appeared as soon as I arrived at the Wang family, which means that my whereabouts have always been under his control. Then he must also know that I have been in the forbidden, ancient, desolate land for almost 2 years." Ning Qi frowned and pondered for a while. There was a sudden movement outside the restriction. Ning Qi removed the restriction and walked out of the alchemy room. He saw several guards and maids standing respectfully beside Wang Shui. Wang Shui saw Ning Qi and handed him an interspatial ring. She smiled and said, "Bei Xian, these are the immortal herbs and spiritual medicines that the main courtyard has distributed to the 99 courtyards. After refining them into elixirs, you can get 30% of them." 30%? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He nodded and said, "Miss Wang Shui, I understand. I will come to collect the elixirs in a month." "A month?" There was a flash of surprise in Wang Shui's eyes, and she nodded quickly. "Thank you, Bei Xian." After Wang Shui left, Ning Qi returned to the alchemy room again, but this time he chose to enter the cultivation training field directly. Suzaku grass?